Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrat.
Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
I think I'm getting worse and worse at predicting how long that long-ass intro video is. All right, I got eucalyptus. Better Homes and Gardens energized. Let's go. You got to put the... I'm like a... I guess how would you put it? I'm very similar to a girl that you have sex with, and then she starts giving you crystals. In that I do indeed enjoy my essential oil diffuser. I have a whole oh, thank you so much, Rudy. I appreciate the membership. Let's go. That's how we get it started. It's the last debate, last stream before the new year. You know, like 2025 is going to be a new year. You know, everybody hopefully your New Year's resolution is to give me more money like Rudy. and to like, subscribe, share, join the Discord, super chat, etc. But if that's not your New Year's resolution, let me know in chat what your New Year's resolution is. If anybody has one, I don't really fuck with them, to be honest. I feel like when you do something as a New Year's resolution, you often we're just kind of waiting for an excuse to do the thing. And so because of that, you end up not doing the thing. Because you're doing it because of like some arbitrary holiday. It doesn't foster the same kind of commitment. You need to do it because you need to do it. Study better is mine. Well, what are you studying? I have a lot of great study tips. Like, let's be real. What are you studying? I can probably give you some good tips. Because, like, you get these tips from, like, Asians at Harvard. And they're horrible fucking tips. Because they're tips that are, like, for... It's like, how do I put it? I'll give you an example. So in World of Warcraft... In World of Warcraft Classic or World of Warcraft Vanilla, right? You often pick... One of the most common classes is the Warrior. And the reason the Warrior is common is because, fully buffed up, it's the best DPS in the end game. It scales the best damage-wise. And it's the only real viable tank beyond, like, certain bosses with a Feral Druid. And so everyone will tell you you must play a human if you're going to play Alliance. And the reason they tell you that is because humans in World of Warcraft Vanilla or Classic have they have weapon skill, innate +5 weapon skill, which severely is like a necessary thing. You need weapon skill to reduce glancing blows, to get your rage, for like a whole number of reasons you need it. Okay? And there's another race called the Night Elf. And if you play a Night Elf Warrior, people will be like, why aren't you playing a human? You dumb dummy. Well, the thing is that if you play a Night Elf, turns out you get like 0.15% more crit chance, and you get like 0.2% dodge chance, plus the innate 1% dodge. Okay, so there's a 1.2% chance that you won't take any damage. Great for tanking. Slightly more crit. Great. You still need the weapon skill because it's really important. But there's a pair of gloves you can get that give you the weapon skill. And like until the very end of the game, no pair of gloves that you get will be as good as the Night Elf racials. And on top of that, Night Elves get to do this thing where they shadow meld. Okay? And it's a really long explanation. I promise I'm getting to it. They shadow meld, which means at any one point in time, they can turn invisible. Well, this is useless in the game. It's useless in terms of like doing raids, doing dungeons. It doesn't drop combat effectively, and even if it did, you're the tank, so like that doesn't help. They're gonna find you anyway. So what's the point of this? The point is that in the real world, sometimes you have to get up and you have to make a sandwich. Sometimes someone calls, and you're like, oh shit, such and such called. I'll be right back. And then you click the shadow meld button, and you're invisible. Nobody kills you. Nobody ganks you. No PvPers pop out of the bushes and see that you're AFK and immediately kill you. It is a massive quality of life improvement that means that you'll actually play the game, despite the fact that it's weaker. I feel the same way about studying that you hear from all of these experts on studying, is that they'll be like, what you need to do is you need to grab color-coded highlighters and then go through your text. And what you're going to do is you're going to highlight different things with different colors. That way, when you're looking for these specific types of things and you're studying for 4 hours straight at home, you'll be like, let me find all the pink highlighted things in the text as I transfer them on into my notes, and then I highlight my notes. Nobody except a weird fucking kid that was beaten for not getting straight A's is doing that. And that is like, that's like the gold standard for how to study in college. It's like, yes, it is absolutely, without a doubt, the most effective way to study. That we like of all the study methods, this one works for almost everybody if they do it. Nobody's gonna fucking do that. And so it's useless fucking advice. Don't take advice on how to study from hardworking Asians that like had piano concerts or violin concerts as a kid and have tiger mom parents, okay? Take studying advice from me. Here's what you do. Right? Like here's a studying tip. Study for a half hour or an hour. Study for an hour. Then watch an anime episode. Find an anime that you really like, that you really want to watch, that has cliffhangers. Watch 23-minute anime episode. Go back to studying. No matter what you do, after 1 hour is done, stop. You're not helping. After an hour, your brain's fucking fried. Stop doing it. Just stop. Come back to it 23 minutes later after you watched an episode of an anime. Or, pick a show with cliffhangers that you like that is 23 minutes or under 30 minutes. There you go. There's my free tip. Don't fucking study for 2 or 3 hours straight. You're just going to fry your fucking brain and not understand what's going on. My New Year's resolution is to make sure my shoelaces aren't untied in public restrooms. Fact. Yeah, I mean, it is good to refamiliarize yourself the day of the test or whatever for 20 or 30 minutes. But you're not going to learn it. 5-minute bursts is not good enough. I don't like 5 minute, the only thing 5 minutes will do is before the test, remind you of the shit you studied, but only if you actually studied. Study your law textbook for 6 hours straight. I'll give you guys another study tip. I don't know why this is study tips, but this is where we're going. All right, here's another study tip. I'll give you an example. I'll be right back. All right, so here's it's going to be, my camera's going to be reversed, but this is The Price of Inequality by Joseph E. Stiglitz, right? It's a dim sock economist's wet dream. It's his magnum opus. I'll give you the thesis of the whole book. The Gini coefficient actually matters, and income inequality is bad, and it's bad. Whether or not you listen to music is entirely subjective to the person, right? Some people can listen to music and it helps. Some people, they listen to music and it distracts them. Best to listen to music without lyrics, right? I would there are you can listen to alpha or theta or beta brain waves on YouTube. Sometimes those help people. Sometimes rain music or white noise so they don't get distracted by other noises is good. But anyways, so here's Joseph E. Stiglitz, right? So let's go to a chapter 5, right? I haven't read this in a couple years. All right, it's chapter 5, A Democracy in Peril. Here's what you want to do. Read the opening paragraph, okay? Then find the end of the chapter. Okay? Do not read the fucking chapter. Don't do it. Reading the chapter is fucking stupid. What you do is you go chapter 5, 149 to 181. Then he's got, this one's a little easier, and that's why I use it, but he has concluding comments. Okay, so then you read the last paragraph, or the last couple of paragraphs, the last little section. So you read the beginning little section or the first paragraph or two, then you read the last paragraph or two. Then what you want to do is now that you know what the chapter's about, you know how the chapter started, how they set it up, and how they concluded the chapter. Then you go back and you just look for numbers, look for little headings and sections, skim each paragraph for citations, skim each paragraph for years, skim each paragraph for statements that they're making. And when one pops out, write it down. This is if you really need to know it for school. Okay? One pops out, write it down. So I'll just flip to one and it says, that helps explain one of the unusual aspects of the 2008 recession and other recent downturns that I discussed in the beginning of chapter 2. Hopefully you read chapter 2 so you get it. right? So then we just skim. We see another citation. See some more, like we'll just skim again. We'll see numbers. One poll showed that 61% of Americans now believe that our economic system favors the wealthy. Only 36%, little over 1 out of 3 Americans, think our system is generally fair. Write that down. Right? And then, standard economic theory provides a clear prediction. The first player keeps all the, so then it's like he's talking about game theory. Okay, cool. Move on. So they talk about the inequality of game theory. You can just see it immediately and go, oh, okay. Equally striking, when asked to choose 2 distributions shown on a pie chart, participants overwhelmingly chose one that reflected the distribution in Sweden over that in the United States, 92% to 8%. You write down all these little things that are cited, all these little data points, etc. That's what goes in your notes. Okay? Then you read the chapter. And when you read the chapter, you already have notes of all the facts and figures. You already have an understanding of where he started and where, or it could be a she, where they ended. So you already have a good concept of what the chapter is about, and you've probably already taken notes on all of the important details from the chapter. Then when you read the chapter, you're reading the chapter to just like gain context. So you don't get lost, you don't get confused, you kind of already know what's going on. And then when you're doing your notes, you only have to, if there's something else you think you should add, you just like write that down. But it should be like 1 or 2 things. Now you have really good notes that have all of the important details because you didn't take yourself out of the reading to like write down notes a bunch of times and then be like, wait, what the fuck was I reading? Because you like wrote down notes. You already have your notes and then you're reading it and you can reference your notes. And then when you go back to study, you can just look at your notes and it'll have all the important facts and figures plus like 1 or 2 things that you thought were important about the chapter. And when you read the chapter, you weren't lost in the sauce trying to take notes and shit. You just read the chapter once through and you already had all the important data, and it was just like it was giving a narrative to that data. And that's if you have to really, really study, right? Like if you really need to study for like a class or something, try that out at least once. Guarantee you, if you're just like reading shit and then trying to take notes about what you think is important and then writing the notes, if you do this process, I guarantee you your reading comprehension and like how much you remember from your reading will be way better. Let me put this book away. All right, there we go. Sometimes I just go wild. So there you go. There's your test taking tips with Scott. Invisible head. I thought it would work better than that. It's too dark. Chiptune, baby. I mean, I had Pretzel Rocks. You could play Pretzel Rocks if you want a bunch of I mean, it's royalty free music for streamers. That's what I'm using. But like, they have a free version. You can listen to a bunch of wordless songs. What's up, iWrestling? Let me check this Discord. People are popping off in the Discord. Not this one, but not my Discord. You guys are lame. I mean, I get it. It's the day before New Year's. Obviously, there are a bunch of people out of town and stuff. You were arguing about property rights the other day. You mean like in the, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't pay a ton of attention to the Debate Bros section. Mostly because it's designed to funnel the toxic arguments there. So like, I just don't do that to myself. It's just like, I'm not trying to be a part of that. But I wanted a hat. There we go. That's more comfortable. But it makes my forehead look huge when it's not. Looks like I have a giant forehead now. There's no way to wear headphones and a hat comfortably. I don't know how the fuck Tim Pool does it. I mean, like, I guess he's just that concerned with being bald. I kind of just want a hat on and feel better, but it's not comfortable. I mean, like, everybody knows he's bald. Like, just be bald. Oh my God. I'm so happy to be back on X. Follow me on X, guys. I'm not getting the same likes and views that I used to get because I was banned for 7 days. I need you guys to follow me on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. I missed the boat, pun intended, on everyone being mad about H-1B visas. I don't understand. I'm having a hard time understanding it, other than just being like, oh, I guess many in the MAGA crowd are just hate brown people. Like, I don't get it. Do I have a video talking through argumentation ethics? I have a ton, but I don't have like a standalone video that like just goes through the process. I don't know that. I think Liquid Zulu has one, doesn't he? And Liquid Zulu and I agree like 99% of the way. The only difference that we have, Liquid Zulu and I have, is that he believes that it bridges the is-ought gap, and I don't. Right? Like, I don't think it actually bridges the is-ought gap. I think it just kind of, because I think that's like a definition through negation. He disagrees, and I think it's probably some objectivist portion of it that I don't understand. Maybe I need to talk with him more. But like, other than that, like, I mean, argumentation ethics just is, and he's pretty good at explaining shit like that. I'm pretty sure he has a video on it. It's a little bit older, where he like followed up to like Ian or whatever. Arguably ethical, Hans Hermann Hoppe. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think that you can claim. Well, I mean, like, there's the original argumentation ethics, and then there's the primer. Like, he's talked about it a bunch. Hoppe has as well. But I think Hoppe has a hard time communicating to normal people. He's a great author if you like, if you're like us. But like, if you're a normal person trying to learn argumentation ethics, like, it's not reading Hoppe is like not the way to learn AE. Probably so like Thursday we're probably going to listen to Stefan Kinsella go over a video that he did regarding like self-ownership and discussing that, because that was something that was brought up about, like, there's a lot of people talking about this concept of like, you don't own yourself, and like people were like, where were you getting that from? And I was like, from Stefan Kinsella, when I interviewed him and he personally disabused me of this bad idea. And they were like, okay, but like, is there a source for this in his writings and stuff? And he did a video presentation on it. So we'll probably do that. And then there will probably be a section, like, argumentation ethics is going to come up in that conversation a bunch. So if you want to have a better understanding of argumentation ethics and like actually going through it and like dispensing with what we do and don't need from like the original argumentation ethics in 86 that Hoppe created, then like tune in Thursday. We're going to do a libertarian nerd night for sure and go through Kinsella kind of cleaning up aspects of AE and cleaning up, the grounding and the axioms of the non-aggression principle. What Hoppe book do I need to read to understand it? I haven't read Hoppe. I've read Friedman, Hayek, and Smith's work, but listening to you is making me more interested in Hoppe. It depends, right? Normally, I would tell most people to start with Democracy, the God That Failed, because it's interesting. Or I would tell them to start with A Brief History of Man, or A Short History of Man. I can't remember the exact title right now. Because I think if you want to understand Hoppe's worldview, that's the best place to start. And it's an easy and fun read to look at the history of human history from an anarcho-capitalist perspective. If you're trying to understand Hoppe, there are other authors that have done similar things, right? But if you're trying to understand Hoppe and his worldview, that's a great place to start. But the kind of the magnum opus, let me find, I want to get the exact title right. Right? So let me find the link. This is, oh my God, I'll just give you the Amazon link. Nope, I'm giving you the Mises Institute link. There we go. But if you're really trying to get both the economic perspective and the theory perspective, right? You're not going to get a lot of argumentation ethics and stuff out of this. But this is Theory of Socialism and Capitalism by Hans Hermann Hoppe, right? Like that is his prominent work, especially when it comes to economics. The woke agenda won't even let your kids read Hoppe in elementary school. Dog. Oh, that's funny. My sister will be graduating high school here soon. And I turned her into a libertarian for the most part. She's a really fucking libertarian now. So, you can do it. You can do it too, guys. Assuming the person you're talking about is high IQ. It takes a lot to get a dumb person into libertarianism. Like real libertarianism, I mean, not like, oh, the LP, guns, God, and ganja. What do you mean, how libertarian? So she had a school project where she had to come up with a political party, like a new political party that doesn't exist. And then, and so she called me to just get my final thoughts on it. And her new political party was, it's called like Red Libertarianism or something like that. I can't remember the exact name of it. But it was to fight against Republicans and the Libertarian Party, where you would use tax dollars, government subsidies, and government grants to pay corporations to replace 3-letter agencies on a short-term, like 5-year contract that would then be void after the business was in the market for 5 years. So, for example, instead of just saying we're going to abolish the FDA, her party that she created is like, we're going to give government subsidies and tax dollars to companies that want to replace the FDA and engage in, food inspection, drug inspection, telling doctors what medication they should and shouldn't take, advising in that degree, and meeting our standards. And then after 5 years, the money goes away, the contract goes away, but your business remains. And then after we have sufficient, competition in the market, then we'll just abolish the FDA and no one will notice. So like that was her idea based off of like libertarian thinking. So she's pretty good. She's pretty good for a girl that's going to college next year. Well, yeah, Conaquin, I mean, like, you didn't have a fucking libertarian streamer for an older brother. You know what I mean? Like, of course, like, when you have to find it yourself, it's a lot more work, right? Like, she's been through a lot, though. She's a good girl. I love my sister. I'm terrified of her turning 18, though. Like, she's relatively safe as a minor. The moment she's an adult, I know fucking pieces of shit are going to come out the woodwork. Binks, why were you not already following me on X? Is it because it's my second account? That makes sense now that I think about it. My old account still had like 700 more followers than my current one. Before it got perma-nuked. Does she know about your channel? Yeah, she knows about my channel. She doesn't really watch me, though. Like, it's not her kind of content. I mean, like, let's be honest. My content is mostly made for men in their 20s and 30s. I'm not following you? Dude, I must have unfollowed you. Like, hold on. Yes, I am, you asshole. I just checked. Fucking tried to debate me. I was like, there's no way I'm not following Binks. Binks is hilarious when he pops up in my timeline. Love the Technofi. It's just Pretzel Rock's fucking chill EDM. It's just a station to have on in the background while we're chit-chatting and bullshitting before the show really gets started. Well, I've literally told people that you're fucking up if you're not following Binks. Okay, guys, follow me on X, but also follow at, hold on, let me find it real quick. Why am I looking here when I can look on this computer and then just like copy and paste it? Dude, Binks is hilarious. He's not a libertarian. Don't follow him because he's a libertarian. Follow him because he's fucking funny. And he always has been. And he's one of the most underappreciated people that I ever saw in the Twitch space. Granted, I don't like follow Twitch anymore, so I don't know who is and who isn't there, but he's always been hilarious. I don't know. Maybe people are just too dumb or something and they don't get it. I don't know. I don't know why you're not more well known. Only you and Khan show me love. I'm sorry, brother. Like, more people need to give you love because you're like whenever I see a Binks tweet, like, I'm just gonna go through your Twitter real quick. That's what's gonna happen. Time to be embarrassed. I don't even know what's here, but I know it's gonna be fucking funny. I'm just gonna go through real quick. We're just gonna go through. First post. Starting to think this whole Squid Game show is trying to do a metaphor for capitalism. Like this one. Americans haven't innovated since Yellow Card. Put a violinist in their pop punk band. Life of Pi was beautiful because it taught me Indians are just a metaphor or something. Can I request Captain Jack to play at my funeral? A lot of people went mask off in 2024, but it's okay. I'm a Christian. I will forgive you for thinking Kendrick is a better artist than Drake. Like, dude, every tweet he puts out is fucking hilarious. And it's like 14 views, 1 like, 15 views, 1 like, 37 views, 2 likes, 1 comment. Like, dude, he does not get the respect that he deserves. Scott, what happened to the gaming stream? So apparently Marvel Rivals has an issue with like memory leak or whatever, and I used up all 10 gigs of like the available memory, and so the game crashed, and when it crashed my OBS. And I was able to quickly fix it, or like fix the crash, but the problem is that YouTube, because of the OBS crash, it didn't even attempt to like wait for me to reconnect. It just closed the stream, and OBS was like, would you like to create a new stream? So like I would have had to have like created an entirely new stream and then tried to funnel you guys over to that stream from the old stream, and then like get people in Discord, etc. And we were already at like 15 viewers because it's not my regular content, and because it's, it was like, the weekend in between Christmas and New Year's. So like I would have like come back and had like 5 people in the stream, and I was just like, yo, fuck this, I'm gonna get this figured out and fix this memory leak issue, which I think I fixed, but I don't know if I did until I stream it again. And so yeah, but it's wild that YouTube won't let me just restart the stream. How would you imagine an ANCAP movie story, whatevs? What do you mean by an ANCAP movie story, whatever? You know what I mean? Like, I'm confused by what you mean by that. Like a story about an ANCAP society? I like, that would be pretty boring, I think, right? because the goal is to have a reduction in conflict, and good stories are built on conflict, and so you'd have to make it dystopian in some nature in order to get readers in, which would kind of defeat the purpose of writing a narrative that's meant to extol the virtues of anarcho-capitalism. And so if I just wrote it like in a boring way, it was like, and then nothing happened because this society was not conflict inducing. There was some bad corporate people, but they were quickly taken care of. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that I want that. So what exactly is the topic? So the topic is revolving around whether or not we should be it's kind of complicated topic, to be honest with you. But basically, there's a sheriff in Mississippi that's been going after women for their babies or them testing positive on drugs. Okay? And it's like, well, obviously we don't want women doing heroin and having babies. That's harming the baby. We have to debate that. But like the problem also is that, like, you know, several people have reported that like there are dozens of women where like the meconium was tested and it was positive for like fentanyl and benzodiazepine, but that was what they gave them in the hospital. So like CPS is like getting involved with day one mothers and like doing hardcore investigations and going into their homes and like making them take like, you know, drug tests every other day, like when they're like a brand new mom, to like prove that they're not drug addicts because the hospital gave them the drugs that they tested positive for. And like now that like the law is getting involved in these cases, it's like it's just a complete shit show. So kind of no matter what side of the aisle you're on, the current status quo of what's occurring is just fucked. Even if you can be a libertarian, an ANCAP, a far lefty, a far righty, nobody wants the process to be happening the way the process is happening, which is social workers that know nothing about drugs or drug tests at hospitals reporting women for like testing positive for the very drugs they were given in the hospital. And so like the whole thing is a shit show and we got to talk about it, I guess. It's not the same thing as like, is abortion good or is abortion bad, right? Like it's a complicated topic that I think a lot of people are going to have a lot of different ideas on. Can you do a video reaction to that one YouTube video that's called Anarcho-Capitalism, the movie? Well, let me see how long it is, because like I got to go into this debate here soon. Oh, it's 7 minutes. I'm still not going to get through because I got to leave here technically you're supposed to be like 15 minutes early, but I don't show up until like fucking 5 minutes before. But even then, that would give me 15 minutes to get through 7 minutes. And you know me, it's not going to happen. But I will, I'm saving it to my watch later. And then maybe like during the intro or whatever to Thursday, when we're doing Libertarian Nerd Night, I'll go over that in the beginning. So like expect me, if you remind me, I might forget, but if I remember, we'll go over that in the beginning of Thursday's show, where we're going to be reacting to like Kinsella's speech and talking about argumentation ethics and like first user principle and the concept of like self-ownership and why Kinsella and I both think it's bad. Sorry, I had to rewind because my phone died, to be honest. I'm more interested in the philosophy behind it. Friedman is all practicality, economics, almost no philosophy. I wrestle in a theory of capitalism, a theory of socialism and capitalism is a mixture of econ and philosophy. It's not like reading Friedman, right? Like, I mean, like a theory of socialism and capitalism by Hans Hermann Hoppe, like he goes into detail about like why empirics is not philosophically grounded from an economic perspective. So you're going to get both the econ portion and the philosophy kind of tied together. And when he says socialism, he's not talking about socialism like lefty economic policies. He's talking about the philosophy of socialism and like the philosophy of like anarcho-capitalism. So like a theory of socialism and capitalism is equal parts both and a great read if you're trying to read like a magnum opus. But it is 1988, You have to understand his first appearance of argumentation ethics is in 86, right? So like it's not his AE isn't quite thought out and fleshed out. Nevertheless, Rothbard still called it genius and said that like the non-aggression principle was no longer an axiom because of argumentation ethics. He was a big supporter of AE, at least in its first rendition. But like that was like first user, and there was a bunch of unnecessary clog that is like still true, but makes it like verbose and too much. As someone who works in the criminal justice system, I can tell you that 40% of the men I work with have some type of cognitive disorder resulting from drug, alcohol abuse by mother while pregnant. I'm not going to agree because that percentage is a really unknowable stat. But know that I basically agree with you. From the psych side of it, I've studied a lot of it. And I've looked at research and I've seen the way research is conducted. And there are a lot of like, ooh, don't touch that there. Right? Like there are a lot of things that like you will never get a grant for and you'll never be able to study effectively. IQ is slowly becoming one of those, but we had a lot of good IQ research in the 90s. Intelligence research, G factor, you have to be very careful. Most of those jobs have now gone to like social psychologists that are mainly looking at like emotions and in the brain and things like that. And so like not being able to correlate, good functional magnetic resonance imaging research into like the field of IQ and things like that is problematic because of like the demographic data. But another one is drug usage in utero and its effects. Another one is like another like really taboo thing that needs to be studied that no one will talk about is like drugs and antipsychotics and selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors and lithium and things like that in the water supply, especially like birth control and the effects of birth control on hormones in women and the effects of birth control in the development of the child. These are areas of research where it's almost impossible to get grants and get approval and keep in academia and do those types of research. So it's like I can't prove with any doubt that like I can't say no, you're fucking wrong. And from what I've read, that wouldn't shock or surprise me, but we just don't have good data. Well, the problem, as always, Abu, is like there's corollaries with all of this shit, right? So is it the drug usage, or is it people that do drugs engage in high risk behavior, and people that do drugs tend to be lower socioeconomic status, and these two things combined, high risk behavior or not risk averse, right? If you want the technical term, low risk aversion, or high, right? And low socioeconomic status, eat ultra processed food. So is it the drugs in utero, or is it the microplastics and the fucking other things that we get in a high processed diet, right? It's hard to tell like which of these is which. Is it the birth control? Is it the unfiltered drinking water with all these other things in it? Is it the drugs in utero? Is it the stress, right? Adverse childhood effects, ACEs, right? Is it like living in poverty and the stress that has an epigenetic effect on people? Or is it the food that we're eating, right? Like all of these things are going to be correlated with that. And you can't lock humans in a laboratory for 50 years and then see what happens, right? Like that's super unethical. So you have to do like self-report surveys about 20-year-old history and then just try and find out the commonalities, and they don't always match up. They don't always make sense. That's why psychology is a soft science. And so, and even neuropsychology to a degree is a soft science, though it's, you can see the effect, but finding the cause is going to be really, really, really difficult, right? Like neuroscience, neuropsychology is really good at finding the effects and what the effects look like in an fMRI, but that doesn't mean that they're very good at finding the cause. best birth control is abstinence, is what I was always told. My great grandma, God bless her, if there is a God, super racist against Asians, super open and accepting of blacks and like Latinos and the LGBT people. Right? Like she remembers World War II and it had like a vivid effect on her, and she's like, those are godless people and their culture's crazy, and I remember fucking Pearl Harbor, and you're not gonna fucking tell me that those are good people. I don't like them. Right? Like she was just super racist against Asians, but like loved black people, loved all these other people, because she said she remembers when the war ended and black people and white people were hugging and kissing each other and celebrating that World War II had ended. And then like all the bad shit returned like 2 weeks later, and she was like, why can't we remember that, like, when it was important, we recognized that we were all Americans and that we were all happy, except for those fucking Japs. And I'm like, Grandma, she's kind of based, but also not. But she used to tell me all the time that the best birth control for a woman is to take a Tylenol and then make sure she holds it between her knees. That was like her thing. Put a Tylenol, hold it between your knees. You're not getting pregnant if you keep the Tylenol between your knees. Grandma's sicko mode? Yeah, dude, she was crazy. Usually the other way around. Yeah. Usually people don't care about Asians, and they're like, oh, these blacks. But like, not her, man. Facts, bro. Grandma based as fuck. Dude, grandma was kind of wild. Your grandma was like Harvard. So, hey, Stacy. Appreciate you playing with me the other day when the game crashed and went crazy. And like crashed my whole like computer and shit. Stacy Pastry plays a mean Jeff on Marvel Rivals. Well, my great grandma, she's my great grandma. She's dead now. She vividly remembers World War II, okay? Like, do not believe these fucking, like, 80-year-old came out of nowhere Holocaust survivors in Germany, all right? Like, the people who remember World War II vividly are overwhelmingly dead. Like, there's very few of them left. Yeah, she was super cool. My grandma was crazy, man. She was, I mean, I love her, and like, she was just very different. So, like, she was very big on grammar. Like, I would, like, I used to have a bad habit of being like, where's such and such at? And she'd be like, behind the at. She'd get real mad at me, chain smoking and drinking. She was an undercover cop because she was one of the first few, like, female detectives in the state of Virginia. So she busted up, like, gambling rings and busted up, like, gambling rings and, like, moonshiners and stuff, by like pretending to be like a moonshiner's wife, like a drunkard's wife, and they never thought that she was a detective or a cop because she was a female. They just didn't think about it. She once beat up 4 Hell's Angels and tied them all to a Piggly Wiggly shopping cart. Had them handcuffed to the Piggly Wiggly shopping cart. She was a punk rocker. She got me over my fear of masks from Halloween when I was like a little kid. One time I was eating with him improperly, like not like shoveling food in my mouth and like putting my face by the plate. So she put my fucking food for a week on the floor and told me if I was gonna eat like a dog, then I was might as well go ahead and eat on the floor. Put my food on the floor for a week, and then I never fucking shoveled food over my plate again. I fucking sit up and I bring the spoon and fork to my mouth, and like I properly cross my my spoon and my fork over my knife in an X pattern when the waiter, is coming to get my food. I didn't play with you. Was it not Stacy Pastry? Was it someone else? I thought it was Stacy Pastry. Who was it then that was playing with me? It was another female from the stream. And there's not a lot of you. But yeah, no, I'm sorry, Stacy. Must have been somebody else. I don't know. I have to go back through the stream. What else? My great grandma was cool. Yeah. Oh, one time I brought over a friend of mine. It's the internet. No, I mean like I heard them in voice chat. They were clearly female, I mean, unless they're really good at voice training or using some AI to be female, which I don't know why, because you're not going to catch me slipping. I don't care. Oh God, one time I brought over my friend. I'm not going to say her name, obviously. But we were just friends, right? Like she was a hardcore Christian. We were good friends in high school. It was like one of the only relationships I had that was like a genuine friendship. Now granted, I might have dated her or something. But she was a little bit overweight, but not like severely overweight at all. I mean, she was a little bit thicker, but she had like gynomastia or whatever, like the insanely large overdeveloped breasts that she had to get breast reduction surgery on. And so I showed up because I wanted to meet my great grandma because we were really good friends. And then we walked in the door, and the first thing she does is she looks at her and she looks at me and she goes, "Wow, didn't know you were a chubby chaser." And I was like, and then she like cried and like ran off. And I was like, "That's literally just my friend, Grandma. What the fuck?" So she was a mean lady. But she was based in a lot of ways too. I don't know how to explain it. She was equal parts awesome and equal parts horrible, but I love her. Ew, Diablo. Ew. I've been playing PoE too. It's been a lot of fun, but there are some issues with the game. It's early access though. I'm not that mad about it. It almost bricked Mark's computer. He had to reinstall Windows, and then it started working fine. Am I still friends with that girl? No. She went off. She got married. She's like I said, she's super, super Christian, so our relationship wasn't meant to last. Also, I did a lot of bad things as a young man. Like I'm a fairly good person now, but like 19-year-old me was a problem. Hung out with a lot of bad people, did a lot of drugs. I mean, I never like stole from anybody, but like I definitely sold drugs from time to time, or at the very least was like a middleman for people. You know what I mean? Like I've done shit that like a good Christian girl wouldn't have been around for. If she reached out, I'd like talk to her, but I'm not gonna like reach out to her. She's like married and shit. You know what I mean? It's like, no. But any other questions? If you have any other questions or anything, get them out now. Otherwise, the only way that I'm going to answer your questions during the debate is if you super chat me. If you spend money, I'll answer your question. I'll pause what I'm doing and get to your question when I get a moment to speak. But yeah, like if you have any other questions or anything, get them out now because I gotta go here in like 2 minutes, 1 minute now. Don't be gay. What happened? The final night of yelling at people of 2024 anyways. Mark's serial killer episodes was the best thing on Twitch. Dude, I did love it. It got horrible views, but I loved them. The only one I didn't like, what's my favorite color? Black. If you want a real color, I used to say green, but I think that's just something I convinced myself of as a kid because I heard geniuses liked green. I don't really have a favorite color other than black. I like black. I like black and white things. I like black and white photography. I like shades of gray or like bluish gray, like furniture and stuff. I genuinely do. Now, I get hot pink items for things that I don't want to lose. Okay, so my second favorite color is hot pink, and it's because I'm ADHD and I'll lose my fucking cell phone or lose my fucking headphones or something unless they're hot pink. So my second favorite color is hot pink because of the functional purpose that everything else in my house is black or gray. And because of that, that means that I won't lose shit if it's hot pink. All right? Just a pro tip for all you ADHD people. All right, but like I said, if you want me to answer you or anything, just throw a super chat in. Like $2, you can get a quick question in. $5, you can get a long enough question. If you want to give me more than $5, be my guest. But if you need more than $5, like your question's probably too long, you should clean it up. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna hop into this debate, so give me just a second to switch things over like that. You sent that info? I don't know what that info is, but okay. What was I missing? I talk to so many people and do so many things that I like often forget who I'm supposed to be. Oh, here's a waiting room. I'm almost always the only one here. All right. And then let me go back to the Discord. There we go. Debate with yourself? I mean, dude, what do you think a shower is, my guy? I'm debating with do you not understand just how ADHD I actually am? Like I am debating with myself constantly. I am a crazy person. Like if you were to just like hang out with me, but like be invisible and I didn't know you were there, you'd be like, this guy is psycho. Like I am constantly having full-blown conversations with myself. Like the homeless person on the side of the road next to an abandoned payphone, right? That's just like, hello, Abraham Lincoln. Like that is me. The other day, I had a whole conversation in the car with myself to like, what would I say to Benjamin Franklin if like he just popped up right now? Like how would I explain computers and like America and like social media and cars to like someone from that time? Like I was like where would you start? Where would be the right place to start? Like you'd kind of just have to like, because like everything he'd be like, what is this? And I'd explain it and he'd be like, what's that? And I'm like, fuck, now I got to explain that. And he'd be like, what's that? And eventually I'm just going to get down to like that senator from a couple years back that was like, the internet is a series of tubes. Like, you know what I mean? Like it'd be so difficult. Do you believe free will will actually exist? I believe free will exists right now. Or is it just mechanisms in our brain that was created in order for us to be more cohesive? Like you didn't choose when or who you were born to, right? So, I mean, like there's Daniel Dennett has a good explanation of it that I think is probably easier to understand than objectivism. But I think the objectivists are just correct. Like free will does exist. And free will does exist because you can see that free will exists, and the reason that you can see that free will exists is not like I will get back to this answer and give it a more appropriate response later, right? But where I can like do the deductive argument from the objectivist perspective. But if you want a much simpler argument, Daniel Dennett's philosophy of soft determinism is kind of like a good way of like easily thinking about it, which is simply that like, yes, obviously you have the capacity to choose, but your life, your environmental circumstances, who you are, your emotions, all these things, they play an effect on what choices are available to you and what you're more likely to choose. But like choice does exist because reality can only be seen through reason. And so to say that reason doesn't exist is to be incapable of seeing reality. There's a much better argumentation for it, and I'll give you the let me write it down, deductive logic of it. But there is a better deductive argument, but it's just like not my forte. And I'd have to like go over it again, or I'm gonna fuck it up trying to remember it like piece by piece on stream. Actually, you could probably just ask fucking ChatGPT or fucking Grok if you pay for either one of them. And it'll probably just give you and just say, what is the objectivist one? And it'll probably give it out to you, to be honest with you. For free will. I wrote it down though. Yeah, of course, you can't will yourself into choices that you're not aware of, or also to choices that you don't have, right? Like, there's no free will to grow wings and sprout them and fly from the Empire State Building.
Good evening.
Right, that doesn't mean you lack free will. It just means you lack that capacity.
Happy New Year's Eve, I suppose.
True.
I mean, you know, we'll get there. We'll get into New Year's Eve, I'm sure.
That's true. Good point.
At least as far as
Tomorrow,
us,
we hope.
Eastern Seaboard.
Absolutely.
Indeed. Okay. Yeah. Well, I hope you all are
Benjamin Franklin turned away from slavery in the end.
For afternoon, if you're.
Benjamin Franklin saw children being educated at a school and turned away from the inferiority of blacks because he realized that blacks could be educated in the same way that whites could. Like he thought the blacks were inferior until he
as usual when it comes to small talk, you know, we could talk about the weather where it's literally raining in the middle of winter here in like Quebec, which is like unheard of, or like never in my lifetime.
I love when that happens because then I go up to people like when it's nice and warm day in winter. I love going up to people and being like, "Thank God for global warming," and then walking away because no matter who they are, they get mad, right? Like if they're like a global warming, climate change denier, they'll be like, "Fucking that shit's not real." Blah, blah, blah. And if they're like a lefty, they'll be like, "Did he just think global warming? Like, what the fuck, dude?" Right? Like people are dying. Like it never fails to piss off everyone, no matter what your opinion is on it. But it's a very positive statement that like they have a hard time starting an argument with you over in public. And I just love watching people. We do a little trolling in real life, you know. Like I just love watching them squirm.
Nothing wrong with a little, you know, respectable, low-key trolling. But, like, at least to me, never in my lifetime have I ever had to break out my umbrella in the dead middle of winter. Like, ever.
You know what? I'm just glad there's going to be cold
anomaly. Who knows, but...
I'm from Virginia, right? And the thing about Virginia is we have the Appalachian Mountain Range on one side of our state, and then we have the Gulf Stream on the other side of our state. And so because of this, like... the whole concept of like changing temperatures is just like a foreign concept to us because like tomorrow, like today, for example, it's what is it right now? It's 48 degrees Celsius. Like 3 days ago, it was like not Celsius. Sorry. Fahrenheit. Well, no, I said
Fahrenheit.
Celsius because. Sorry, I said Celsius because I was talking to a Canadian and my brain was thinking Fahrenheit, not Celsius, and I just ended up spurting it out. Freudian slip. But like a couple days ago, it was like in the 20s. And like that just happens every couple days. We get a warm front follow the Gulf Stream up, and then we get a cold front that like hugs the mountains down, and it just happens constantly. So it's like it's so weird that it's this, and it's just like, dude, what are you talking about? You're in Virginia. Flip a fucking coin. That's the weather.
Yeah, no, I'm like the up until like the past 2 years, my mentality has been like pretty much just like whatever. It's going to be freezing cold for the next like 6 months. That's usually how it is up until the past few years. But now it's just like crazy shifts, okay, which could just be a coincidence. Who knows? But it's like, yeah, breaking out my umbrella and like literally like spring-like temperatures in the middle of winter is like unheard of.
All right, Katya. Why have you not moved those boxes? It's been like a month. Like people in my stream are wondering, like why do you still have boxes behind you? What's wrong? Get it together. What's happening?
So you can yell at my husband for that. That's his crap.
Isn't that your job? I'm just kidding.
Right. Don't you know a woman's duty is to unpack boxes?
Also, the last 2 weeks, oh my gosh, I've been so ill. I had COVID, and then I felt better. Then I was on vacation for like 2 days after I got better, and it was Christmas, and now I'm sick again.
I'm kind of feeling like shit too, so.
I'm sorry.
I had COVID for the first time last Christmas, and it was the worst. Not because the COVID was that bad, because it was like, you know, it's like after Omicron came out, like and started dominating, like COVID was pretty chill unless you're like a super old person, right? Or like very, very, very unhealthy. And yeah, but my water, like the water pipes in my apartment building froze, and they were like, "Yeah, we can't fix that for, you know, a couple days." So like we just had no hot water, and we had like limited cold water while I had COVID over the Christmas holidays and couldn't go anywhere. It sucked.
That's terrible.
Well, it actually wasn't that bad because then I fell in love with cold showers again.
Lactoid,
Could never
became a
be
habit
me.
after that.
you doing okay?
I mean, I'm getting sick, but otherwise I'll be. I'll live. I've gotten sick before. I got COVID twice in the same year that I got the first shot that I had a reaction to. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, friend.
I've had COVID 6 times, maybe 7.
That
You
is,
impure,
I have
you
not.
impure, dirty blood fucker.
That's
All right?
a lot. I've had it.
You don't
twice.
got, you don't got
want to
no.
get that checked out.
Yeah, I have an immune issue.
Okay,
Well, that makes
explains
sense.
Yeah, but usually it's like nothing.
Cave in
But this
and
time it
jab,
was shit.
you fake libertarian. Would you want to like
No,
keep your job or some shit? You fucking
Oh.
disgusting piece of shit.
6 times.
Mm-hmm. Well, the first like while of it was because I was like, when COVID was spreading the fastest, I was living with people who legit did not think COVID was real at all. Like, didn't think it was a disease you could get. Like, it was like just,
Who thought that?
Those people existed. I don't know if it's a lot of people,
sure.
but
Yeah,
they were.
I'm sure a couple of retards on Twitter existed like always, but like who's out
actually
here
took
like
me a while to
COVID?
right?
COVID that doesn't exist.
This was in the time that I got COVID a bunch of times because this is 2021-ish, and these are individuals who don't like go outside too much and also go on 4chan too much.
Okay, but like, are they people that you knew? Like, what are you talking about?
Twitter people.
They are relatives of
Roommates.
mine, and I'm trying to be respectful.
You said they were your roommates, though, right? Or whoever they were.
No, I was living with them, but they were relatives of mine.
Yeah. So they were those people.
That's unfortunate.
So what did they think was going on? Did they think you had the flu? Did they think you were faking it because you were like
They
an
just
evil
thought.
liberal?
I mean, they kept getting it too, but they're just like, "Oh my gosh, it's just the flu. There's nothing else. Like, it's fine." Even after one of said relatives ended up in the ICU for like 10 days because of it. Afterwards, he's still like, "It's just the flu. Whatever." It's like, what? Okay.
What a giga chad, bro. 10 days in the hospital. And he's
That's
like,
a very
"Yeah,
male thing to do.
it's just a little flu.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Oh, what is that on your arm? Just a little cancer.
What do you mean I'm
always
more
nominated.
sick than
They're
than
always
you
nominated.
normally see people? It's called the man flu.
But yeah, so that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But and hopefully you'll get over this, and be okay. It's good that you.
I'll
have you
die
had any-
actually.
Have you had any long COVID?
Nothing more than the chronic shit I already have actually. So any of the long-term stuff has been stuff that existed in my physical symptoms before COVID. So I've been
I had
lucky.
a friend who got COVID the one time. I know they never got it again, but at least the one time near the start, and it really fucked them up in terms of their memory. Their ability to process and the ability to hold information. That was damaged. It was really unfortunate. It derailed their career.
Oh, no.
Really derailed their career. It's really unfortunate.
I know a couple people that have been diagnosed with something that's derailed their careers, and it's called leftism.
If only that
I
were
thought
true,
you
buddy.
were.
If only that
I
were
thought you were
true.
Admiral Libs. What
Yeah,
happened to
that's just-
Admiral
yeah.
Libs?
I couldn't keep up the grift for for too long. If my soul starts hurting as I do it, some of us. I don't have many principles, but
Hey,
one of them is not being a bitch.
Okay, fair.
Are we missing anybody?
Sorry, what?
I was just wondering. If
Oh
we
yeah,
had
yeah,
anybody.
we are. Yeah, we're missing a few people here. Well, actually, no, we're missing just one person. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, we're missing just one person right now. Hopefully they'll be here soon. But while we're waiting, and I mean we're in the free topic any which way, I just wanted to Doobie, are you there?
He's here in
Okay,
spirit.
I guess not.
Christmas spirit.
Fucking doobs.
Okay. I was gonna wait till he was on. Because I just wanted to ask him something. All right, well that throws everything off. Back to whatever you guys want to talk about.
What do you
I
mean?
don't have
Us
COVID.
dancing around COVID on YouTube? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Nah, I don't give a fuck about that. I don't make any money on fucking YouTube.
But keep those super chats coming.
COVID, 9/11. What else?
Keywords.
Israel, Palestine.
Israel.
Jews in general. What else? Like, I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Prime, I'm curious. What is your take on Israel Palestine?
Oh no.
Oh God. Oh fuck, dude.
I don't think you've been very open with that. In the past.
I try to keep my political beliefs close to my chest.
Oh, true.
Yeah. You know, because these things are divisive, and no one likes divisiveness.
No, of course not.
And the
not here.
call. And the call.
Yeah, okay. So not what I was going to say. I guess I'll stall. Hopefully Bill will get here soon because I wanted to ask him something. What are you guys watching on TV?
I'm rewatching Lost, to be honest.
Well, you're gonna be able to tell what I've been
I'm sorry,
watching.
I don't watch TV, like television either, right? I watch like videos and YouTube and things from the internet, like and streaming services. But yeah.
And I started watching Westworld. That's about it.
Really?
I've been rewatching
Westworld
House
season-
MD again.
Westworld
watching
season
what?
1 is really good.
House MD.
Yeah, I have too. That's weird. That's a weird coincidence.
And we're both getting sick. Wow. Hi, Lactoid.
Yeah.
They're waiting for
The
House to
connections are
them.
clear.
Please,
That's it.
House.
That's that YouTube algorithm probably fed you both a bunch of fucking clips, and you were like, "This was a good show."
Well, it was. Rewatching it though, it's like the plot line's pretty
All the
predictable
same.
at this point. Yeah, it's like, oh my god,
of
this person's sick. I think it's this. Turns out to not be that. Seizure. Now it's this. Turns out to not be that. Another seizure.
So I have a
this is
question
what it
for
is.
you, Lactoid. I have a question for you regarding that.
I'm here, by
because
the way, Prime.
I'm curious, like as a lawyer, right? Because one of the things that used to be like a fun game we did in the Army as like medics is like we'd get shit-faced drunk watching like medical shows, and just like the first time someone like could point out something that's just completely untrue, everyone else would drink, right? And so we would just get trashed watching like ER or like just any medical show randomly, or like Scrubs or like fucking House MD or something. It's like, nope, that's not true. That's not how that happens. Like, have you ever done that with like other lawyers, like hanging out watching Law and Order or something? Like,
Not really. It's not. We don't like to watch. At least among lawyers that I've hung out with, we don't like to watch legal shows. We do get trashed though. That's a common occurrence.
Yeah, the lawyers do.
And some of them on the internet use cocaine, but not me. Okay, just to be very clear.
you know.
Oh yeah,
Walk into the
somebody.
courtroom.
Is it no? But to Scott's point, like, do you guys not like watching legal shows because you know the inaccuracies and it's frustrating?
Yeah, a lot, and maybe this different, like for medics, whatever. But like the doctors I've spoken with, they don't like to watch medical shows for kind of that same reason. Where at least for me, when I watch legal shows, like it bothers me because it feels like my job. It's like it's very similar to me where like I set my alarm noise to House of the Rising Sun by the Animals
My
for
God.
like three months, and I took it. I stopped that because I realized it was ruining the song for me. Every time they would go, like I would hear it, I'd panic because I'm like, the fuck, oh my god, like I have to wake. And it's sort of the same thing when it comes to legal shows, where it's like, oh, like all the buzzwords of all the shit that I have to get done tomorrow. I don't want to think about that right now. I'm not going to watch the show.
So
Yeah.
I feel felt something similar. I'm not sure if it ever stopped me from. Well, in any case, I felt something similar because, like, working in IT, right? Like, IT is now used in shows as like the plot hole filler, right? Like rather than like step, right? So we got like a the protagonists are a group of thieves, right? And they got to get into like the warehouse, whatever, right? To get the stuff. But like how do I do that? Well, rather than like think of a clever way of making all this happen, we'll have their hacker friend back at the base, right? Do this, and then it's open. like it's crazy.
I'm in.
And it It drives me up the wall. There was an NCIS. NCIS seems to be a terrible show. I won't watch it. Right, what I've seen of it seems awful. Right, like specifically the hacker girl there. Holy shit! I don't understand what they're trying to do. Was it supposed to be satirical? I didn't know, but it seemed like the show was taking her seriously. Right, there was literally one time where they were hacking. Right, they were doing some hacking, and she needed to break some sort of firewall or erect a firewall. I forget. All right, and she's competing with another person. Right, to break down the firewall.
Are you back hacking me?
And then but she has an assistant, so a guy who's also a hacking expert. Right, and so what they do. Seriously, right? They both take one side of a keyboard and start typing at the same time, right? Because now they're hacking
twice as fast. Yes,
Is that real? Are you kidding?
That's how IT works. Yes,
I have to see a clip. I have to see a clip, otherwise I don't believe you legit. I've seen a clip of it where they're like, "Are you back hacking me or whatever?" And it's what the fuck does that mean? Nobody says that ever.
The firewalls, right? The firewalls are a thing that you build by typing really fast, right? That's how you construct a firewall and then tear down a firewall.
And when there's 2 firewalls or 3.
So here's the real. So here's the real question: was Ted Kaczynski ever given films to watch in prison and was like, "That's not how you make a pipe bomb"?
Probably.
They were really strict about media in that particular prison. They still are today.
Wasn't he against TVs?
Is there any particular reason why they'd be against media? Y'all think? I can't think of any.
I mean, it was for being
it was what?
Let
Aurora?
me think about this question legitimately.
He was like an anarcho-primitivist, right? Isn't technology evil for him or something?
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't an anarcho-primitivist fully. You never read his manifesto?
I have not read Uncle Ted's manifesto.
You should read his
Well, he
manifesto.
lived in an
It's really
anti-prim way.
Did you call him Uncle Ted?
I mean, it just.
I called him
I did
Uncle
not
Ted.
call him Uncle Ted.
Why?
I don't know. Connor called him Uncle Ted one time. I thought it was funny.
That's who you should be taking your cues from, He'll teach you how to be a real conservative.
It was a funny meme. Come on. I know you're beefing with him on Twitter.
He'll learn you. He'll learn you. Those are the guys you pick up habits from.
You're beefing up Ted Kaczynski on Twitter?
Me and Ted Kaczynski are definitely beefing up.
Gibbs is beefing with Connor.
Yeah, he's mad because I called out his fucking grift, but whatever. We don't have to go into that.
What are they beefing about?
Well, I called him. I've said he's basically a snake oil salesman. He's been a snake oil salesman from day one. He was never a conservative, and that basically he's always sitting here misrepresented himself in order for net gain, either financially or in order to move people to a point of view, while disguising his views and with conservative language while pushing progressive views. Basically, I made a meme in that thing earlier. I was like, "Oh, you can call me a high T progressive, and I'll just never change any of my views, and I'll just use Democrat language to describe my viewpoints, and y'all can all bless me with my new progressive trappings." You know what I'm saying?
Not until Corey.
Is this what you were referring to earlier when you said that that Connor basically said that he was I don't know if it was when we were talking about people being unwilling to talk about Destiny sharing his wife's sex tapes without consent. Confirmed now, by the way. By Melina, shared without consent. So people being unwilling to talk about that. You mentioned that, some people might not want to, might not want to risk the bag, basically, right? And Connor basically said that that's what he was doing with the whole progressive victory thing. So he was taking the money, selling out his principles, basically. Is that what you were referring to?
I remember back, I think he tacitly admitted it back when we did that one conservative panel. He was like, "Yeah, I'm taking the money." It's I in some regards I understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been real mad ever since that conservative panel that we put together.
Why would you care about that? As long as the person's
I never actually care. I was the only one who defended him taking money. I said that is your most capitalist conservative take, is that you took money. I was like that. I defended that. I've never had a problem with that.
The most conservative thing is that you're a sellout. That's
the most conservative. Yeah, it's because
that's so true.
Hold on. I'll defend this. Because he was willing to do what it took to make a buck in that regard. You could call us out, sure, but I'm saying he never sold out because he never was actually conservative. So the only thing that he can do is, you know what I'm saying? He just pretended to be the whole time in order to make money, which
Well, then it's not a grift.
Hey, listen, it's called snake oil. It's a snake oil. The snake oil salesman. He's a false prophet. He's bad. And if he's that's if he's intelligent enough to know that he's doing it. And if he's not, doesn't realize that he's doing it, well, that's a whole different set of problems.
Hold on.
Gibbs has a bridge to sell you.
And it's gonna burn it after I do it too.
Gibbs, like, why would that have an implication on his ideology, right? Like, it seems like from your perspective, and maybe I'm wrong, right? It seems like from your perspective that like making profit, right, is like a morally neutral thing, right? Like whatever you do to make profit, that's just a thing you do within life, right?
Sell guns to children or children killers.
Like morally neutral might be a moral good, right? That like, hey, I'm making profit, I'm improving myself, right? But that seems to me, from like observing you, simply separate to you from like your larger like ideology, right? Like you can, as long as you're making profit, that's a good thing. But your larger your ideology can be separate from that, right? Like that seems to be the way you operated in the past.
Sure, I'll maybe explain where the confusion is. All right, I will see. This is the thing. I will go in here and I'll say, yeah, you do whatever it takes to make a buck, right? But every time y'all like try to push me on something, what do? I am honest and I bite the bullet, even if it's a nasty bullet, right? You're like, okay, cool, whatever. However, Connor over here is purposely, instead of like doing whatever financial gain, whatever, he's portraying himself as one thing with the hopes to lead people to a different conclusion in order to get them to take an action. It's not just like, oh, I'm just getting money. The money part's not the problem. It's the problem is you're sitting here lying to people about what you are in order to deceive them and get them to do something else.
It's like when I call myself a libertarian instead of a socialist.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Right.
This is the dark side.
It's one word. It's just the difference between capitalism and fraud.
Sure, exactly. Yeah, that's even better than what I was gonna say. Like
if you're taking money for a good or service, and then you're lying about the good or the service, and the other people have like.
What did he lie about?
Is he lying about the good or the service?
He's not. He's not a conservative.
So he's most conservative.
No, wait. I just want to clarify because obviously, I don't know all the details, but from what I understand, like I just view it as like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's like he's staunchly anti-Trump, and so he aligns himself to who he viewed as previously enemies. Like, what did he lie about? What is he misrepresenting?
Sure, I'll give you several examples, right? Let's just use like someone like Jeb Ted. Jeb Ted's adamantly anti-Trump, right? However, I'm not confused about if he's conservative or not. I know he's conservative. All his viewpoints are conservative. When conservative issues come up, he vouches for it. Connor's most conservative issue, I think we can all agree, is probably gun rights. And then even then, he sits there and preaches progressive ideas like, oh, we need red flag laws, we need gun restrictions, we need lists. All these things are like center left at best, and usually even further left and progressive at worst. So that's his most conservative position. And he comes off as like a kind of a manly man or whatever, or not the traditional low T lefty.
Comes off as one? Or?
He's like soy, like he doesn't come off as soy, so he could pass off being the conservative. He's like maybe more right leaning on like in the middle, but he's like center left than all these extreme lefties. So he can play the role. He's never been a conservative, and he's
in a much smaller summary. He's a blue dog Democrat, and he tells everyone that he's a conservative. He's not. He's a blue dog Democrat.
Well, again, correct, but he even brands himself somewhat as a distinct. He calls himself, I think, a Burkean. I think he even says, I don't know, jokingly or not, of like whatever. I think he says like an authoritarian liberal or authoritarian leftist.
When did he start saying that?
He did that.
He only started saying. He only started
he's a
doing
liberal.
That. I don't have a timestamp.
He only started saying that he was like making these memes and joking about like what he means by conservative, and I'm Burkean in the sense that I want society to progress towards what the left wants, but at a slower, more intelligent rate. He only started saying that once he got called out for taking progressive victory money and for pretending to be a conservative. Then he was like, oh, I'm a Burkean conservative. And that's why he screams about the definition of a conservative.
Yeah.
And like spurgs out, and you can't have a conversation
He
with him
literally started doing that on that conservative panel. Yeah, he literally started doing that on the conservative panel. We pressed him, and what's crazy is like, okay, all the people on the conservative panel, like I have like issues with several of them on like several big points, like Rod Noor. We don't agree on a lot of policy, right? Even though we're both conservative. Fabian here, we don't agree on a lot of policy, but he's so conservative. Like we're all like a thing. However, all of us on all these panels all are like, that guy's not a conservative. He's lying. And then when we called him on it, he's come up with these labels like, oh, I'm reasonable. I'm, all this shit. And it's really nefarious because like what you're doing is you're maliciously misrepresenting yourself in order to achieve like a movement instead of being honest about what you want. It's I don't know. I think it's disgusting personally.
I mean, I don't feel as strongly as he does, right? But like, it's. I don't know that it's like 10 steps as nefarious as Gibb is pointing out, right? But,
yeah, you say it's malicious, but all I hear is like he's not he doesn't have as right as positions as you expect. That's about it.
He doesn't have a right position at all.
I think the problem.
Is that easy to see?
I think the problem is less about like us in the know that are like super politically inclined.
That's exactly
and
it.
more about the fact that there's like a Twitch politics, YouTube politics scene, and PrimeCayes knows this as a spirit, as a player of the game, right? That a lot of times when you do big panels with big names, they want a balanced panel that has conservatives and has lefties on it so that the audience can come and see a balance of ideas kind of fought out between two opposing sides, and then they can kind of determine who has the better arguments. But when you have a panel of, let's say, 3 conservatives and 3 liberals, and it turns out one of the quote-unquote conservatives is somebody that's a blue dog Democrat that's fighting against their own team, it's worse than 4 versus 2 because the other person is seen as on their team and is undermining their own arguments because their own ideas, even if those ideas are genuinely their ideas and their philosophy, are ideas that are at best a compromise with the opposition, at worst more closely aligned with the opposition. Then you have 3 other people in the opposition, and then you have 2 different people that have to try and backtrack what one of their supposed members is saying before they can even get out their arguments.
Yeah, it's called having a wolf in the hen house.
Well, my problem with that is then I think that might also be an issue on like how, panels are composed. Like if they're composed just based on the labels people uses, because right, if somebody, let's say, was going to do a panel on guns or whatever, and they went, oh, Katya, you're a leftist, right? And I'm like, yeah. So they put me on the anti-gun side. Oh, they're going to be missing a person real fast, but I'm not lying.
Well,
yeah, I mean, like, it happens to me all the time. It happens to me all the time, right? But I'm very upfront. Like, no, I am an ANCAP, and you better ask me what the prompt is now so I can tell you my opinion. Because you just put me on the right wing side. Depending on it, like, there's gonna, like, if we're talking some econ shit, I'm probably gonna be with all the right wingers. But if we start talking about cops, you're gonna find me saying all cops are bastards real fucking quick and talking shit on the police. And you're gonna be like, what the fuck? I thought you were on the right. Like, well, I am, but in a different way.
Yeah.
So, multiple things. If going back to like the start of that, right? Like, if I, was invited to some sort of forum, that was put on by a conservative group. I'm trying to think of an appropriate one here. Let's say, what's the one that the college tour one, the one
Charlie Kirk's
Toilet Paper USA.
One, yeah.
Sorry,
what did you say?
Turning Points USA. I think.
Yeah. Turning Point USA, right? Let's say they put on a forum on the Israel-Palestine thing, right? And let's say their position. I don't think this is the case, but let's just go with me here, right? That their position is they are against the war, but not because of why I'm against it, right? But like because we don't want to send money over right there, right? And then I go on this panel and I take money for my appearance. Would that be selling out? Because I'm like desperately against turning.
I would say that that's a very different thing. I think the medium is what matters here so much, right? Because like in a lot, like in an Oxford style debate, it's 2 people and they have like, time to get out their opinions. Or in a panel at like on a stage, right? It's a lot of like taking turns and it's more discussion based. But in like the Twitch poll, YouTube politics, blood sports panel scene, it's far more important that the panel has a balance of like people of those perspectives. You know what I mean?
I hear you, but I think for my understanding is, for the progressive victory thing, because you're talking about something differently,
Well,
and I understand what you're
can I
saying.
try to bridge
right?
the gap here?
I agree with at least the concept of what you're saying. Whether it applies to our friend Connor or not, or my friend Connor or not, I'll leave that alone. But I'm saying that I'm just talking about like the concept of taking money from a person on the other side. If I remember this controversy correctly, like Progressive Victory, who I had worked with as well, like put on various streams, right? Like sponsored various streams to talk about being anti-Trump, but also
we can cut this now.
General,
he
right?
admitted multiple times that his goal was to make sure that Trump didn't get elected and that Kamala did.
Yeah.
That was his
So-
goal, right? So, like, even if
Yeah.
he was against Trump for different reasons, supposedly from the right wing side, right? Like the idea that his goal was to get Kamala elected, and then calls himself like a Burkean conservative of slow progress.
Well, it's also
and that's
Who
his
else
new
is going to get
thing.
elected if not Trump or Kamala? Who else is going to be elected?
Okay.
So like, say like Progressive Victory had offered me money for whatever reason, right? What can you imagine the difference in type of what would have happened and how they would have used me potentially as opposed to Connor, right? I would not, even if they gave me money. I don't know why they would, but if they wanted to, I wouldn't change my views. I would still say the same thing. They could maybe use me as, look, this is what the conservatives believe, but I wouldn't start pretending to have their beliefs or keep my beliefs and then
What
push
has he
theirs
changed
secretly.
on?
No, he's never changed. I wouldn't change my stuff and then push their agendas secretly, right? Like he's come on there, he's saying he's a conservative while secretly pushing his agenda and saying, I'm a reformed conservative. I saw the light with Trump. Let me show you all these things. Oh, and then you ask him, I don't know, what's your take on immigration? And it's ultra progressive. You ask him about his guns and it's center left. You ask him about any other position and it's progressive. But then he dresses it up.
You say he hasn't.
But no, but
changed,
the difference is though, if you an actual conservative took the money,
he's always kind of been a lefty.
If an actual conservative took the money from them and did it, they would
obvious?
just keep saying what they want, and maybe they could use him as hey or whatever. His actions show that he's always been a progressive and he's been a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's what I'm saying. They couldn't use the guy as a lolcow because he's over here trying to be deceitful.
I don't think he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. If anything, under this premise, he'd be a wolf that glued a cotton ball to his head. I mean, if he hasn't changed and it's been obvious the whole time, I don't know how he's deceiving people allegedly.
Okay, so would you say it would be dishonest if I started honestly going around and declaring myself as the king of libs and I'm Admiral Libs and you should listen to me? I'm a reasonable liberal that is sitting here and I've seen the light and the party's moved too far to the left and I'm here to save the Dems and bring them back to the core of the society. You would laugh, right?
Out.
Because it's dishonest, right? Because
it's you, and we'd be like, you're joking.
Well, no, but that's what he's doing. But he's doing it for money, and he's trying to pretend that he's not doing that.
Is Latoid a wolf in sheep's clothing? Because some might say
people fucking exist, and this is my
Scott's
problem.
a sheep in wolf clothing, right?
Let's go to Lactoid first, and then we'll get back to it.
Hedgehog.
Hedgehog. Sorry.
Hedgehog and
my comment. I don't know. I'm much less. I've talked about this before. I think that political identities are, it's pretty subjective, right?
Limited utility.
It's limited utility. Somebody can call themselves a conservative, and it's I think that I'm conservative, and then you put them up next to the Overton window, and they're really not. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying. I think that the best criticism. I'm not even sure if it's a criticism. It's just pointing out that it was done for money, which is Progressive Victory is not just let's get Kamala elected. There are organizations out there. Yeah,
their mission statement is specifically designed to turn the Democrats into a radical neo-Marxist party.
It's specifically to get the Dems more left. And so if it was just I'm right wing, but fuck Trump for whatever reason, there's plenty of organizations that would do that, right? But that's not the one that was offering money, right? The one that was offering money was let's get dye our hair, let's fucking do it, right? And that was what he joined. I have no doubt that he probably
I appreciate it, man.
joined Progressive Victory if there wasn't money.
I'm always trying to put up the good work. Thank you so much for the support. I love the support. I appreciate it so much.
I got more. Don't worry.
I mean, I do debate panels every Monday.
So you understand
sometimes
that they were the one offering money to do a thing, right? And money is an enticement, which I feel like your side is very much for in general, right? So it's enticement to work together on a shared goal, which was not electing Trump, right?
But money,
No,
money.
that was-
here-
Not the money. He's being
Hold
stable
on.
himself.
let me
elect to it.
Yeah. Money, I think, indicates the reason why people get suspicious about money because it indicates potential hidden intent. Let me ask you this, Prime.
Sure.
Let's say, like, you know my position on guns, right? And then all of a sudden, I've had an
I hate
evolution. Let's say I've had an evolution, and now I think guns are terrible.
Yeah.
Guns are awful. We got to regulate these shits, okay? It is compatible with libertarianism, okay? There's a liberty argument, blah blah blah. And then you find out that like some anti-gun lobby has been depositing $1,000 in my bank account every week. Would you?
No, I hear you.
Does it lead to the conclusion that I'm being sincere?
Hold on,
Can
but my understanding.
can I just
what
read
you
their
guys
mission
just said
statement?
is that like his positions haven't changed though, right?
So,
At least,
yes,
well,
like-
they said that. So
I'm not as like I don't care
don't even
as
care
much
about
as
them
Admiral
taking
Gibbs,
it,
but I get it. What and it's listen. I think Admiral Gibbs and I both, and interrupt me if I'm wrong, Admiral. I think we both recognize that his positions haven't changed. The issue is that his positions have always been center-left blue dog Democrat positions. And he's always claimed to be a conservative. He's always claimed to be a representative of the right in a space such as Twitch, where it has been very difficult for the right to get a foothold, where it has been like, I remember people like, Dylan Burns when I was doing Hippy Dippy. I know, not the best name to bring up, but nevertheless, right? Like, when I was doing those, Dylan would reach out to me constantly and be like, do you know any fucking like actual conservatives that will be on this panel that have like any audience whatsoever? Like, it was a struggle because the space was swamped with people on the left. And so he sat in a position where his policies were center left, where now we have this money from an organization that's goal is extreme leftism. Its goal is not just, Trump is bad, we need to get rid of Trump. I mean, I can read you their mission statement or you can read it yourself, but I mean, they talk about creating lifelong activists so that the Democratic Party cannot ignore the progressive bloc and can no longer be what they consider to be like neolibs, right? Like they hate the Democrat Party for not being left-wing enough. Like that's who he's getting paid from. And then all the while he's like, yes, I'm one of the conservatives. If you need a conservative with a big platform on your debate show, I will represent conservatism. I will represent what the normie Republicans think. And it's like, no, you won't. You never have. Now we have the receipts that prove that you're not just, someone that like occasionally has a bad take as far as conservatism is seen, but now we have the money to show that you're working directly with, leftist activist organizations.
Well,
and it's like, why do you keep calling yourself a conservative? Because the money's good.
Just the one more thing I would like to add is I think he kind of touched on this with the taking of the space and how like suddenly you're working against more people when you thought you had a deal on your side. It's also that when he represents himself this way, not only is he representing his views and pretending his views are conservative and trying to sell them to people, because that's what we're doing. This is an activist sphere, right? We're trying to get people to eventually make, some of us, we want to make money. Some of us, we want to like bring people to our side so we keep, our viewpoints in power. We convert them. But it's also that he goes and simultaneously on those panels, turns to the people that are filling the conservative void and goes, you're insane, you're stupid, and tries to discredit them. So not only is he pushing his views and taking up a space, he's also further trying to like pull the ladder up on the way out and push these people down and make sure that any views that are any further right than his are made to look like insanity next to a reasonable Republican. And hey, all these other leftist views aren't really that far left.
But that rift is there already in the Republican Party. Isn't there a whole rift in the Republican Party? Isn't that what the Lincoln Project is all about? It's like there's a clear rift. He's a conservative that is pretty distinct now.
The Lincoln Project is like such an infinitesimally small portion of the voter base and is a large portion of the money in politics from that degree. Like the amount of money that they were getting, the anti-Trump, never Republican just didn't exist in the voter base.
I can recognize that probably.
You're talking about a faction.
Yes,
you're talking about a faction of money from the left.
Yes, but it's not my point. My point is, like, I can recognize that Connor's probably a minority now in the conservative movement. Yeah, but he still identifies as conservative. Like, I don't see what the issue
But
is.
okay, but the issue is that he's identifying as something
I
that he's
hear- I
not
hear
and
you.
pushing us others down.
Gibbs,
like
yeah,
hard.
no,
Corey,
I
did you have a problem with Tim Pool taking the Russian money?
Well, I mean,
No.
I mean, I don't think it's good, but what do you mean by problem?
Yeah, like let's say you found out that like Tim Pool was taking the Russian money.
There's a
He
big
denies
difference.
that it had
Ever
anything to
trust me
do.
again when you spoke about Russia?
He
Like, ever.
denies that he denies that he had like shaped any of his opinions or focused on anything because of that. But he took Russian money, and there appears to be some evidence that hey, we really like we'd really like it if you kind of focus a little bit on this topic. We really like it if Tim Pool could believe everything he says, but the fact that he's taking Russian money and he happens to sort of focus on the issues that they want him to focus on does affect his credibility.
For the record, I did debate on a panel with Connor about this, and Connor was very angry that Tim Pool took that Russian money whilst taking progressive.
That's hilarious.
Well,
Right,
why?
because that's how much of a fucking grifter he is.
See,
Because
I
he knew where the money was coming from.
That's hilarious.
I'm sorry, but
the issue is that the issue really isn't
depending
even the money.
on why he think it's a problem. Why did he think it was a problem, Fabian? Why?
Because he thought that the money might change
Well,
his opinions.
even
hilariously enough.
Not because it was for anti-American shit or like from a
Well,
foreign entity.
Even that, like the disagreement, like even Lactoid is coming from a different angle than Gibbs. Of like, I'm more sympathetic to Lactoid's point than Gibbs. Gibbs is saying he's pretending, he's grifting, he's a liar, and Lactoid is not making those points. Exactly. Even that, you can't even pin him down.
I can't do that. I've done it on many panels. Like, there's a reason why you spurgs out every panel.
Hold on. There's multiple things that are being like complete. This is why I was trying to like pull these things apart in my questioning. But like I think after listening to you all, I'm getting a better picture of this, right? So when I first heard this, I was more focused on the issue that was brought up, and this is all brought up in the context of progressive victory and taking money from them. Like, well, people can take money for all kinds of reasons, right? That doesn't necessarily like implicate their entire ideology. But if there is a larger a narrative behind it, then it enhances, right? So if there's a narrative that this individual comes on panels in this space, right? And I'm not saying I'm gonna agree with any of this. I'm just like trying to like elucidate what's happening, right? Yeah. If there's a larger narrative that this individual comes onto the space.
Grid, we can hear you. I'm sure Prime will let you go. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He comes into these spaces and says that he is a member of this ideology, right? Or he takes part in this ideology. Then people like take him seriously. Okay, well, this person represents this stance, right? But then when we're having an actual discussion, they turn around and like, well, all this is wrong, right? Like this is completely wrong. And people who actually really believe this, they're insane, right? Like I've had moments like that too, right? In an Israel-Palestine debate, right? Where the people were on like my side, but then end up like undermining like lots of things that I was saying. I'm like, well, this is bullshit, right? Like, and it's very frustrating. And if there is a long enough time frame where this person is acting like this, right? Then on top of that, right, you find out, well, they're taking money from the quote unquote the other side. Well, yeah, that only just compounds everything you've said, right? And then you would think, okay, this person's grifting, right? Like they were actually lying the entire time, and they've been an effective tool for my political enemies to say that like the things that I believe in are unreasonable and stupid and ridiculous, and so fuck that guy.
Nailed it.
Okay, yeah,
nailed it. I knew you could relate because every panel we've been on together, especially right after the Kamal. Yeah, I'm gonna turn to Grid. I just want to give Prime props. I even after the Kamal thing, you've always stood by your beliefs, even when like other lefties have gone against what you said, like or within like whatever y'all did a little different ones, and you're like no, and it's just funny because I've seen that, and I'm glad you can recognize where I'm coming from.
Go ahead, Grid.
Yeah, so I think this is really interesting because I have said multiple times that my entire purpose behind even having this channel is to grow it to the point to where someone will pay me to say the things I already say. So I'm a capitalist, so I don't have a problem with any of that shit. Matter of fact, there were a lot of people who were unhappy that Destiny came out on Piers Morgan and said, you don't know if I believe anything that I say, I could have been paid to say this and it wouldn't make any difference because I'm still saying it. So you don't know, and the idea that someone's motivation behind what they say somehow detracts them from the value of what they say is very interesting to me, because at the end of the day, the words are what matter. The motivation, not so much, and that's what's called politics, folks, because that's how politics work. And the real fact is you may never know. I don't have a problem at all with Tim Pool and Lauren Chen and all those people and the money, because it's money. And they never said anything that was super pro-Russian or in any way influences anyone's opinion in a weird way, other than probably ways that leftists don't like, which is fine with me. Leftists may, I don't particularly care what Destiny says, but I'm sure that most leftists are okay with it. And I'm sure he gets paid. So again, I don't really have a problem with much of
Can I
any
respond
of
to
this.
this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so I would agree that the person's actual motivations are irrelevant to the strength of the argument. You can have somebody who doesn't believe what they are saying and make a very good argument still, and the argument should still be dealt with on its own terms. I
Isn't that
agree
what
with
lawyers do all the time anyway?
Absolutely. Okay.
Right. And
Literally,
you need to be able to argue both sides of an
You gotta,
argument. If you
yes,
can't
you
argue
are.
both sides, you suck.
You are assigned a side. I've done debates where I have been assigned a side. I mean, that is just how it goes, and the idea is you should be able to argue both sides. But I do think someone's motivations matter, though, when they're a political agent, right? Because being a political agent isn't just like, oh, I'm going to come out and make arguments. It is cooperating with certain people. It is aligning certain things, targeting certain things, basically building this sort of shadow network to achieve certain goals. And if that network is obscure, opaque, not really saying what they're doing, but what the goal is and there's money involved, I think it's reasonable to be skeptical of that.
Like the entire federal government is what you're talking
I
about.
am skeptical of the entire
How
federal
did Tim
government.
Pool not say anything pro-Russia? How did Tim Pool not say anything pro-Russia? I'm very confused.
He said very pro-Russian things.
He didn't say anything pro-Russia that he wouldn't have said anyway.
Doobie?
And
Yeah,
I
so
said,
Wick-
look, I'm not pro-Ukraine. I think Zelensky's a thief and a spy and a traitor and a dictator, and he should be thrown in jail. So, matter of fact, the fact that he owns a house in Miami, Florida, should offend every single person on this panel, but it doesn't.
I'm Canadian.
Well, yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
So, Wick has been challenged on this kind of thing before too, right? Though I think Wick is actually like some type of lefty, right? I'm not challenging him on that end, but he's been questioned for taking the money in the first place. Right? People call him a sellout for interacting with that organization at all, for having Brown Owl on, for all this kind of stuff. And Wick has said that he's kind of detailed a little bit of what happens behind the scenes, right? With when you're a streamer taking money from the organization, and he said they have like weekly strategy meetings, where they talk about strategy, like how do we talk about this issue, what are the things we're going to hit, etc. So if Connor is a right winger and he's taking part in those meetings where they're strategizing for how to defeat the conservative message or how to push the Democrat Party more left, like that's more than I'm just taking the money because I'm already talking about this thing. He's actively helping the side that he says he opposes.
And by the way,
doesn't make any
he
sense.
stated he's not participated in the canvassing side. So if he's either getting paid for nothing, or that's what he's getting paid for, is to be like, oh, you talk to conservatives. How will this message sell to the conservatives?
Yeah, it could be absolutely useful to them.
Conservative movement. But so I just
somebody who understands the conservative messaging tells you how to attack conservatives. It's absolutely useful.
But then at that point, he must be getting
on.
paid for something. Otherwise, it'd be horribly irresponsible on behalf of the payor. Why would you pay for a free product?
Yeah, well, I just want to. I
They're
want
not
to point
getting
this
a
out
free
because
product, they're getting information.
I think the left might have a harder time I think the left might have a harder time empathizing. So let me just for a second, because I do agree that it probably feels, especially to people on the left, like a bit of a nothing burger. Like, yeah, the dude always had these same opinions. Like, why does it really matter? Yeah. And I think I'll explain maybe why it matters to many of us on the right. I consider myself on the right, even though I'm a libertarian, right? Nevertheless, I think the problem here is that, and you can believe this narrative or not believe this narrative, but this is a narrative that most right-wing people will probably agree with, right? That we are in a culture war. We are in a culture war on a whole bunch of different issues for the culture of America and of Western society. And it feels like, and I believe it is true, you may disagree, but nevertheless, the right feels this way, that the left has legacy media. The left has academia. The left has most of the government bureaucracy. The left has the education system. Even and the one thing the right has fought fucking hard for is to have what came to fruition in this last election, which is like Joe Rogan and like the online kind of like YouTube podcast space. And we are fighting in places like Twitch and YouTube polls and panels for the right to be represented there. And what ends up happening is we see a panel of 3 people on the left, maybe one's radical left and one's a centrist lib, whatever, but 3 people generally on the left, and then supposedly 3 people on the right. And one of them is working against us, and like we're trying to get into those spaces, and we're trying, because like if I was a grifter, I wouldn't be a fucking ANCAP, right? Like the struggle that I have to do to get views is an uproad hill 10 times harder than any other fucking political ideology. If I was a commie or a tanky or a fucking center lib or a traditional conservative, like it would be so much easier for me to get people in because I sound crazy the moment they tune into my stream. But like I'm fighting a culture war. And then what I end up seeing is an agent of the other side, even if he's an unwitting agent, right? I'm not saying he's there like, I'm rubbing my hands together to defeat the right. I just think he realizes that he gets on more appearances and more stuff when he considers himself kind of right wing as opposed to just admitting he's a blue dog Democrat. And what ends up happening is now it becomes this 4 versus 2 panel with one person supposedly representing us, making our ideas look crazy. And it's not about the panelists. It's not about Connor. It's not about the 6 people there. It's about the audience and the space that we're trying to fight for a foothold in.
That's exactly
because
it.
every other fucking institution is against us. And it's like, and we have to be careful with every 10 words that we say because even the platform we're on is fucking against us. And it's like we have to be careful and self-censor, and now we have to fight a lopsided battle in a space, and you have 17-year-old, 16-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old people in the audience that are watching politics and getting involved in politics for the first time, and they're getting a skewed, biased representation that makes it look like, oh, I always knew the Republicans were retarded. That's what my fucking professor told me in college. And now look at them. They're eating at each other like idiots. And it's super frustrating. And so I think that's really where the anger is coming from a lot of people.
Yeah,
it's not
and
about
it's
one dude.
I don't think that
taking
encapsulates
Well,
Gibbs.
no, it's exactly that. Almost like on the head. And it's because like even these 16, 17-year-olds, right? So he's sitting here, he's representing himself as a reasonable conservative, right? And these are influencing these people who are impressionable. And what are they going to do? They're going to go up thinking, this is what a representation of this is. Oh, well, you know what? I guess I was always really a dim. I'm a dim. We should move to dim. Let this guy push me in these ideas because, well, those other conservatives look real crazy compared to those other 4 people. They all said poo-poo. And it's a battle for the hearts and minds. And this guy is doing something nefarious and being a false prophet and leading these people to the fire. That's what it's like. It's awful.
This could all be solved if people asked about issues before doing debate panels. Because if the problem, I guess, is somebody saying, "Oh, they're, oh my gosh, the conservatives are getting like gangbanged on this panel now because this person said, oh, I'm a conservative." Just say what the issue.
No. So this is why I was so happy.
I don't agree with Gibbs or Fabian.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous point.
No. This is why I'm so happy you said that, Connie, because I go on these immigration panels with him, right? And he would start saying,
I just said I agreed with her.
And he was, what? No, I was saying that he goes, hey, check this out. My views, this is the real conservative plan, and anybody that goes any further than this is insane and evil. And you know what? I guess if we have to choose between my real reasonable conservative plan, these crazies over here that are like the remnants of this new MAGA party, or the leftist dim plan, well, I guess their plan don't seem so bad. Hey,
Elon is like going to war with conservatives right now, like on Twitter. Like they're like this. This happens all the time.
Hold on, this is different.
Is he as sheep in wolf's clothing?
This is totally different with Elon. No, Elon has identified identified as a Democrat. He said, okay, over time, I've moved to the right because the overtime window's moved. And so he's basically a 90s Democrat, which is MAGA. MAGA is a popular movement. And Trump is a 90s Democrat. He's a New York Republican. So, yeah, it's crazy because that's the center right now. And, yeah, I maybe move some over here. But he's still farther left of that, which is the center. Like, it's crazy. You have multiple Democrats in MAGA now, right? That used to be Democrats. Because that's the center. That's where the center is now. And then he's just
the center.
way
Are
down
you
there.
serious?
I'm
What
sorry,
on
that's what
planet the fuck Earth?
What do you mean?
How? How is he the center?
Bill Clinton would be a
Premier
Republican
Katia,
now.
very quick, Premier Katia, real quick. Can you name a substantive difference between Bill Clinton's presidency and Donald Trump's presidency in terms of policy?
You can't.
Because I don't know every policy that Bill Clinton was running on. I'm not up to date on his presidency.
Well, yeah,
and
let's
what-
go over. So
Monica?
Bill Clinton,
Sure, go ahead.
Bill Clinton.
That's not a policy position.
No, don't. Let me get through it, right? So Bill Clinton built more border wall than any other president. He had 2 different operations to secure the southern border. Bill Clinton did NAFTA, and it was and Trump just cleaned it up and modernized the same trade agreement. Bill Clinton signed the assault weapons ban, as well as the very famous, tough on crime bill legislation. And what do we have? We have Donald Trump that wants red flag laws, but also wants tough on crime. In terms of foreign policy, they were both fairly peaceful presidents that engaged for the most part in trying to get treaties and trade agreements. That was their foreign policy focus.
Yeah.
I mean, foreign
he
American
also was
president,
way
yes.
more for foreign intervention. Wasn't he?
No,
He was
Trump was
more
way
for
less
foreign
for foreign intervention. No, what Bill Clinton did in
Bill
Grenada
Clinton
as well as in
wasn't.
Bosnia,
Even their economic policies are similar too. Like,
was more pro-war than what Trump is. Now again, let's look at Wall Street and deregulation. Right, Trump has been for
Does that make
deregulation.
them the same?
Bill Clinton signed the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act. He was
Bill
for
Clinton would be a
deregulating Wall
Republican
Street.
now. Absolutely.
Every
retarded,
single solitary time you look
JFK
at a
would be a
policy
super Republican.
section, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump are almost identical in their
Yeah,
presidency.
it's crazy.
And policy.
Sure, if you talk about his stupidest policies, but
Bill Clinton worked.
wait a minute.
No, Bill Clinton worked with Newt Gingrich on welfare reform, like over and over and over again. They're very similar.
Yeah, Katya. So I had the same reaction when
similar in degree, no. Similar in like a concept, maybe.
Right. Bill Clinton had way more prostitutes than Donald Trump.
I
anyways.
don't know if I would say that. No, I would definitely wouldn't say that. But
Just because he hung out with Epstein more doesn't mean that.
Okay.
What? Okay. I had the same reaction because I had this reaction. I was on this panel, when we talked about this, and I had the same initial reaction. Oh, that doesn't sound right? But that was a knee-jerk reaction, and I'll admit my failings here, right? I had a knee-jerk reaction to that statement, but when I sat and thought about it, why am I defending Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton is all those awful things, right? If you call yourself a leftist, if you're a leftist, then you recognize Bill Clinton did all those things. Literally, the presidency of Obama was reversing all the things that Clinton had done, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he was great. I'm saying that they had the same policies just because they were both bad on things doesn't mean.
Oh, sorry, what did you say? Just because he did the same.
If they were both bad on something, right, to different degrees, that doesn't mean that they had the same policy, right? I don't think they had the same policy on healthcare. Just because he wanted to decrease immigration did not believe that, or didn't mean that he believed about the same things.
You know that he ran on immigration.
I'm not saying, Katya. I'm not saying. Hold on. I'm not saying, Katya. I'm not saying they're the same people. What I'm saying is when you say it's insane to call Donald Trump a '90s Democrat, I go, well, the '90s Democrat president that we had, policies were very similar to Trump and what he wants, right? You can disagree with 90s Democrat policies and say, I think they're bad. Fine, we can discuss those. All I'm saying is it's not insane to think that Donald Trump is a 90s Democrat. That's fairly more centrist.
On some issues, but to the fact that they would go like that, no. I mean, on so many issues, especially social issues, no, I do not buy it.
No, social issues, he's more progressive.
Maybe for him himself, but not what he allows people to. Okay, But
it's
here's
from
the
your
thing.
perspective, though. Hold on. But it's from your perspective here, right? Now, if you're a
Well, maybe I'm
liberal,
going-
right? I don't, and you called yourself a leftist, so I went with that. But I don't know if maybe
That's fine.
you are or not, right? That you can define yourself
Another wolf in
right?
sheep's clothing.
But if you're a liberal, then you're really not going to like this statement. But like the liberal wing of the Democratic Party has shifted right. Like Bill Clinton was a representation of this shift to the right. In a whole list of like the deregulation, for instance,
Yeah, that's
of
true.
Wall Street. That's a shift to the right. For welfare reform, right? Where he demolished the welfare state, right?
So
And blamed all that. That's a shift to the right. That's
We had
Bill
a surplus.
Yeah.
Right, but there's a difference between they shifted to
That's
the
how
right
Bill
and they
did.
had the same policies. And also, hold your horses. Are we comparing his
Lot of
personal beliefs with Donald Trump's personal beliefs versus what they allow in their government
Donald
or
Trump
what they
didn't believe
support
in having
overall?
sex in the Oval Office with an intern.
Thank you. Anyways, so we all love talking about sex and hookers. That's all fun. But I'm talking about the policies.
Look,
we
if you're
support.
going to be this stupid and ill-informed, I have to make fun of you. I can't.
Well, you're not
take
making
someone
fun of me
seriously
or
that comes into
distracting everybody.
the
I haven't
discussion
been able to get my point out
so
because of this.
mentally unarmed. I'm trying to take you seriously, but I can't. You don't even
Really
know the
great.
policy.
I love talking. Can I speak, please? So I was going to say, if we talk about what Donald Trump personally supports on social beliefs, yeah, I'd be
Then
more
so
likely to
die,
buy
bro.
that. But not when we're talking about what he allows, Congress to get passed, or what he, will be like, okay, you guys want that? Sure. Towards what, Republicans support. I will say that that's dissimilar to 90s Democrats. But so if we're going on their personal beliefs.
Hold on. Well, fuck his personal beliefs. I don't care. It's fine. I'll
Okay,
retract
then
my
I
statement.
disagree
that Bill
as much
Clinton,
as possible.
That Bill Clinton, right? That Bill Clinton was all about, what was it in the army? The don't ask, don't tell. Whereas Trump was, pro gay marriage. Personal beliefs aside, right? Let's set that aside. In terms of the way that they govern, what is a major policy substantive difference between Bill Clinton and Donald Trump that showcases that Donald Trump is not in a similar fashion to 90s Democrats and undoes all of those other examples that I said? Like, give me a big big uppercut. I'll give you time if you need time to look it up. But your claim is that we're ridiculous for even saying that, and then I gave you a bunch of evidence for it. So please give me evidence to the contrary that shows that Donald Trump is governing so much more right wing than a 90s Democrat and is so much more different than, let's say, Bill Clinton's presidency was.
I mean, what's real crazy is Donald Trump even
healthcare,
even supported by Bill
healthcare.
Clinton back in the day because he was, guess what, a Democrat at the time.
Thank you.
What's your healthcare?
Healthcare, the things that he actually supported. When we're talking about his healthcare plan of 1993, specifically, this was, something that was definitely far to the, here's the thing. I can't tell you what Donald Trump's healthcare plan is because he still hasn't said it. We're talking about our concepts of
We
plans.
can look at his actual
so
presidency.
who knows?
Right? We can look at where he negotiated Medicare prices. He negotiated insulin, but Joe Biden took credit for that. He used socialist policies, right, to make Medicare cheaper and to lower prescription drug prices, and then got rid of some provisions of the ACA that the CBO had specifically said were costing a bunch of money. To me, that sounds like a Clinton 90s Democrat.
That was after he couldn't
conservative.
repeal it completely. Thank you.
Hold on, Katja, is your point here that that
the
Bill
president
Clinton,
can't do
along
that.
with Hillary Clinton, when they first
Right,
came into office,
because
were going
Congress
for
voted against it, but he wanted it to happen.
Hold on, were they looking for a Medicare for all solution, basically? That they were going to massively expand government health care at the start, but then
That was in 93. By 94, Newt Gingrich took
lost.
over and he realized that he had to work with Republicans. So he was a
So,
president
hold on,
of compromise.
So
What does that make him personally more similar to Donald Trump? Because
We already said that we're getting rid of
confused.
personal.
Katja.
You can't bring in personal when you want to and different.
Katja, is that what you're referring to? At least because that's my understanding. I'm not sure if it was
Right.
that 93 bill that you're referring to. Did
Yeah,
you know
but
what I said?
my big question, yeah, I did. Yeah, I was talking about the, his 93 healthcare plan.
What was the plan then?
I don't know as much about it, but I know that healthcare was one more thing. That was one thing where. Here's the thing. I'll have a debate about this.
No, we'll give it that.
Huh?
Well, like I said,
You
I'll
were
give you
probably
time.
for.
Like
So
I get
it's
that
okay.
you were surprised by this, right? Like this is a thing that I've talked
No,
about.
no, no, no,
before,
no. My problem is your
and-
premise.
Okay,
Here,
listen,
can I?
Here's
listen,
the thing,
I'm trying to be
because
as nice
can,
as I
can you
possibly
can you
can,
let me
and you're
listen?
making
Prime,
it
can
so
I say?
difficult to
Prime,
not
can
just
I
call
say
you
I've let
something?
you
Can I
talk a
speak
long
for like
time.
legit
We've
10
all let you
seconds?
talk.
Can I speak
We've
for
all
actual
listened
10
to you.
seconds?
It's okay now. Donald Trump is really a Democrat. He's a conservative Democrat. He's the best that the
Let's-
conservatives could get.
let's-
We would
let's
much
let-
rather have a more conservative person. However, Donald Trump is as conservative as we can get into office at this point in
Let's
time.
let Kachi go.
But he is
That's a good
still
point.
a
Let's let-
Democrat.
Let's
That's
let
great.
Kachi
He's a
So-
90s Democrat. He's not a modern
I mean, he
Democrat.
actually makes a good point. He actually makes a good
Yeah,
point.
oh my God, guys,
I
let's
would go
let
modern.
Kachi.
Can I
would go-
please?
Kachi, make her point, please. Go ahead.
Right. So I've never been able to finish the sentence. That's my issue here. Right. So my problem is we're talking about how his positions versus, Donald Trump's positions and how they're so similar. Yet literally you said it yourself, Scott, talking about how, he was more conservative. Yeah. After Republicans were in control of these, House of Congress, after he had to work with Republicans, that has nothing to do with him. That has to do with the material reality of the Congress he was working with, which I feel like has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about, the president's actual policies, and if they're ideologically similar. Like what?
Okay, so for example, the Glass-Steagall Act, which was one of the many examples that I gave.
Right,
you
I
of how there was
disagree with that.
Hold on. Right. Of course you disagree with that. I know that you disagree with that.
No, I disagree with how he got rid of that. I disagree with that.
No, I know that, but the argument isn't do you like how Bill Clinton governed from 92 or specifically, let's say from 94 onward. The argument is when you say that it's insane to call Donald Trump a 90s Democrat, and then I say, well, in the 90s, and the Democrat was a president, that would be the closest fucking comparison we can have to a quote 90s Democrat would be the president in the 90s. And when I give you all of the positions of the president in the 90s, they're similar to positions that Donald Trump and the way that he governed, they just happen to be 15 years later, right? I understand that you don't like that Bill Clinton signed the bill that repealed the Glass-Steagall Act. He didn't veto it, okay? He worked with Republicans and got rid of that because he presided over the dot-com boom, and he wanted to get rid of the barriers between the credit reporting agencies and the banks being able to do investment banking as opposed to mortgages and personal banking. He wanted those barriers gone because he wanted to milk the dot-com boom for everything that he could. It's a very similar type of deregulation that Donald Trump puts into his policies. I understand that you dislike it. That's not the argument. The
No,
argument is,
I know that.
how are they substantively different in the way that they govern? Because you said get rid of the personal. I said, okay, we'll get rid of the personal.
If we're getting rid of
Let's
the
talk
no,
about
I
the way
didn't
they
say get
govern.
rid of the personal. I said tell me which it is. Which do you mean when you're talking about that and to compare apples to oranges?
I would say both. I would say he's more socially progressive as well as more governed in a similar fashion.
I mean more the
socially,
policies, but
Trump
both,
was more,
probably still.
without a doubt, more progressive.
That's
But
more
just-
personal,
but that- but that's how time
I'm gonna
moves.
let Lactoid in. Lactoid wanted to say something a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can find differences, right? Bill Clinton raised taxes, Donald Trump cut taxes.
Climate.
Donald Trump increased military funding. In fact, Donald Trump increased military funding. Just the increase itself was more. It was more than the entire military budget of the UK. And Clinton cut the military by a pretty significant margin. So there, you can point to some things. I would agree that Bill Clinton definitely is a more right-wing Republican. He definitely was more right-wing Democrat. He definitely was more financially responsible, just in terms of, I guess, how he handled finances. Because, I mean, yeah, it was a rare moment where the overall national debt went down. And it went down somewhat significantly, right? I mean, it was a surplus for a while there during a booming economy. That's hard to do. So, I mean, you can give Bill Clinton some credit, I think, on some of the things that he did.
I DM'd him the name of his cat. We'll see Stacy. I'll get the name.
Some differences. My question is like, and
Okay, so the reason why I was pushing back against that is because of this idea that, I mean, if these similarities aren't like kind of part of a natural progression of time or whatever, which you did later say, and are like some idea of like, oh wow, the Democrats have gone crazy while Republicans have stayed the same or whatever.
That's not my argument at all. I'm,
not
like,
what any of
I'm
us have
completely
said.
outside of the. I hate the
Right,
fucking
you
GOP.
are.
Well, I mean,
hate
so
how-
you're referencing
I
what I'm
hate
saying.
The GOP.
So okay, well I'll take this up there because I think she's referring to what I'm saying. I'm saying okay,
Yes.
yeah, the Overton window has moved so far, right? And you're okay. I'm not talking about overall, but I'm talking specifically, at least in the political talking sphere, even on like cable news networks in here, you put people that are going to represent the more like outspoken, the extremes, and then you have of the little subgroups within your big tentpole umbrella, right? Like so, here you have libertarians, you have like different kinds of Republicans, all sorts of stuff. Then you have Dems. Anyway, so when you have Connor, this is what it all comes back to, acting like he's one thing, etc., etc. It's similar, like right here, he's over here pushing for all these views that okay, yeah, the Overton windows move, but these are like 90s Democrat views, right? Trump is not that far right. He's literally, like you said, like moved forward. So he's right at the center. That's the center, right? That's populism. Populism is what the people, the popular group wants. Yeah, the center's moved, and it's moved to the left, and it's okay. This is where Trump was on the left, right? I'll use my knife here, right? Here was where he was. And the Overton window has moved over here, and now Trump's on this side, and he's in the new center. And you say something like that here on Twitch poll, people are like, that's crazy, Lordy, gives you insane for saying that. But that's because they're all the little echo spheres, and the most right-wing the guy they have is Connor misrepresenting himself.
No, I won't deny. I won't deny that there are similarities, but what I will deny is calling it the center, right? If the Overton window moves, why is the center the same thing as it was in the 90s?
The center has moved as well. Gibbs, the reality is that Trump has really not changed his rhetoric since he was like in his 30s. You can go back and watch him in interviews, and he says pretty much the same thing.
Like watch him on Oprah when the left loved him, right? And before and in 2015 when the View brought him on, the same View that hates him said, introduced him as my good friend Donald Trump running for president. Right? They all like in 2015 and before, they all loved Donald Trump and said that like he was a great businessman. And what did he mostly talk about on Oprah? He said, she asked him if he would ever consider running for president. He said, I don't think that I will right now, but like but if I keep seeing our country getting ripped off by China, like this is going to be like an economic problem for us.
Scott, you can also understand like a class solidarity, right? Two billionaires talking to each other. So I'm like, oh, my great friend here, Donald Trump, right? He's such a good guy. Yeah, because she's in the billionaire club. There is a level of class solidarity here. That doesn't necessarily mean that represents the left. I agree with you.
I agree. I think the same thing happened with Elon Musk, right? Like, if so long as you don't tug on people, like so long as you don't rock the boat too much, so long as you have like center left, like neoliberal views, that's what most of the billionaire class is. Center left neoliberal views. And if you rock the boat, we saw this with like actors and actresses that came out hard for Palestine, right? Immediately they were ejected. And we saw the same thing happen to people like Elon Musk, where, he got behind the Trump train, he got behind MAGA, and he bought Twitter and was like, fuck this, we need free speech. You guys are getting crazy. And now the same people, like you can even just like, you can look at like Neil deGrasse Tyson, for example, is a great example where like before Elon Musk buys Twitter or like starts talking about politics, oh, he's this great visionary. He's going to get us to Mars. This is so amazing. No one can do what he did. He's so much better than NASA. And then all of a sudden he falls out of love with like the political elite. And now he goes on Bill Maher and he's like, oh, what's the point? There's no return on investment. This is so silly. Elon Musk is a man child. Like he does everything he can to like shit on him. Like I absolutely agree.
Wait, are there any clips of
solidarity?
Tyson praising Musk?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you? I don't know. Can you link some to me in terms of
years ago? I buy that.
I'll mute myself.
Sure.
But
I'm a huge fan of Tyson, but
go ahead, Grid. Were you going to say something, and then Katja?
No, I was just pretty much agreeing with Gibbs, and basically, if you look back, I mean way back into the late '80s, Trump's positions on things haven't changed. He's the same guy he has been. Now maybe he's a little more. He uses more rhetoric now, but I'm not going to hold that
Fine.
against him.
Do want to say one thing, right? Like, referencing what Lagtwood was brought previously, right? Like, things change when you're a political agent, right? Like, you can, like, or, for instance, my friend Gibbs here. I love my friend Gibbs. I think Gibbs is great, right? But at the same time, we disagree vehemently on a whole list of things, right? But that's okay because, neither of us have any power, right? But if Gibbs is running for office, right, then like it changes my calculations because then Gibbs is going to put like his ideology into action. And now I've got an issue, right? So, like, yes, I will introduce you, and I totally like Gibbs. I like Gibbs. I like him a lot. He's a lot of fun, right? But like, if he's in office, he's a danger, right? And and maybe like Lactoid and Scott and all that, right? Like, would say the same thing about me if I was in
Let's
office.
juxtapose
like, hey,
that
he's
with
a
Neil deGrasse.
danger, like because like. You know my politics, right? And if I have a chance to put him in action, well, then you're not going to like that, right? And then it just like we have to approach this person differently. And so Trump is a lot of fun because Trump, I imagine, actually is a lot of fun.
I apologize that this is a fucking Rubin Report short, but I'm in the middle of a fucking debate, so that's what I've found very quickly. But it's just there you go. I'm going to put it in there. It's just the video of him.
Okay, anyway, yeah, but that changes the calculation.
Yeah, no, I get that, Kays. And did you say Kays or Kai? How do you say that?
Oh, it's PrimeCayes.
Kais. Okay,
just
gotcha.
call me Prime. Just call me Prime.
Okay, Prime. All right, cool. So like, I get that, and I've actually been in that situation where one of my friends became an elected official, and he didn't do anything that I thought he would do. Like he went absolutely the opposite direction. Now, some of that was he had better information than I did about what needed to happen, and he made it happen. But that was irrelevant. But one of the things I think is an issue, Prime, is that it used to be, and I remember because I was young and I watched my grandfather and his friends, you could have a meeting of Democrats and Republicans and could sit around and talk politics without it coming to blows. And without them cursing each other and driving off with squealing tires. And now I don't believe that you can do that.
The best data that we have shows that the right shifted to the right ever so slightly, and the left shifted into two distinct groups to a bigger degree, right? So what it actually looks like when we do like polling data is that the right coalesced and shifted slightly to the right, and then the left, the neoliberal left, right, kind of shifted slightly to the left. And then another group of disaffected liberals and left people shifted way to the left. And so the left has like two of these groups. And I think with Twitter and things like that, I think we're starting to see the exact same thing happen on the right. Right, like there is a significant portion. I don't know what percentage. Is it 0.5%? Is it 5%? I don't know. But I think the catalyst was likely Israel-Palestine. But there's certainly a distinct group on the right that are like, the Jews run everything, like fucking, we need fascism to save America, right? And I do think that is a smaller group on the right than the radical left is on the left, but that might just be because the left got there first, right? Like, because I don't see like that faction of the right, like, just magically dying off right now. It seems like it's becoming more and more powerful. I mean, like today even, I logged onto Twitter, right? I saw some woman and she's like, I don't know what she does. I didn't research her. She looks like a white girl who's famous for being a rich white girl. I don't know, like an IG girl or something. And she shared a photo, and it was like a picture of her and her friends smiling, being like, when the Uber driver says they're going to be here. And then it was a picture of her and her girlfriend having like really ugly faces. And it was like, when you find out it's an Indian man. And I read that and I was like, I commented, I was like, it's weird to me that I'm still kind of offended by racism, by the amount of wild shit that I say, and like how much I say things that like people don't. But like I saw that, and like the only thing I could think was like, the narcissism involved and like the need to capitalize on like the H-1B visa, that drama that's going around so that you can get likes and entertainment, and like the blatant comments from everyone just talking about how, oh, Indians love to throw shit at each other and they stink and their food's horrible and they're horrible people. And I'm just like, I'm imagining like a 15-year-old, 16-year-old, like second generation Indian boy in high school, who opens up X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, sees that and is like, yeah, this is what American women think of me. This is what American people think of me. They see my skin color, they see my name, and the first thing they think is that I'm disgusting, that I'm going to harass them, that that my food is horrible. And like, and that sucks, right? And then like, and I said at the end, so keep your chin up, bro, and, get a degree in engineering and you can laugh all the way to the bank while you're quote unquote stealing another American job. but you know what I mean? Like that faction of the right is becoming palatable to mainstream discourse. Like 5 years ago, you could not just be like, Pajeets stink and they're gross and I hate them. And people would be like, what the fuck did you just say? And now there's a significant portion of people that are like, well, the Pajeets are a problem. And it's like, whoa, like what the fuck, man? So,
it's funny. I was talking to a Canadian like yesterday, like 3 days ago, who was making these kind of arguments, right? And like referencing like old 10-year-old graphs about like India's like sanitation crisis, right? Like 10 years ago, that like many people didn't even have access to like plumbing, and they've done a lot in the last 10 years to try to rectify that. But even so, it's an issue, right? But this Canadian guy who considers himself a leftist was making arguments about Indians being totally like incompatible, the culture's incompatible, they're going to come here, they're going to shit all over the beaches and the streets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Shit that I've heard from like white nationalists for years. It was very, very strange to hear that from somebody who considers himself like a lefty Canadian.
Yeah, I agree with that, Doobie. I've like anecdotally, I gotta say, I really have noticed. It seems that everybody there's more racism. It's more like from every side. Like, and then it's even like different crackpot like conspiracy theory groups on left, right, that like are incompatible. Like I saw the other day on my Facebook, we had a conservative like anti-vaxxer and like a flat earther arguing with like some lefty like UFO like bullshit. They were both like, the only thing they could agree on is they hated Indians, and it was, and Jews ran everything. It was crazy. I'm just like, where's like this, like how is this seeped into like every culture somehow recently on like all the sides?
And kind of to speak that a little bit, like I've spoken to a lot of lefties who are like Israel supporters, right? Who will make arguments that I've heard from fucking right-wingers for years since refugee crisis about how Muslims are incompatible with white culture, and you can't have too many of them here because they're going to try to impose Sharia law. All these things that I've heard from like actual white nationalists coming from leftists because they support Israel and because they buy this idea that Arabs are like inherently violent because they're Muslims or whatever the fuck. Like it's so I don't know if I'd call that like an Overton window switch, but it's definitely like something about like the rhetoric and it's
the problem with this concept of the Overton window, right? Like we have this weird like I get the idea that there's like a level of acceptable discourse and that shifts left and right, etc., right? But our concepts of left and right are very we'll say surface level, right? Like our like when you ask people to define left wing, you can kind of do it philosophically, but when you ask people to define right wing, it's very difficult for them, and it's even difficult for me. My best example would be the Distributist did a video a few years ago, and it's like the 9 core principles of right wing, and it's like an hour and 20-minute video, and it's really good. You should all watch it, even if you're a lefty, to like understand what. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat in a minute. But like, it's that problem because what I think you're seeing with the rise of Trump is not necessarily, and the rise of like populism, both on the left and the right. Like, why did Bernie Bros switch to Trump? It makes no fucking sense, but it does actually. If you stop looking at things from a left and right wing perspective. And so what happens is our society and our government has ridden on the coattails of the industrial powerhouse that America was following World War II and the baby boomers. And we have completely destroyed our manufacturing. We have become a service economy. We have become a global enforcer of Western hegemonic economic power. except we're starting to have problems with the Belt and Road Initiative. We're starting to have problems with, the 2025 goals of Saudi Arabia, right? Like we're starting to kind of lose that game, and we've been really dumb about the wars we've chosen to get into. And we had the same thing with Ukraine. I mean, why was there a 2014 revolution over there? Why? Because fucking Ukraine is an interest to Western, Western capitalist interests because of their natural resources and natural gas, and we could not fucking have Russian influence there. So we had to fucking, use the National Endowment for Democracy and use different CIA groups to fucking fund different political fomentation and have a fucking coup. It's not our coup, but it's a coup nevertheless that supports our interests that we backed. And so what I think is actually happening is kind of like, well, what is populism? And populism at its core is a general outrage amongst the people that those in power, those that are the elites, those that are, whatever name you give them, are people that are not representing our interests. And so it's not really a fully fledged out political philosophy that is, right wing or left wing. It's an anti-establishment, anti-status quo philosophy. And so we're seeing kind of destruction on the left and the right because of a general dissatisfaction with, from the left, it's, the Gini coefficient, income inequality, it's the loss of jobs. It's, the opioid epidemic in, places that used to be coal towns. It's, it's the energy crisis. It's, it's inflation, right? Like from different multiple domains, we are a country, we are an empire that is in a slow decline. And what we are seeing is a backlash against that. And the political establishment of the left and the right, the Democrats and the GOP, are having to come with some sort of reckoning. And Trump is the first strong wave of that reckoning. And it just so happens to come from the right. But it just as easily could have come from the left.
I agree. I really love that.
Yeah, and
analysis.
Bernie's example too. I think
that was really. I see you, Katra. I think that was really poignant. And something that people have just been missing. I also want to say quickly is that I think the concept of the Overton window is useful, but like at some point the metaphor flattens like the discussion, right? Like yes, there are shifts, but like there are shifts on multiple axes, which is something Scott was getting to, right? Then there are times that people are more establishment and more anti-establishment, right?
The Overton window example only works when the society and the government are stable, right? When the situation is stable, it shifts one way or the other because everybody is like, oh, the Democrats won this time, whatever. The Republicans will go back to the drawing board and we'll figure it out next time. But when shit gets unstable, when people get too displeased, they don't look to move closer to the center so that they can win and like move and play this tug of war game anymore. People start getting ready to go, no, fucking abolish the FBI. No, get rid of this. They start to say, fuck the system.
I agree with you there as well. But also I just wanted to say that like there are different windows, right? So like you're talking about economically and socially, right? And when you could look at it from a different perspective of like the people versus the
I mean, like look at Luigi, right? And like people on the right supporting him, and like that's not something that would never happen 10 years ago,
right?
But so like there is a view of like how far like the right has shifted among like the the proletariat, the voters, right? But then that might be a different calculation where you're looking at politicians or elites, right? Meaning like the billionaire class, like the conservative leading billionaire class. How far have they shifted? I think like when we talk about the Overton window, we just say the Overton window as if there's only one thing, right, that the country can shift on politically. It flattens the conversations and we miss like important details. But Katja.
Right, which I mean, I agree with you there, which is also why I feel like the whole, I guess, thing we were talking about previously, but for example, like Bill Clinton isn't something that in a lot of ways is definable, because I think a big problem with that little discussion we had is because it was like a lot of apples to oranges situations. Like, it would be comparing a broad idea like border security when people were different on the specifics of that, like completely. We were talking on different standards about like more populist policy compared to like, more establishment policy, and what's right or left there when it's not as easily definable when we're talking about like, wait, so if you're talking about these views versus the views of the party, but then somebody's diverging from the party in a way that wasn't happening then, like these things were not as
No, it's the
easily
exact
definable.
opposite. It's the exact opposite. You have to recognize the reality that Donald Trump is so similar to Bill Clinton in policy positions so that you can understand what the fuck is going on. Stop. I gave you like 10 examples.
No. I mean, how is that when he's supposed to be like the populist leader of the populist movement? Yet Bill Clinton's
no. Right, but like I'm not saying that Bill Clinton was populist. What I'm saying is you have to look at the descriptive and go, well, why is it that I'm looking at Donald Trump and I am like, dude, this dude's crazy. And the way he's governing is crazy. And the things he's saying are crazy. But then when I look at the policies, they're similar to Bill Clinton. And that's when you begin to peel back and realize, right, that Donald Trump is a populist that is trying, that there are two different things going on. Like two things can be true at the same time. Like PrimeCayes said, there's two different Overton windows going on here. You're seeing the craziness. You're seeing rhetoric like you've never heard from a politician before in 100 years in America, right? You're seeing a president that is saying things that are like we used to have presidents that gave canned speeches that speech writers wrote in a room and then speech tested those speeches. And now you have a dude just going out on the campaign trail, shaking his arms around, making fun of retards and like just saying wild shit. And you're like, how does that match with Bill Clinton? And I'm saying, no, that doesn't. And that is covering our ability to be able to adequately perceive the actual policy positions because it's overshadowing one over the other. So you have to recognize that they're very similar in that regard.
Right. I'm going to say that maybe here's the thing about the policies, right? There are policies of theirs, like you mentioned, stuff like military or like border security or whatever, where you could go like, oh, in this direction, they're similar because they both supported something changing in the same direction, or they both pointed out the same problem. When one is like, oh, we need to tighten up our border a little bit, but then the other's like, we need mass deportation. There's like a bit of a difference here, right? Even though both are saying border security is an issue, like the solution,
the
right?
context of
the
the current
policy is
situation
very
is
different.
The policy as Trump governed, right, is very similar to Bill Clinton. Now, the rhetoric of what Trump is saying is radically different than how both of them governed. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you have to recognize that there is contradiction between the way that he speaks and the way that the culture that he is in and the way that the landscape has changed in terms of political rhetoric and the feeling that people have and the ways that they need to be appealed to the way, right, that's one side, to the way that he actually governed. And that contradiction is where all of the truth lies.
I'm confused because when you ask conservatives, a lot of
you're
times,
confused, honey.
Let some other people in.
Thank you. You'd understand if I could finish one thing. Okay.
I do want to.
We've only explained it like 20 times.
I do want to, and I want to.
No, that was in relation to your last statement.
Okay. So I do want to move back. So, Grid, I'll make your point, and then I want to move on.
All right. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. First of all, I want to congratulate Gibbs on wearing a real shirt tonight. There's no flower print. There's not a Hawaiian shirt.
You don't like my boogaloo?
What's wrong with those shirts? Lactoid wears them all the time.
See, he doesn't know. See, I thought, you know what? Now I know he's a socialist. Those are the official outfit of the Boogaloo Boys. Come on, you know what I'm saying?
True.
And second, I actually haven't seen very much of the anti-Indian stuff yet, but that could just be I just don't go to those parts of the internet very often. But I got to tell you, some of my favorite people as a angry white man, some of my favorite people are the Sikh. I love those guys. They are just amazing human beings as a culture. Why?
Yeah.
Strong Christian beliefs, strong family beliefs. They will cut your throat if you fuck with them. I like all of that.
Strong Christian beliefs? You mean like values that match Christian values?
Yeah,
Christian values. Yeah.
Well, Sikh also similarly believe and often state that they're worshiping the same God as the Christians. So the Sikh are not they're not like Hare Krishna, right? Like they're worshiping one God, and that one God is represented in those values of like duty and obligations. I think the main thing people don't understand about India, right, because Americans don't know fuck all about anything, is that like India is like 100 different fucking languages. Like there are so many different cultures in that country that like you can take videos of like some fucking festival where they're flinging cow shit and be like, oh my God, this is what Indians are. And it's like, no, dude, that's like 2 villages. Like you don't understand that like India is like one of the most diverse places in the entire world. They just all have the same skin color, so fucking retards can't figure out that
they don't
that
even have
means
no.
they're diverse.
Yeah, don't tell them they have the same skin color.
Yeah, I know. They get all fucking up in arms about it. And you want to meet real?
I don't know.
Racists,
I think that every Sikh I've known has been a honorable, trustworthy human being, and that's what I value in human beings.
Yeah,
Cool. So,
but there is like a massive like there are Indians who are like not quite as light as our friend Scott here, but like getting in that direction, and then ones that are way darker than me. Like it's a massive divergence there.
Just watch Bollywood films, and the evil guy is always super dark. It's like
always.
You can never like I can't watch Bollywood. Sometimes
that's racist.
And the same thing is true with like Korean TV shows or movies that are like horror or something, because it's like when you're watching a Korean show and it's like, and then there's this Japanese guy, you're like, well, I know who the murderer is. Like it's gonna be the Japanese guy. And it's the same thing with like Indian Bollywood films. It's like as soon as there's a really dark guy, you're like, oh, that's the bad guy.
What's interesting about India is that it was colonized so heavily by the British, and we always give those guys a pass on that, right? Like they basically conquered the world and slaughtered, enslaved, and basically committed genocide of multiple cultures in India alone. And we never really talk about that.
You should hold on. Grid. You should read Dinesh D'Souza's 3 Cheers for Colonialism.
I want to take a look. That sounds interesting. But because the guy's insane. But yeah, on the left, we discuss British imperialism. That's the thing that we do on our circles. That's the thing we discuss. Yeah.
Can I finish my one sentence? Because like the last time I got cut off, I looked really stupid, but I was going to make kind of a non-shit point. I was just going to say that when we talk about what Trump actually did in office and how it's similar to other, other presidencies and the like, in another discussion or in other situations, Republicans or Trump supporters usually explain that by saying that he was hampered by the deep state and the system, and that's why he couldn't get it done. Not because he was a Matterite that didn't want to get it done.
That's not, well, you could say that, but like the problem with that is like, let's look at like the programs that he pushed that he got done because that he wanted to do, right? So you can make that argument about like programs that he couldn't do, but like you could talk about, let's say, for example, he pushed massive funding increase, the biggest funding increase ever for historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, right? You can talk about his opportunity zones where he specifically gave tax breaks to businesses to go into low socioeconomic status black communities. You could talk about Medicare things that, Medicare reform that he did in terms of negotiating drug prices. Like there are a lot of positive things that he did that are things that like Democrats would usually support, not Republicans.
Sure, I'm just saying that there's only, usually only so much people can do in one direction or the other, and that doesn't always inform like their personal, or not even just personal, but like what they want to happen, because that's why we have so many checks and balances, because everybody's
but
like,
all those
like gutters.
all of those things are like things that Democrats would normally support that he wanted to do because he's a 90s Democrat.
Sure.
Well, I mean, Trump has even said this,
he
though.
wanted to support some things.
I mean, he said this though in the 90s. Like he said, he was like he campaigned. Like I don't know if he campaigned, but he was seen with the Clintons. He like backed the Clintons. Like he was a New York Democrat. He was like New York Republican. Like he's like always been like very close to this, like these views. And like I don't know. It's just It's crazy
I
that
can't
you're
tell
really fighting
Katya
so hard.
if you just want to win.
I don't know why you're
and
fighting
doing
so
a bad
hard on this,
job,
like,
or you just don't realize how much you hate '90s.
Even their language.
And
I
I
was just
think
reading
it's the
his
latter.
inaugural address.
I think maybe you just hate '90s Democrats.
No, my issue
More
was
than
the
you think.
framing. I don't.
About the
It's
deep
not
state
that I'm
comments is
defending
that
90s.
It's a cherry picking issue, right? People that when they start talking about, well, he couldn't get it done he couldn't get it done because of the deep state. Well, there are things that he couldn't get done, like he wanted to pull the troops out and
Of
he was
Syria, right? And then the
overruled
deep
on
state
that.
stopped him, and no one went to jail.
Right,
Despite
and
the fact
that's a
that they
true
went
thing,
against his
and that
orders.
would have been a great thing for our country, but it didn't happen. Not because he didn't want to. but
He's also the first
because-
president since Dwight D. Eisenhower to say, and he's the only one to say it when he wasn't a lame duck and wasn't getting out of office, that there is a military-industrial complex that holds him accountable, and that he is that you have to be afraid of when you're president. No one else says that shit.
Well, just
But
a
my
few other
issue
little-
is just
hold
the
on,
different ways
Let me
people
get-
talk
No,
about it. The rhetoric
issue
is my
is
problem.
your issue is that you don't have a deep understanding of reality.
Well, hold on. If you even look
Sorry?
at the hold on. I'm getting in here real quick. If you even look at the rhetoric, like Clinton, one of his big slogans was what? Renewal. What does that sound like? We're going to renew America. Man, I don't know where I've heard that before. Maybe make America great again. Renew America. Those are big similar things. Like he gave this in his
another
address.
similar slogan, Reagan's slogan, which was "Make America Great."
Yeah, I mean, there's all these things. It's just,
Well,
it's
also,
crazy that you're fighting so hard
Clinton's-
against
Clinton
like them,
fought
like
on
this
hope and
comparison.
change. Clinton fought on
Yeah.
hope and change, and so
I
they
don't know,
all
like, there's a
copy
lot
each
of-
other.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my
Meaningless
my
slogans.
issue is
Can
how a
we-
lot of
can we
these
move
things
back?
are being weighted incorrectly, or they're
I don't care
being
anymore. Let's move
applied
past it.
incorrectly. That was my main issue.
And only
And-
you.
and-
Let it go. You got
Excuse
defeated like
me?
15
hey,
times.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, maybe I want that. Excuse me.
Let's knock it off, all right? Because we've got it, all right?
Sorry, Reagan's slogan was "Make America Great Again."
Okay.
Okay.
We call you Trump.
Okay. So, yes, indeed, Corey. All right. So, moving on. I wanted to actually get the main topic started off earlier. As I understand, we have some long intros that we're going for. So I just kind of wanted to jump in on that. Before then, just quickly indulge me, right? Doobie, you there?
Yeah.
Have you been watching the show called Silo?
Silo? No, I haven't.
It's a great show. I'm guessing no one here, no one reacted, so I'm guessing no one is watching it. It's
Never heard
on.
of
It makes sense because it's on Apple TV. But it's I
Only losers watch that.
exactly right.
Some of us sail the
and-
7 seas, so you know.
Some of us do, right? Not Prime. Prime would never, right? But sometimes the booty of the seven seas end up on his computer magically. I don't know how that might have happened, but
And what's it about?
oh, it's a fantastic show. So it's about the last 10,000 people in the world. They exist in this silo, kind of like a missile silo, right? So it's like a big vertical living
Oh, yeah,
structure.
that.
And they're trapped in there, and they don't know like what's happened outside. They know something bad has happened outside, right? And they can't go outside. And they're like just trying to like survive within this.
So it's
silo
Wally.
thing.
Got it.
And it has.
Probably not as cute.
I haven't seen Wally, so I actually
You haven't
don't know.
seen Wally?
It's a great movie.
Wally was a great movie.
Wally's good.
I've
Wally's
heard
really
good
good.
things. I just haven't. I have Disney Plus, so I should take a look. But in any case, yeah. So they're trying to survive. There's some fascinating mysteries. It's really good. It's based off a book, and I've been like following this thing. It's great. So I wanted to know if you're watching it. You're not. So I would recommend.
I will
all of
100% check it out.
Yes, so amazing. Corey too. I recommend all of you. Silo.
Yeah, well, so I looked up the Wikipedia page. It looks interesting based on what you described. So I'm curious, because I don't know this series, but I've heard of it. Is it because it seems to be similar to like the 100, like a post-apocalyptic last survivors? But I never watched the 100.
The
so I don't
100
actually
was
know.
interesting too. I saw like the first 5 episodes or so before I fell off. But no,
But
I
it
didn't follow
sounds like a
because it was boring.
similar
It was just- it
premise.
was really interesting actually.
I did watch more of the 100 actually than that. I haven't.
Stacy Pastry, I don't know if you're here. but if you are, I just got confirmation, according to your super chat. The one that's orange is called Garfield, and the one that is white is Boba Cat, like Boba Fett.
Space station, right? It was closer to like that dynamic was happening in there rather than what was happening on Earth.
Okay.
Yeah. So check that out. I've been like glued to this. I've been like trying to not binge it, right? So okay, and it's a little bit. So the first season is done, right? That was a year ago, and now currently they're on their second season. So it continued, and it was like Apple's biggest like drama, right? Like it exploded in terms of its popularity. So it's almost certainly going to get a third season, which would complete it. Like it finished the first book. I guess the second season is going to do the second book, and then yeah, I just finished the first season.
Yeah, check it out.
Amazing. Yeah. All right. Okay, so we can move on. Hey everyone. Thanks so much, and also you guys, the audience members, you should watch the Silo as well, in case you haven't already. But we're gonna move on. If you've enjoyed this conversation so far, consider supporting the channel. Support the channel, subs the channel, give bits or give subs. If you are out there and this has been a fun conversation so far. We've like gone all over the place as we always do in our free topic. So help us out so I can continue to provide this for you. You'll get after viewing and you'll get access to our emotes. So thank you for those who do. We're gonna move on to our main topic. I didn't do intros, but like you guys can, if you want to intro yourself, while you're in your opening statement, go ahead. So the topic is, in recent years, Mississippi, along with a few other states, has been prosecuting women for using drugs while pregnant. Babies are testing positive for illegal drugs at birth. The crimes that women have been charged with changes based on the jurisdiction, but child abuse is commonly used. The purpose of doing this is also different depending on the prosecutor. It may be just to scare these women onto the right path of the drug treatment program and no jail time, or it may be simple punishment. Do you think that a woman using drugs while pregnant is child abuse? Even if you think it's harmful and irresponsible, should the state step in to intercede? If you think these women need intervention, do you think the threat of jail time is the best path? What other options might we take? At the same time, these drug tests have come back positive for drugs that the hospital themselves administered. Is a certain level of these false reports acceptable to keep this system going and possibly protect children? So yeah, I ran into the story like Thursday or something last week, and I ended up reading a bunch of articles about this. And this has been going for quite a while, right? There's an archive of these articles talking about women being prosecuted, like having child services come, like their children are taken away from them, and to get them back, they have to go through some drug treatment program, or maybe just like straight up jail time. Some of them have been like just locked away. Some of them are like, there's a few that were, there's at least one that was serving a 20-year sentence. I believe this is in Mississippi. And just for doing it while pregnant. Now, there's always a talk about protecting children, right? And like irresponsible parents and how we should punish them. I think this is interesting because it's happening while they're still growing inside of them. I'm hoping we can have a conversation that doesn't like break cleanly off between like left and the right, because I think this straddles an interesting gray zone for both sides. So I'm hoping for a wider conversation there. So we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah. So when my mom was pregnant with me, she was trying to get pregnant with me. She stopped drinking all alcohol and all drugs, any sort of drugs, alcohol, anything whatsoever, were cut off entirely. And she made my dad stop smoking. And the reason is because she wanted me to have the most advantage possible, and to not be harmed when I was in a position where I couldn't advocate for myself, where I couldn't defend myself. And for that, I will be forever grateful. And I think that there's there are a few things that make me mad, but like when I see like child abuse, in this case, a pregnant woman drinking or doing drugs or smoking or anything along those lines, especially if they try to defend it with horseshit excuses, it actually does make me very upset. And it sort of, because again, here is somebody who you're destroy like you are putting them at such a disadvantage because of really raw selfishness and a refusal to make a relatively minimal sacrifice. It's good for you as well, by the way, in order to protect, again, somebody who can't advocate for themselves, that can't defend themselves, and can't protect themselves. When you're that small, you are reliant on your mother to protect you. And if she abuses that, and if she abuses you, yeah, absolutely, the police should be involved and the state should be involved. I think that's one of the few functions of the state, which is to protect children. And how I would deal with that, I'd be okay with jail time being on the menu. I'd be okay with other punishments being on the menu. When it comes to dealing with that, I mean, there needs to be some kind of stick here to prevent that from happening. Now, in terms of the hospital administers some kind of drug and then they're getting in trouble for it, I mean, that obviously we got to be careful about that. That can't be maybe greater scrutiny when it comes to those kind of situations. I agree that those kind of false punishments would be upsetting and those would be bad and they would cause a lot of disruption. But on the general concept of do you get to legislate against this behavior? Absolutely, and I think we should.
Yeah. I didn't. I forgot to expand on that last part, so I just do that very quickly before I go to Scott. Just that so the audience understands. Yeah, like during like maybe so that the pregnant mother will come to the hospital like to get for labor, and maybe they'll get some like drugs or some opiate or something to deal with the pain, right? And then they drug test the mother or like the baby, right? Like there's tests for this, and they'll find it, and then like, oh, you're a drug user, right? And like I've never taken drugs before. Like no, we've got proof of this, and then they'll call CPS. They'll put them through the same rigmarole they do for those who've been doing it for a long time, so this is a thing that's happened. There are many cases of this happening. That's just like part of the system. So in case people are maybe a little bit confused about that, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, so I have a lot of different feelings about this. So first and foremost, right, from a legal, philosophical position, anything that you do that permanently damages the development of a child, and you can prove with some reasonable degree of certainty, right? Obviously, we lack perfect knowledge, but if you can show that there is permanent damage to the development of a child, that this is the highest form of aggression, and you lose the rights as guardian, you should not be able to keep your child. You should not be able to maintain, being a mother if you're, let's say, if your baby is born with, let's say, fetal alcohol syndrome or something of that regard. But again, the standard for that is permanent damage in the developmental process. And I think, one of the problems of understanding that is like, well, if you don't have a strict standard such as permanent damage, and you just say, oh, well, you were doing drugs. Well, are we going to prosecute women for not having a healthy diet? Because if you have an unhealthy diet, if you're eating McDonald's, you're permanently you're doing some harm to the development of your child, right? If you're eating high processed, diet, for example, you're doing some harm to the child there, right? So there is kind of a weird line that we have to draw about, what is normative and what isn't normative. And so, smoking cigarettes while you're having sex and then finding out you're pregnant and quitting, right? Well, that can, most of the damage that's done from cigarettes and alcohol is not in the second or third trimester. It's usually in the first trimester, right? And it's very often when you don't know that you're pregnant is when most of the damage is done to those children. And so this is probably going to be my most extreme position here, which is I don't care if you don't know that you're pregnant. If you're letting dudes nut in you and then you're smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol and doing drugs, I don't care that you don't know that you're pregnant, because at the end of the day, if you permanently damage the child, like that's on you, and your ignorance is not an excuse, because you know that you could potentially bring life into this world and that your body was poisonous to that life. The state, as always, is doing a horrific job of punishing this and going after this. I mean, having CPS people with no knowledge of what's going on, automatically reporting women for getting, morphine or getting an epidural, and then that being in the baby's meconium, and then, investigating them. I mean, those first few weeks of skin-to-skin contact with the mother and with the father are incredibly important. Stress has an extreme degree of influence on milk production, right? This can be the difference between having to forcibly put your baby on formula because you can't produce or you can't get a baby to latch. This can have severe psychological effects. This can increase postpartum depression to a supreme degree. We need to be very, very careful about who we go after, and not just, oh, well, you test positive, so we're going after you. We need to see, again, permanent harm. If we don't see any permanent harm, then we need to fuck off. And the reason we need to fuck off is that the cure is worse than the disease at that point. Again, the woman has a right to her body and what she puts in it. But again, when another baby is in there, that's no longer just her body. She is doing something and feeding that body. I do want to say something else, which I think is a bit of important to this discussion, but maybe not part of the topic, which is the over-medicalization and the kind of like male dominance in terms of the structure of hospitalization, pregnancy, and birthing. Like, luckily, because so many women are getting into the medical field, this is starting to slowly go away. But many of these problems are caused by, a structure that was created by male doctors, as opposed to midwives, as opposed to women that were, in charge of this process for centuries. And it has, like, the overusage of epidurals is one of the big reasons that we have so many C-sections. And it's why we have so many of these drugs. It's why we have so many of these cases, is because we have, part of it is women waiting to have children, poor family planning, having children in your 30s, et cetera. But we need more midwives. We need more doulas. We need more laughing gas as opposed to epidurals. We need more natural pregnancies. We need more water births. We need more positioning where, people can sit when they give birth, as opposed to being laid up in a bed with 17 people around you and your legs paralyzed. And then lastly, just, to point out, because it wasn't mentioned, and I think it's an important part if people didn't go all the way through it, right? Like, we need to be doing meconium testing more than anything, and we need to be doing pre-screening. But obviously, with a lot of pregnancies, you don't get pre-screening. Like, people come in and then they immediate, it's an emergency, or they're already dilated. We need to get an IV in them immediately. I mean, in those situations, you don't have good data. And if you don't have good data, again, the state needs to fuck off. I'm not against the state going after, cracked out, women that are giving birth to crack babies, right? But I am against the state, having a bunch of ignorant social workers disrupt women's lives and make this already over-medicalized, stressful process worse. And I think it's a travesty of those. So those are my main points.
Thank you, Corey.
Well, I'll try to keep it brief, but I agree with the overall sentiment that I guess Scott alluded to in terms of, it's complicated, at least to me. To me, a lot of it boils down to sort of, as the articles that you sent alluded to, of like personhood, because one of the issues was like, this law enforcement took matters largely into their own hands, so to speak, because they saw the fetus as a person, as opposed to whatever the state, that state didn't recognize it. And so in the ultimately, I don't think prison is the right answer. maybe in the most extreme circumstances, but as of yet, I can't think of a circumstance yet that I would advocate for that, where I think there's largely a medical problem, and I would focus hopefully on like treatment and rehabilitation, and maybe at most forced rehabilitation, whatever that might look like. And I think it depends on, in my mind, when the drug has been either taken or administered. Because if it's administered in the first week of pregnancy, I don't really care. If it's administered in the first even trimester, I also don't care either. Probably somewhere after in this mid to second trimester, then I would start caring. And then I would think about, there's actual harm being done to a potential person or person. But ultimately, I don't think jail is the right answer. And just to be brief, I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs, who promised not to be brief. So there we go.
My thing up here.
I was actually making room for Gibbs.
I appreciate it, Corey. Damn it.
Waiting on this all week.
I might have lost a few games last night before I wrote this. So, all right. Thanks, Prime, for having me. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. I'm here to defend America from the dangers of leftism and attempt to usher in a new golden era of prosperity in the American empire while we're expanding outward into the universe. Also, talking about what I've been watching lately, let's take some inspiration from the currently best written series of shows on television in its own new golden era, and started off with finally, the Admiral has returned to Primes. Woo! Let Papa Gibbs drop some gospel on you. All right, so how can someone be charged with a crime for doing drugs while pregnant because of what happens to the baby when it's born, but not when they have an abortion? That seems to be the underlying question here. Others on this panel want to push back against the idea that it's the same thing or similar, but to those people, I say that y'all are unprincipled hypocrites without any concrete morals. There are only two ways to be morally consistent on this issue. Excuse me. The first way is if abortion is legal, then so should smoking those primo rocks with Cracky Magoo while 9 months pregnant. The other way is if neither is legal. If you don't take my worldview of might makes right and doing what's best for themselves in any given situation, there are only two ways for a person to pass a moral consistency check on either of these issues while still believing in morals and ethics, etc. Once again, this check does apply to yours truly, as my only consistency check is, always has been, and always will be what's best for Papa. It's been proven many times on many panels that I am by far the most morally consistent person on these panels. I'll bite the bullet every time and tell the truth, even if it's ugly. While others are going to lie to you, the audience, us panelists, and many other, even cases they attempt to do mental backflips and logical loop-de-loops to justify their moral consistency and lack of integrity. That being said, I, Admiral Gibbs, your political prophet, am capable of looking at things through many lenses and being quite empathetic. In this case, I don't have to do that because these two scenarios are unequivocally a one-to-one comparison. If someone says they believe in abortion in her body, her choice, the only way that person's opinion should be given any credit is if they turn around right now and are willing to watch a mother do heroin while pregnant, and instead of judging or having an issue with it, they excitedly run to all their social medias, then grab a bullhorn and go to the streets, celebrating this person's decisions with the same fervor and excitement as they do for protesting abortion. The other position for the peasants that don't get the luxury of openly admitting they always do what's best for themselves, like myself, is actually much easier to defend. Now, I'm not a betting man, however, and I do encourage all the people on this panel to raise their hands if they agree with my next statement. But if I was a betting man, I would wager an extremely high amount of money that the people who think abortion is murder will be consistent and also say that doing drugs while pregnant is probably wrong. Go figure. Now, before getting to the meat of the problem, we need to talk about the root cause of these issues. We need to name the people specifically responsible for this mess and definitively define who consists of that group. Because whether people realize it or not, we cannot even talk about the real solutions till we identify the group responsible and why they are the way they are. Then today we can argue about how to treat the symptom they have caused and hope we get closer to curing these people of this highly contagious sickness that is infecting a portion of the United States. That being said, the only group of people that thinks in such a manner are the always dishonest and capable of higher thought and leftists. Thus, let's define what a leftist is and know in perpetuity, without question, for the rest of the panel, what it is. When I say leftist, I know people in the chat and probably in here are going to try and pull the Gibbs is a dumb country bumpkin meme as usual and saying something like, he's lumping all of us together. I'm a special snowflake, type 663, and us beta cunts deserve to be recognized as such because reasons. Thus, in avoidance, cut this off this argument at the pass, I'll clarify the definition. Using the most accurate and encompassing definition, which is the definition from Oxford's Language Dictionary, which states, leftist, a person with left-wing political views. This means anyone who is the left of center established by the current state of, guess what we talked about earlier, the Overton window, is a leftist. Basically, anyone more left-leaning with more left-leaning political views than right ones is a leftist. So pipe down, little leftist beta cucks. Papa Gibbs is dropping knowledge. That's the final word on the definition tonight. Whether people object, it doesn't matter what you think. Even if our wonderful host Prime disagrees, it won't matter because it's been determined, and just you disagree, it's just wrong. Now, you may think this leftist bashing on my end is off topic. However, you'd be wrong. It was important to establish that leftism encompasses all thought left to center, no matter how much they want to say I'm wrong, and I only think that the left means anything left to center. Sorry, putos, you can't trump the definitive definition set forth by Oxford. Just because your online echo chambers and the few righties in your friend group that you bullied into your accepting your position of leftist accept it doesn't mean it's correct. Now back to the meat of the matter. The reason it's important to find leftists for this is twofold. Because it shows the hypocrisy they have in regards for the lives of these children and how they only care for its cause when it suits them. And secondly, because many of these women doing drugs and having babies these drug-addled welfare babies are checks notes, predominantly Democrats. Wow, shocker! I'm sure a portion of these women are also the wives of these leftist cucks who hate the fact their limp, weak, low-T leftist husbands can't satisfy them, and so they let Giga Chad Republicans breed them, and now they have to kill their babies in order to be able to keep peace with their weak husbands. Or maybe they turn to drugs while pregnant, because once again, the inherent hypocrisy and evil in their belief systems cause them to hate themselves and their weak pronouning having significant others, to the point that they have to do drugs to cope with them, allowing such a low-value individual impregnate them. I can think of a myriad of reasons the lefties would care about this prompt so much. Speaking of the prompt, let's get to it. Do I believe in that? Absolutely. But what kind of intervention do we need is the real question. These women in the current solution propose just to address a symptom of the problem while doing nothing to solve the root cause of the issue, which is their evil, morally inconsistent leftist beliefs and ideology. I do, however, think they need a metaphorical intervention of some kind in order to see the error of the way. What that looks like from a psychology standpoint, I don't know. My background isn't psychology. However, as the only religious double doctorate and a certified minister, I can definitely tell you there's a style of religious intervention I think could help these people. It's called an exorcism. Pretty sure there's a horror series of two about them. Honestly, the parallels are interesting. I find it amazing how many leftists dye their hair and screech incoherently while they attack religious people in the same manner as literal demons. But I digress. Moving on. As for the prompted question of whether or not the state should step in, I'm against it because I don't want my taxes wasted on this. A big reason being that leftists don't actually care about children or women, just like they never cared about African Americans or immigrants. They just use these issues that are important to people and manipulate themselves into power while cloaking themselves in the disguise of moral superiority. However, it's less a Gucci cloak and more a Temu cloak of moral superiority because it falls apart at the first weakest inspection. In fact, next time they try to pretend they care, just have them try to justify what they do to these babies who die in abortions via horrible horror movie level deaths. What's even worse than that, and somewhat ironic, is at least with my worldview, I openly admit that I'm a dickhead and doing what's best for me at all times. But these evil leftists would never admit that. Instead, they'll try to frame it as some righteous moral cause. The fact that these evil moral bankers have the audacity to sit here and get on a moral high horse, pretending they care about babies and women, would be so laughable if it wasn't so goddamn disgusting. Y'all want a real solution to this problem? Have these women take guess what time it is? Y'all thought I had to make an opening without saying it? Wrong. Have these women take personal accountability and make them live with their decisions. Actually, you know what? It just came to me. And God Emperor Trump has inspired me with his new framework for the homeless. So we can expand this idea and solve the problem permanently. The state of the action the government can do to solve this is really simple. Let's start with daddy government, turn off the spigot of our hard-earned tax dollars by cutting the welfare payments that go to them and funding to any programs that these people will be getting. Next, we make Miss Cracky Magoo sit in the new glorious Trump hobo tent cities that are hopefully strategically placed far from me in some god-awful physical location. In fact, I vote we ship the hobo cat to like the top of the Arctic or the middle of the Sahara Desert. Then let Miss Magoo shed her worthless drag-out spawn and ponder her despair at having to live with the consequences of her action. Then at least these people have a chance to serve a higher purpose, which is a first for many leftist and welfare recipients. What is that purpose, Gibbs? Well, I'm so glad you asked, because I'm going to tell you. The purpose will be to serve as a horror story and inspiring people to actually want to do something with their lives instead of living off the teat of their fellow man. You know what? Maybe they can serve a second, more profound purpose as well. They can serve hard-working taxpayers as entertainment. We can set up cameras after moving the homeless and drug mamas and fence them in, cut the funding. And finally, they can provide some value to society and they unabashedly leech off of their whole lives. As entertainment, the lefties will eat each other alive, as leftists always do, when the funding and power is cut. While this is happening, we can simultaneously use the minuscule amount of taxpayer funding necessary to maintain power and maintenance for the equipment, to create live streams requiring paid subscriptions of the leftist utopia that will form in these places full of extremely valuable and intelligent individuals. Eventually, we can even cut the funding for that as their society evolves in such a progressive manner without the rest of the taxpayers to fund their lives. The live streamers will start to pay for themselves and be one of the only things government provides that actually makes it money. President Trump, you can have my expansion idea for free, as I am a true patriot. Finally, in conclusion, I know being as morally consistent as to a golden god like myself is impossible for many of y'all because it's icky. I realize I'm better than y'all. I don't apologize. So if y'all can't be a genetically superior golden god like myself, then you can at least be like the consistent righties who think both abortion and shooting heroin while being pregnant is wrong. I would apologize for the length of my opening, but the amount of times I've had to sit through dissertations here, I've decided that instead, I'm going to say you're welcome, because at least you got to listen to somebody who actually contributes to society, instead of somebody writing a research paper that they wrote, doing moral rigmarole, defending mouth breathers, who only continues to live due to daddy government holding their grubby, lazy hands, allowing them to never have to take personal accountability for any of their actions. Thank you, Prime, for having me. And to everyone else, once again, what can I say? But you're welcome.
Gibbs, there's some outside that would like to speak to you for that murder you just committed.
I just want to say,
do have to say all of our brain cells. Oh Lord!
I like how you wrote in your own question to yourself in your own opening statement. That was very apt.
I just want to say for the record that I am not a golden child of perfectness like Admiral Gibbs are, but both my babies are blonde, so I'm putting in good work.
Okay.
So Gibbs started talking at the top of the hour, just about. It was 11 minutes. It was 11 minutes.
Yeah, you know how I feel.
Yes, we do.
Hell, Gibbs, I've been here longer than you. I've experienced this magic many times. I know. I get it. Okay, all right.
I think you might have my record.
Maybe this will serve as a warning. Yeah, maybe this will serve as a warning going forward, because we're gonna do that game. Just kidding.
You can go ahead and concede, those of you who want to.
Okay, so let's move on with our lives.
No shame in the game.
On what? I'm confused.
Let's go to our friend.
on Crack Baby Chaz. That was his argument, okay? Crack Baby
Was
Chaz.
that his? Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So thanks for having me, Prime. Yeah, I'm Katya. I'm at Premier Katya on both Twitter and Blue Sky. And yeah, I know we just heard a lot about getting bred by Republican men, the teats of our fellow man, desert hobos, and the entertainment Hunger Games to make money for the government via crack babies and I guess their parents eating each other alive in the apparently in the desert, considering that's what was mentioned prior, or the Arctic. We don't know which one yet. I guess Trump will give us a plan any day now.
Greenland.
That's what he's gonna do with Greenland. Okay.
Saskatchewan after Canada becomes the 51st state.
The illusion.
So, anyways, as fun as that all is, basically the point that I'm gonna make, in response to the small part of the opening statements that we've heard so far, that was about, human life or consciousness or this, that, and the other, and how it relates to this issue, especially the intersection of this, as well as the concept of being pro-choice versus pro-life. I guess it depends just how you define things, because if you're talking about a consciousness argument, the difference is that if we're talking about prior to the state of human consciousness, if a fetus is aborted, they will not become a crack baby, and they were not experiencing consciousness to begin with. But if they're given crack in that time period, they will become a crack baby. Anyways, it's my position as well that people who are that dependent on drugs should probably it's a bit more moral of them to just have an abortion if they can't get off the drugs, instead of having a baby that has been, addicted to crack. But I digress. The main thing I want to discuss here is drug dependence, because there are situations in which people are dependent on certain types of drugs to the point where going off of them on their own would cause a miscarriage, most likely, or worse issues to the fetus, or it might cause the mother's death as well. We're talking about things like alcohol in extreme circumstances. We're talking about opioids. And what I want to say is, if we care enough to want to prosecute people, people who are pregnant and that drug dependent should have access to at least medical detox, because a reason why a lot of people don't is because of cost and because of what people have access to financially. I think if we're going to consider this to be a social ill that's on such a extreme level, people who are drug dependent should not be able to use that, I guess, as some sort of a reason why they could not just quit on their own. Because somebody, obviously, if we're talking about things like opioids, somebody who's been on it for such a long time, who is doing extreme amounts of opioids, can't really just go, oh, I'm pregnant, let me turn it off. Because, yeah, bad things happen to them medically. Now, I don't think being in a situation where you're going to give birth to a baby that is dependent on drugs is a good thing. I think that society should do things to prevent these things, including what I've mentioned, drug treatment for people who are pregnant, this, that, and the other, to kind of prevent this from happening. Now, if it does happen after there are avenues for people to not do that, and there's enough evidence, then I could see the argument. Obviously, then, there's situations like, as Scott said, where women are being harassed after they've given birth for stuff that was in the epidural, or for stuff they were prescribed prior by a doctor. That's ridiculous. A doctor's literally saying, yeah, you're pregnant. Yeah, you can have this. So people shouldn't be missing time with their baby, or they shouldn't be facing jail time, having to deal with the rigmarole of getting a lawyer, dealing with potential prosecution, the stress that may cause on both them and their child. Basically, I don't think it's a good thing, but I do think that we need to approach this from a situation where we can actually prevent it in a humanitarian way, instead of a punishment after the fact. Because if we just do punishment after the fact, but we do nothing to prevent it, there's still a bunch of kids that are getting permanently harmed. Because, fun fact, a lot of people who are really drug dependent and who are drug addicts and who are in that situation where they would end up in the Arctic hobo entertainment camp are not thinking ahead. And a lot of them don't care, or are not trying to keep the baby afterwards. They're going to give it up for adoption. So they're just concerned with their dependence. But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. DB.
I'm a little bit torn on this one, to be honest with you. So my instinct is, fuck them, they should go to jail, right? But I don't think that's actually fair. So, I mean, like Katya kind of pointed to, these people, assuming we're talking about addicts, they have they're not in the right mind, right? They have a mental/physical ailment that's very difficult to deal with, and they can't just stop because they got pregnant. I mean, most people can't, right? It's very difficult for them to stop. So I do think that they should be, it should be made mandatory that they go to some kind of rehab, some kind of counseling to make sure that they get off this. If that means they are put into some kind of holding facility, quote unquote, while they're pregnant, while they're going through this process so that we can ensure that they're not damaging the child further, that's fine with me. I think that, but I'm also torn because, you have to deal with the reality that, kids who are born to drug addicts sometimes come out permanently damaged, right? Or malformed in some way, or they need to deal with disabilities their entire life. And it's difficult for me to say, okay, well, someone who did this to another person just shouldn't be punished, right? Because they were sick at the time they did it. So I don't know. I'm actually really torn on this one. Between like my instinct to punish somebody who's doing a lot of harm to a future child, and my empathy, or my human empathy for the person going through the addiction. So I don't really know what the answer is, to be honest with you.
Thank you. And finally, our friend Grid.
All right, great. I don't know how I'm going to follow that from Gibbs. I'm not sure that I brought enough, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. First of all, I think it's really interesting that everyone keeps talking about child abuse, and none of these women are being prosecuted for child abuse or being prosecuted for child endangerment. This is a very important distinction because you don't have to have a child present to be prosecuted for child endangerment. It's a very interesting thing. I understand it's a hard concept for someone who doesn't have children to understand, but we'll get to that, I promise you, later. Now, and that kind of roll, and I kind of got to roll into this, and Gibbs, you kind of stole some of my thunder. It's okay though. I'm gonna let you get away with it. I got to scroll past some of my things here. I don't ever believe that the state should intercede. That was one of the questions that nobody actually addressed, except maybe Scott. And Gibbs, of course, addressed it in a very profound way. The state should, the state should not intercede. That's my personal belief. I am a mind your own fucking business sort of conservative. It's not my it has nothing to do with me or my life, and the state has no reason to do that. I think it's actually really troublesome that we have CPS workers in hospitals to monitor these women. It's even more disturbing that, as someone who's had a child, my wife was tested multiple times. Her blood was tested multiple times. A doctor would have known if she was using opiates. And why is it that we're waiting until these women deliver to have a problem with it? Well, obviously, in this specific instance, it's because of the child endangerment and not child abuse clause. And that's a very interesting thing. The child abuse thing is interesting because if I'm and by the way, I do believe it should be enforced though because of consistency of law. If I'm driving down the street in my car speeding with my child in a car seat and I get pulled over, I will likely go to jail for child abuse that day. You don't believe me? Try it.
Please don't.
Don't try it.
Listen to
yeah,
the lawyer.
Yeah, you will go to jail. I'm just telling you, you will go to jail for child abuse for driving too fast with your child in a car seat. If you will be arrested for child endangerment if you are so stupid as to leave something dangerous laying around that a child could get his hands on. So we have to be very careful in how we're addressing this because most, not everybody, got it kind of wrong. Because we're talking about drug addicts. Well, drug addicts are identified usually long before, especially the way Katya was talking about, long before the CPS gets involved, folks. CPS has been involved since before the pregnancy, more than likely. So that's an issue. But again, I do believe that we need consistency in law. And if I get arrested for driving fast with a child in my car seat, you should get arrested for smoking crack while pregnant. I'm just saying that's how it is. God dang it, Gibbs, you really did a great one here. But we do live in a society where a woman in Georgia just last year was arrested for allowing her 10-year-old son to walk to the store for child endangerment. Right? So the child doesn't even have to be present for that to be an issue, right? And actually, they had the child call his mother. How fucking cold is that? I got an interesting fact about Georgia. If you ever, guys are interested later. Do I believe that the women need intervention and the threat of jail time is the best path and all of this punishment? No, I think that I don't think that I think the threat of jail may work with some people, but it may not work with others. I'm not educated enough to know what every individual person on this earth is motivated by, and I don't care to be. All I need to know is that we have a set system in place to deal with the problem. Whether you agree that it works or not is really irrelevant, because that is the system we have. You can work to change it, or you can shut your fucking mouth and just keep going. I don't care, and nobody else does either. But if we are going to talk about what my personal feelings are on the idea of how to correct the problem with these women who are testing positive for opiates at the end of the pregnancy that the doctor has somehow missed in all of the prenatal screenings and all of the blood tests and everything else. Well, first of all, I think the fucking doctor's halfway responsible and should be charged or at least looked at, because that's negligence at the very least. Second, I'm a big fan of natural consequences, and maybe the child custody is given to the father, and the mother goes into rehab or house arrest with I don't know, like counseling or some crap. I don't know. I'm not, look, I'm not a lawyer. Lactoid is though. I really don't understand most of the arguments that Katya have. Lactoid, I kind of get his argument, and I understand Doobie is confused. I to a certain degree, I am too. I don't care about false reporting. False reporting happens in every aspect. I am way more concerned about abuse by the government with CPS agents in hospitals. Interesting fact, if you actually read the literature, Mississippi, and they picked on Mississippi because Connecticut and other states have the similar problems. Mississippi, in 2015, they found 300 cases of these women that had children that tested positive for opiates. Then they reshuffled the medical documentation and started actually screening these women, screening every single birth for opiates. And guess what? It increased to 1,200 children that tested positive for opiates. So if you look for it, you're gonna fucking find it. So I don't really know what the answer is, and I don't think any of us do, but let's have a great time debating this. Anybody that's dumb enough to bring abortion into this argument needs to probably sign off now and move along.
Can I clarify something?
Gibbs, you can take that.
Great. I don't want to pick on you. There's just two things I want to
pick on me. Come on.
One, I understand like it is going to be an aside if people bring up abortion. Right, but obviously the abortion and this issue are gonna kind of depend upon the same thing, which is like whether or not we consider a fetus to be alive, in terms of
well, no, because the law that we're talking about is a child endangerment.
For sure. No, I'm just saying, like, if we're going to discuss issues like first trimester drug usage, right? Because that's where a majority of the damage is going to be done. And if you are testing the meconium, right, that can go back like as far as 4 months, right? So some of that is going to be at play. But I agree, it's not really the issue at hand. The other thing I want to say is CPS isn't in the hospitals, right? Social workers are in the hospitals, and the problem.
Okay,
yeah. Well,
I kind of lump them into the same thing.
Oh no, for sure. I mean, they're part of the same kind of institutional structure.
I understand you've done that work before, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so.
No, it's fine. It's I'm just clarifying. Like, I'm not being like, you dumb fuck. I'm recognizing that I have like some knowledge on this, and I just want to get the is straight. So because social workers are mandated reporters, if they come across, because their job is not to look for crack babies, right? Their job there is to look for signs of abuse, right? Their job there is a woman comes into the hospital, maybe she's sex trafficked, right? A lot of times there's going to be women that are going to come into the hospital that are pregnant, and then all of a sudden there's going to be a pimp or an abuser there, or and they're there just to have the baby and get out quickly. So they're looking for those warning signs at a very critical moment to save that baby. The problem comes from the fact that the law requires them to be a mandated reporter, and they have no idea what the fuck they're looking at, and they're worried that they're going to lose their job or get in trouble if a record shows in the medical record, oh, I've done drugs in the past, so now we have what is, quote, a history of drug abuse, and even though all they said is, oh, I smoked some weed, right? And then secondly, that a baby does test positive for drugs, they're not qualified to be able to discern where those drugs came from. So now they have to report, or they're in fear of losing their job. Then CPS gets involved, and CPS has no idea what the fuck they're doing. They're one of the most incompetent organizations in the country that government runs. I think left, right, we all kind of hate CPS and how bad they are at their job. And so I just want to make it clear that, like, in part, this isn't like there's like this nefarious thing. This is what happens when you have unintended consequences in government, which is that you create laws to protect people, presumably like social workers, and then you create laws like mandated reporting, and then this is just kind of a natural occurrence of those things.
Right. I have a question where, like, earlier when Grid was replying to what I said, he said that odds are CPS was involved with these people before they were even pregnant.
Yeah, I was confused about that.
How? I'm confused.
Well, I did make an assumption that they had more than one child. I did make that
Yeah,
assumption.
but why make these assumptions? Like, there's no reason to.
Well, plus a lot of the
It's
time,
better
like,
log
people
off
hide-
and
people
sign off
hide
now.
their
Change
drug
the
use.
equation
Yeah,
at all, right?
it's an assumption I made. You can say, hey, it's a bad assumption. That's fine.
You should just log off.
I'm just like saying like why. I'm just saying like it doesn't change the equation at all. Right?
Might.
What we're actually dealing with at the core is a person who is having children and is addicted or in some way, or using drugs in some way. Right? It's when they shouldn't be. So I don't think there's a reason to say, oh, they were talking to CPS prior, or they have multiple kids. It just seems irrelevant. No, it's not a big deal.
True.
By the way, I would apply my my ire and rage towards like the legal drug use as well, right? Smoking and drinking during pregnancy. There's what it comes across to me as, and I know in every case it's not like this, okay? And I can, although I think there does need to be a hammer to some extent in order to prevent this behavior because it is actively hurting children. My perception, and this is maybe just based on discussions I've had, but there seems to be a lot of people I've talked to a dodging of personal responsibility, a rejection of the concept of accountability when it comes to these actions, where it's like, oh, it's okay to have like one drink a week, even though all the medical literature says don't do it. It says don't do it. And you can't give it up for 9 months, right? Come on.
Not actually, but that's fine.
No, hold on. I have had this debate multiple times, and there's like it's so pervasive. There's a lot of people. Yeah, so it's fine to do this. This is a while ago. There's a Facebook argument I got into with some woman that I knew from high school who's unfriended me shortly afterwards, which is I think a good thing. Where she was like, yeah, my nurse said like, yeah, I can smoke during pregnancy. The stress, like if I stop, the stress would be worse on the baby.
And it's like one small glass of wine in a weekly matter is I don't think you should do it. I'm just saying you were specifically citing the literature, and maybe you can send me studies that I'm not aware of. I have seen some, but when you're looking at self-report correlational things, the mechanism, like I need something. Do you have something that describes the mechanism in like third trimester, right? Because when you're in the third trimester, the risk of fetal alcohol syndrome from like a small glass of wine a week is infinitesimally small. I mean, it's basically impossible at that point.
I'll have to review. Sure. I'll have to review that. Hold on real quick. So I'm going off of the recommendations from every major health organization, including the CDC, that are very specific.
Yeah,
not
they tell people not to do that because they know people are alcoholics, right? And they know that people won't stop at one drink. And
so the people who do that one drink are also providing that risk of doing more. First of all, people don't have the self-control that they think they have, and then on top of that, I'll have to like I guess look more into like the specific danger that comes from one glass. But again, to me, it just seems like that lack of like that. It just feels so selfish to me. It's like you can't stop for 9 months. Look, I could and I would, and if I couldn't, then I shouldn't be having a kid.
So, Corey, sorry, not Corey. Lactoid. I'm sorry, Canadians look the same to me.
I don't blame you. It's a compliment.
Lactoid. I was. Your framing there. I have a bit of a pushback. Like if you're just talking about it, I guess an individual who like is a casual drinker, right? And they won't give up their casual drinking during that 9 months. Well, then it feels like, are you actually casual if you don't do it? That's a question by itself. But in any case, but let's just go with that framing, the casual drinker, right? So it seems like that could be maybe called selfishness, but like if we're talking about a person who's an addict, I'm not sure that like calling it selfishness like is exactly like what you want to use here, right? Like I think that's part of the problem how we talk about addiction in the first place is that it's like a moral failing. We're talking about a chemical addiction.
It absolutely
like,
is.
We,
It's a moral failing.
Actually, in my chat, I have a doctor, a emergency room doctor lady person. I don't know. She told me what she does. I don't know. And she's saying that in the third trimester.
They're a chiropractor, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, she's what do you do again, Arthur? She's an anesthesiologist and works in a critical care unit. So she says in the third trimester you get asymmetric growth restrictions from alcohol use, also increased risk of miscarriage, which backs up what Scott was saying.
Well, that would actually go against what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, does it? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I wasn't
yeah.
really
Because what I'm saying,
I'm dividing my attention. I've got this person
fine.
yelling at me.
Oh,
So
no, you're fine. Great. Thank you. Thank you for backing up my point.
Yeah, if you can get me, if she can get me, because I think that she would probably be a lot better versed at what the research I'm specifically asking for. If you can get it from her, a link or something, I'd really appreciate it. I'd like to catch up on it.
Yeah, lactoid.
So how much alcohol? Just I'm curious, how much alcohol was she talking about when we talk about alcohol use?
Arthur Daya, can you get me some literature Scott would like? I'm sure she can hear you, but
yeah.
And just keep in mind, not all professionals.
I don't want it to be an aside, right? Like,
well.
Yeah.
Well, no, but she can fucking Google Scholar, search something, and knows the keywords.
I'm sure.
Because it's her air.
But keep in mind, like finding sources and shit is like a very particular thing to Twitch poll. Okay, it's not like a normal thing that people do in the professional world.
Don't start with the source.
Genuinely asking.
No, I know you are. All I'm saying is that based on this person's credentials and I guess my priors, I'm very inclined to believe what she's saying. Okay, it makes perfect sense to me.
I'm saying I'm not willing to die on this hill, and I would like to learn more if she has a specific thing.
I know.
Like,
I'm not coming
an
after you.
expert in everything in the world. You know what I mean?
I want to know what her opinion
I'm not
is
coming
on
after you about this.
the hobo camps. So what's her medical opinion?
Okay,
on
we'll get to the hobo camps in a second. Right now we're dealing with this because, by the way, the breastfeeding thing.
She came in at the tail end of my opening, and she was like, just getting on to me.
Real quick, I got a study on that breastfeeding thing, by the way, and like only like 5% of women can't actually breastfeed. Okay, like medically speaking, most people who say they can't breastfeed just don't. But anyway, go ahead, Prime.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
Can't for what reason? I'm confused. What is their definition of can't?
Well, that's not sorry. Don't distract me. I want to have
can't
this
produce the milk. Is
so hold on. Arthur Daya says that Scott is correct that fetal alcohol syndrome comes from exposure in the first trimester, but there are effects in third trimester too.
Listen, but long story short,
just don't do it.
Don't drink while you're pregnant.
I mean, I like surprising, like I said.
Prime, you are not going to be able to get your shit out.
It's actually great. This is the only thing I think you disagree with me. I actually see this as a 1-to-1 ratio with the abortion. The people that don't like abortion are the same people that are saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't be doing this stuff during pregnancy. You shouldn't do crack during pregnancy. You shouldn't be drinking during pregnancy. Shouldn't be smoking during pregnancy. Well, all of us also. anti-abortion. But the ones that are pro-abortion, this is why it matters, are pro giving my fucking money away to go help these fucking degenerate lowlifes that are fucking doing nothing with their lives except sucking on the teat of society, and they're providing a net loss. Honestly, you know what? I'm tired of it. I'll say it. The world would be better if we had less of these degenerates around. It's terrible. Hopefully we move them somewhere and I don't have to see them.
Gibbs,
I have a
Gibbs,
question.
I totally understand that that feeling, Gibbs. Believe me, I do. Right. The thing is that, like, given that these are people who could potentially someday provide some kind of value to the country, to the community, I think it does make sense to invest in them a bit. Right. It's totally reasonable. There are many people who fall into drug addiction or just some kind of degeneracy, and eventually, they get the resources they need, and long term, they are more beneficial than most people to their community. Right? These cases happen. So, given that we don't know which of these people is that case, right? Which of these people might someday come up with a way to defeat all kinds of drug addictions, right? It makes sense to invest.
Well, I disagree, Doobie. I'll tell you what. Was you give 1 second, Doobie? I disagree with you on one part about that, right? I still think it's a net loss. Just because you have like 5 out of the million recover and become a great speaker or are learning, like the net loss is bullshit. And even if it's only 5, I don't want to invest. Like like this at all. Like fuck them. They made their life choices. They can claw their way out on their own dime. I'm sick of it. Every day I have to walk to the goddamn meat market to get meat. And guess what? I'm attacked by 6 fucking speed tweaking hobos, bro. I can't even drive down a corner. We're paying the city. Even the Democrats here are paying the city to fucking put up hostile architecture, and they just keep moving into the neighborhoods. It's crazy. This is the future that the Dems want.
Lost in Badlands. Understood.
And it's
Surviving
awful.
Lost in
Okay.
Badlands. Okay.
So Gibbs has to get meat every
Gibbs
day. Gibbs has to get meat every day. We know this.
I do. I like meat. It's great.
Okay. So, like, I think this framing is important, right? Because it does color the rest of the conversation. And it seems like other people have some disagreement with me, right? But if a person's having a chemical dependence on this, if we frame it simply as, well, you're being selfish. Well, that says, like, well, you just simply have control to be able to knock this off whenever, right? Hey, let's say heroin addicted individual, right? What have you ever tried just like not being on heroin? Like, yeah, actually they probably have. And they're having trouble. So like if we frame it simply as a moral choice or moral failing, right? I think we aren't going to be able to properly address the issue. Like, does that make sense?
Can I make a
well, let me respond to this.
Well,
let me respond to this real quick.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I think it can be a moral failing. If we're talking about a situation in which somebody's like heavily addicted prior to pregnancy, I'm just going to reiterate what I said before, which is if let's say this was me, let's say I could get pregnant, I would stop drinking during those 9 months. And if I couldn't, I wouldn't be having unprotected sex. Flat out. I wouldn't be getting pregnant. That is the moral failing.
People get pregnant with protected sex, right? People
exceedingly rare.
Oh, hold on, but it wouldn't matter to you, right? It wouldn't matter, right? In the end, like they're pregnant.
No, hold
right?
on. It would matter to the sense of like my moral condemnation of them. Like, hold on. If you know that you have like an addiction problem, and you're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna like go have unprotected sex.
Well, would it make
like now, I think they're considerably more reckless. And by the way, to Gibbs and Doobie's point, have you guys ever heard of a organization called Project Prevention? I think this is also a potentially helpful organization. That
I've heard this.
What about the?
But hold on. But like, what if? So if you're saying you're in favor of prosecution, you said before in your opening that is a purpose of the state to protect children. Okay, right? If a woman was using, right, but also highly protected sex, but still got pregnant, exceedingly rare, but it happens, right? Would that exonerate them? Like, well, they were protected. Oh no, so it doesn't actually matter. Okay, so
whoa. I said it matters on the degree of moral condemnation, but my expectation of somebody is to have a sufficient level of.
I don't care about your degree of condemnation. My point is about like how we asked. Well, no. I actually no, but that's no. I'm saying
it matters to me.
Framing there. No, I'm talking about like the framing and how we tackle this issue, right? So if society looks at it as a moral failing, right? If our courts look at it as a moral failing, then it's like, well, you should have just knocked it off. You should have
But
been
we
a
need to
better
define the
person
moral
rather
failing.
than saying this person has a chemical addiction. If society understands that there's a chemical dependency, right? Then we could say, oh, maybe this is a medical issue, right? And then we should look at it as a health crisis. That changes everything.
But we have to look at which moral decision. As my chat accurately points out, the moral choice is making the decision not to seek treatment because there is treatment for every chemical dependency. Every single
but
one.
They might have sought treatment. Like a lot of
Apparently that
drug
treatment's
addicts have
my
sought
tax
treatment
dollars.
and then have failed. Yeah,
That's
sure.
right. Gibbs
But
Ask Gibbs
then
about that
it
treatment.
should be
He'll
yes,
know.
and privately run and privately paid for facilities, whatever, right? But like
those
plenty
are
of
real
drug
cheap.
addicts have been there and are struggling, right? We have very ineffective drug treatment programs, right? And I'd love to get into that at some point, but whatever. So even then that falls apart.
Equine therapy.
But these are medical treatments. These aren't like halfway. This isn't the 12-step program. I mean, like there are medical treatments for every addiction right now. So the moral choice is to
And many of
not
them
go
aren't
get
available.
treatment. And that is and so to Lactoid's point, if you choose not to go get treatment,
What if
for
they don't have
your
access
addiction,
to that? Wait,
then
hold on. What if
to
they
hell
don't
with
have
you.
access to that? What if they don't have access to that?
I mean,
Like
no,
medical
who doesn't have access to that?
Well,
Why?
well,
This is
yeah,
nice
but hold on.
America.
People who don't have insurance, right? Private insurance, obviously don't have access, right? If they're a person of a low economic status, then they probably don't have access. It's all the regular people who don't have access to the medical to medical technology and to medical help that don't have access. Those are the people I'm talking about, obviously. Like,
I know.
And a lot of the time, detox requires inpatient care.
I know a lot of Republicans hate this fucking organization, right? But you might as well fucking mention it in this instance. If you are poor, if you are impoverished, and you are pregnant, go to a fucking Planned Parenthood. They're not just there for abortions. You can go get a sonogram. You can go see a doctor. They have nurses there that will help you get on WIC so that you can eat healthy and will help link you up to all of it. If you are drug addicted, that will help you. Link
There are
you
these
up to
other
all
cool
of these
places
programs.
called churches, and they help people.
Churches will do it
They have
too.
methadone there, true.
I mean, okay.
Listen.
Like-
The moral failing.
I'm going to fight back on your argument, Prime, because
listen,
the fact
the
is
moral-
that people help people. I spend a lot of money in taxes for my taxes to go help people. Gibbs obviously does. He hasn't stopped talking about it all
I
night.
never said that help didn't exist, right? I'm saying one, if they have access to effective help, they have access to help, one thing. If they have access to effective health, another thing. It's a completely separate thing, right? If it happened to have worked for them, and all those things, right? It could be no, didn't work.
I just can't make
but
excuses
they're
for people
pregnant.
like that. I just can't.
Listen.
Well, we talk about
It literally feels like dodging
listen.
accountability, like I said before.
Listen. The only time it's
when you're
not-
pregnant, you're on a
Hold
timeline.
Hold on. No, it is the moral failing is not doing drugs. Okay? The moral failing is having a body that is poisonous to children and then choosing to have sex, which can lead to the birth of children, knowing that you are addicted and that you can't stop it. It is no different.
No
than
disagreement
taking
there.
a person that is walking down the street and then saying like, hey, I have something really cool in my house. And then you walk in the house and you know that the house is on fire. Like if you invite someone off of the sidewalk into a burning building and they don't know that it's burning and then they burn in said building, that is the choice that you made. Now, if you are raped, you have number one, you have absolute 100% bodily autonomy. If you choose to be a drug addict, that's a terrible choice, but it's your fucking choice. And if you are then raped and you are a drug addict and you are pregnant due to the rape, right?
How many
It
people
is
choose to be a drug addict? That's crazy. That's
What's
crazy.
that?
How many people choose to be a drug
Well,
addict?
I guess all
Plenty
of
of
them
people
because they
choose
chose
to be
to
a
do drugs in
drug
the first
addict.
place.
Yeah, no, I think
No,
I think
that's
most people
stupid.
don't
Some of
choose
it's
to be an
dependence.
addict. Sorry, go
No,
ahead.
they,
GB,
they,
your
listen.
comments.
No, okay. Listen. They chose to engage in the behavior that led them to be a drug addict.
Sure.
Right. I'm not saying they were like, you know what I want to do today? I want to be one of those people that
Heroin.
like has a
They still
90
risk it,
degree body angle on like the street corner somewhere. Right. Like no, they're someone that chose to engage in drugs. They made that choice. I mean, unless of course someone forced it on them. Right.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
nevertheless, if they're drug addicted, there was a series of behaviors there. Now, if they choose to have sex, even protected sex, if they choose to have sex during this time where their body is poisonous, they're making an active choice that can lead to the birth of a child whilst they are in a position where they feel like they have no control over their drug addiction. That is a choice.
I'm going. So,
That is a choice
we're
that
talking
they
about
made.
we're talking about somebody who's not in a rational state of mind. Somebody who has an addiction
And
that
they're
is
not making
impacting
good
that.
choices.
Yeah. So treating them or speaking of them as if they're making rational choices based on the current situation they're in is silly. Like, we're talking about somebody who has like a type of mental illness.
No, so this is a fucking binary. You are either a rational person that is capable of arguing for your own rights, that is capable of critically thinking and making decisions based off of your desires towards the outcomes that you wish, or you aren't. And if you aren't,
Yeah, I don't think
then
they
that
are.
means you need a guardian appointed to you, and because you are incapable of making choices. If you are
agree with
incapable
that.
of making choices, then someone needs to sweep you up and force you into a mental institution, or a family member
Or
needs to
a
take
mandatory rehab center where they can get to a position where they are
I mean,
now.
yeah, obviously, I'm a libertarian. I don't want like a
Yeah,
$10
you're
billion
okay with
bill
them,
for this.
just throwing them to the wolves. Okay, like I get it. Like I'm not okay with that.
That's
I
not what
do
I
think
said.
that the state should come
That's
in,
not what I said at
sweep
all.
them
Don't-
up,
don't
put them
put
into a
words in my
position where they can get healthy, and then after that we can judge them on their choices.
I never said
You
that
mean
I
a
think
nice,
we should
safe
throw
place
them
like
to the
jail?
wolves. I'm just saying I don't want to be stolen.
Yeah,
I
jail
don't want
really
taxes
helps
stolen for.
with this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I don't think jail is helpful either. But what
Let's
I'm
like.
saying
I was
is-
being a little bit
let's like-
facetious, but
let's like, hold on,
there-
let's like,
Yeah.
I felt like
like
somebody else was
Corey,
too. So
if he wants to as well, I'm gonna have to respond to this much later. But yeah,
So-
gotcha.
What I wanted to say is we talked about psychological dependence. One thing that I brought up in my opening statement that I want to mention is, as well as with a lot of the drugs that do the most harm, we're talking about physiological dependence, right? And when somebody's pregnant, right, you're kind of on a timetable. Like, we can't do like if all else fails, try again. Hey, try to cut back. Hey, you detox up, it didn't work. For months and months and years, considering like, oh, you're giving birth like in 9 months, like you can't, hold that back until you figure it out. That's why I'm saying that people should have the, at least the resources available to that if they do not take it, then
And we get it. You
obviously
wanna
that's a
kill
moral
babies. I got
culpability.
it. We understand. You have to keep.
What did I just say? I'm so sorry. What?
She said resources available. She's not talking about abortion here.
I'm talking about to detox, because if you detox off of drugs that you have a physiological dependence without stuff like methadone,
Actually,
without
Arthur Dye
medical
agrees with
treatment,
you.
you're in trouble as far as your physical health, sometimes your life, as well as, if we're, taking into consideration, especially somebody who wants to have a baby,
let's
the
roll with that.
baby's going to be even more fucked up.
Sure. Let's
Arthur
roll.
Dye
With,
says
can
that they can
real quick,
detox someone in about a week.
Can we roll with this free detox now? Prime, are you okay
Not
with
even
punishing
keep the
these women?
Free detox.
Yeah. There's a new guarantee where if you're like a pregnant woman and like for some reason you can't stop, like the government will provide the resources, whether you like it or not, and you will stop doing substances one way or another. And now, like if the woman dodges these services, now we can punish them, right?
Can we get accountability?
Well, hold on, that depends, because if a woman is dodging the services like upfront, it's probably because she's an addict and she knows if she goes to this addiction center, she's no longer going to get access to the drug, and because her judgment is impaired by the addiction in the first place, it makes sense that she would avoid the center.
If an addict shoots me and takes my wallet and then uses to buy drugs, should this person be punished?
I don't know how much I like you, to be
Not
honest.
according to the
So I'd
leftists,
have
we
to
shouldn't
think about
punish
that.
Jesus
anybody.
Christ.
We
Doobie, I
shouldn't
know
punish
you like me a
anybody.
lot, okay?
We shouldn't punish anybody. Like, we should let them rob us. We
Yeah,
should
because
let
I mean, hey, they were in the right. They weren't in the right state of mind. They were addicted. All criminals technically really are in a weird state of mind.
It was,
Who's
you know,
holding
it was their,
responsible?
it was their inescapable.
Everything is determinist, man. It's like a
despair
ball.
that they couldn't break the cycle.
Ball down a
The
hill. You
cycle's
can't hold
too
anybody
hard for 'em.
responsible.
The system is keeping the man down, and the only way to get through it is if daddy government comes and lifts him up by the little nuts and saves him.
No. I got
That's
the
what
ultimate response to this. I got the ultimate response to this, right? If it's not their choice, if their addiction is clouding their mind and it's not their choice to like do these crimes, then I can't help but be born with the mindset that I'm going to punish them.
So
Gibbs,
yeah,
I
that's
find
why
it
I said
disturbing that you
specifically-
keep saying "daddy government" and then sucking at the teat.
Well, because
Those
that's
two
the only.
things.
Well, see, because you have to preach to the audience, and we're on a
Trans
leftist channel,
government
so we
face.
know that these guys are soy betas, and so I'm trying to preach to them in a manner just like their like Daddy Destiny shows them. So I want them all to know how they can, speak. I'm trying to speak other languages.
Let's go to Katja, and men have nipples too. Let's remember that. Okay, Katja.
Yay, nipples. Anyway, so yeah, that's why I said, like, especially with stuff like, medical intervention with detoxing, because that's what I feel like is the first line thing where it might not actually be somebody's choice. If, hey, I'm pregnant, hey, I want to get off of this drug that I have a physical dependence to. Well, if I detox at home, either I can continue to, give the baby like drugs or whatever through my system, or I can just detox and I'll get hurt. The baby will get hurt even worse. So
you
that's
would
like, I feel like
support
the first line of that.
So would you support an act like the Marchman law in Florida that allows hospital workers to hospitalize without permission anyone whose judgment is impaired by drugs?
If they're pregnant, yes.
Well,
the
Florida law says anybody.
I mean, it really, like, the reason why I'm saying this too is that, like, I'm saying these resources should be available, and then I'm more open to situations like punishment if people know that they have access to get off of it, like, physiologically without, putting themselves at further risk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. So that's why I'm asking you, would you agree with every state having something like the Marchman Act, which is a Florida law that allows for involuntary civil confinement and to detox people who are, as Prime says, not capable of making good decisions? Or maybe that was Rudy. Whoever said they weren't capable.
I'm going to say maybe, but I want to know more about how the law works in practice and what negative effects are, because there's always
Well, I have a health
situations
professional
where...
telling me about it, so I'm assuming that they agree with it.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to. I'm gonna read more into that, but like, yeah, there are situations obviously where the cure is worse than the disease, and something like that seems like it could be a close call. So I'd want to know more about that before saying yes or no.
Well, I mean,
go to,
I think $3 trillion in tax dollars is a cure worse than any disease.
Sorry for wait. What's the $3 trillion for?
Gibbs, Q Gibbs.
Oh yeah, I mean, what do you think the $3 trillion is for?
Taxes. Okay, we don't need to go down that road.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, you already know. No.
So Lacto, just to maybe tease
go to
out where your line might be, or clarify it further. So I think Scott brought up an interesting scenario in his opening statement, where do you view it the same way? Yeah, exactly. Like, how would you? So would you hold that person responsible, or would you? Like, they shouldn't have kids? Would you also advocate for that? Or like, unless once they learn they're pregnant, they don't revamp their life and undergo a strict weight loss program, they should be imprisoned.
There's a line. I think that, in fact, this was something that my own chat challenged me basically immediately on. And yeah, if you have somebody who's like type 2 diabetes that's like under control or whatever, and then during pregnancy, they're like, just ignore that and then just start eating like a bunch of ho-hos or sugar cookies or something, I have a problem with that. And yes, it can get to a line where I would criminalize the behavior. Now, as with all criminalization, like there does need to be some level of threshold. There's like even for child abuse, right? Like there is a level of neglect that parents engage in where the amount of resources and the effort at enforcing it is actually probably going to be more detrimental to the child than not doing anything. And it's just on top of that, a wholly inefficient use of resources. So, is policing every time somebody goes to McDonald's going to be realistic, or doesn't cook with cooks with butter instead of cooking with olive oil? No, but I think that things
Cook
that
with
are
butter,
definitely
not olive
enforceable,
oil, people.
and
It's
and
healthier.
things that are
Don't listen to Scott.
I like olive oil.
Face.
Things
some
that are
ghee.
in fact I use olive oil on my hair. But one of the things I think it's like tobacco, alcohol, drugs, and etc. These are already currently probably to an extent that much more than I want regulated, right? We've put these substances in a different category of their own. We don't let children buy it. We don't want children to be consuming it. And if we don't want children to be consuming this, why are we letting children consume it? Like, it's more
yes.
harmful when they're younger. So to me, it's like the same logic applies. If you wouldn't buy your 1-year-old a fifth of vodka, then don't drink a fifth of vodka. I look at the two the same.
So
If I see a pregnant woman drinking vodka, it's like I'm closing my eyes and looking at like a woman holding a vodka bottle to their 1-year-old's lips, and the
That's
1-year-old.
more funny though.
So like Scott, I think Scott in his again, what you said, brought up like fast food. Do you view that same way of like holding up the bottle of vodka, to your pregnant?
If it's when it comes to like
fast
fatty
food,
foods,
should be regulated as well.
when it comes to like fatty foods and etc. There would be some. It wouldn't be one time. There would be some line. I think I would just follow because obesity in children, right? Like taking your kid to McDonald's is not the same thing as giving them cigarettes. But if you take your kid to McDonald's every day, and now they're like significantly obese and they're having heart issues at 8, yeah, at that point we start getting involved. That's fucked, right? You can't do that.
To be fair,
in the same way, if you're pregnant and like you're having all these like obesity issues, and here's the thing with the permanent damage, I can somewhat agree. Actually, the permanent damage is like perhaps like where we charge it differently as like abuse.
That's where the legal line,
endangerment,
not the moral line, right?
But for me, the moral like endangerment is enough. Like I think that if you give your kid like the woman who's like feeding their 1-year-old kid like vodka, it's like, oh, you can't prove any harm. No, you don't get to do that. That's not an activity because that activity has a very high risk of harm, right? Just like we don't let 1-year-olds go skydiving, even if they turn out to be okay.
So Scott, go ahead, and unless Corey has something else to say.
I do, but later on I'll save it.
Oh no, you get it out now because it might take.
Well, no, I want to engage in a different point with Grid One because he seems to be okay with the child endangerment, and I'm like, why are you okay with that? The child, like,
not okay with it. It's simply consistent legally.
How is it consistent? Because they weren't doing it before. This is like a recent development. As in, your view is that they should always have been doing this.
I'm only okay with it in that it is a legal thing that is consistent with the child endangerment law.
How is it consistent? Are you saying it wasn't consistent before and now it's consistent?
Well, before they didn't do it because under Mississippi law, they can't prosecute for child abuse because they don't recognize the fetus as a child.
Yeah, and so how is child endangerment? How does then now child endangerment come into play?
Endangerment? Yes. Oh, it's a very simple computation. If you are using drugs while you're pregnant, you are knowingly endangering the child that you're carrying, and when that child is delivered alive and tests positive for drugs, you are now guilty of child endangerment.
So doesn't that also track with child abuse then?
How there can't be any that you haven't abused a child yet.
You haven't endangered a child yet, at least not before.
I'm not a lawyer. I can't understand. I can't explain it further than that. Maybe the lawyer can help you. I don't know, but
are you saying that from the moment of conception is a child, and if that's the case, then child abuse and child endangerment are on the table?
I didn't cite my belief.
So then
I think if you believe a child begins at conception, then the position again, like for child endangerment, makes perfect sense right off the bat. If you don't think that, I still think you can come to a logical argument for this being child endangerment. Like with one simple hypothetical, right? Daycare for 5-year-olds only, and then you put a bomb in the basement that's timed to go off after 6 years. Technically, the kids in there aren't born yet when you set the bomb. Did you endanger children though?
Not with some intention, depending on how it's framed. I need more. On the hypothetical, yes, probably.
Yeah, like you are aware that even though the children don't exist right now, like within 6 years, there will be 5-year-olds in this building, and they're going to get blown up by this bomb.
Oh, okay.
right?
So if the hypothetical, actually, if you're saying that, well, if this was like a renovated building, okay, and then the bomb was planted 5 years ago, but then 1 year ago a child daycare opened up, I would not put that as child endangerment.
I'm telling you, that there's going to be 5-year-olds in there soon, or within 6 years, and they haven't been born yet. You know that there will be children that do not currently exist, but there will be children in there.
Even then, I don't know that I would reckon. I don't think the analogy tracks, at least for me, intuitively.
All right.
I think it tracks,
Is
right?
it
Because
child
you're
endangerment?
setting up like a situation where the future children are going to get hurt.
Well, so that in my mind, like the bomb going off when the children are there. For me, like if the drug is administered, okay, before a child exists, that's why I said for me, there's a line in terms of like after like second trimester, if someone's still actively doing drugs, okay, then a child is harmed in my mind. But if it's before that time, it's not a child. That's why the analogy doesn't track for me.
No, I know. Hold on. I know you're saying it's not a child, but again, when the bomb is planted, there's no children in the building.
The thing is there's no crime unless the child exists. So the child has to exist outside the womb first, according to Mississippi law. I didn't bring my worldview into it, and I didn't make the claim that it's a child beforehand. That's why trimester doesn't matter. None of it matters, because the only way Mississippi charges you is if that child is born. Once that child is born and they can prove that you did drugs, you have endangered a child. That's all. That's all of the qualification that is needed.
Let's go to Scott. And then after that, I'm gonna have.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I don't normally pop off, but I'll be right back.
That's okay.
Sometimes we all have to pee sometimes.
Yeah, so we'll go to Scott. I want to yell at Scott.
I
about
pee
something,
constantly.
and then we'll go to Katya.
So
We'll go to
say
Doobie,
two
because I'm sure
things.
Doobie has something else to say too. But go ahead.
I do want to say two things. So while I, previously I was, discussing the concept of like, that Grid also brought up, but he's not here, about like, confining someone against their will because of their inability to make rational decisions. It is also, when we're talking about the state and the current state of affairs, we have to be very, very careful of this. It needs to be something that there is an extreme degree of like scrutiny on. There's this really famous like case study that everyone learns when they're in like undergrad in psychology. So like most of you have probably heard of it, but maybe you haven't. On being sane in insane places in 1973. So it was a psychologist that was a professor, right? He had all of his, and it was a PhD program, right? So all of his students are people that already have a bachelor's degree in psychology, and they are well within, they're well within their PhD program in learning to become a psychologist themselves. And they're all presumably sane, right? They're just regular, university students in a PhD program. So he asked them to check into mental institutions with like a very vague thing, like, I feel like, I feel like I'm a little crazy. It wasn't like schizophrenia or anything. So they voluntarily checked themselves in, and the majority of them could not get out. They were like, hey, I'm normal. Like this was this was from my professor. There's nothing wrong with me. And they'd all been diagnosed with like severe mental health issues. And like it was impossible for them to get out, right? Because the very concept of like mental institutions. Now it's gotten a little bit better, presumably, since then. It got better and then it got worse under Nixon, but regardless, right? That is still a thing, that it can be very difficult to get out of these places. So we have to be very careful about forcibly committing people into these places because it's very difficult to get them out. Now, the other thing that I wanted to say,
And their entire purpose is to institutionalize people, right? So once you're in there, like,
Right.
okay, well, I'm going to diagnose you.
Well, their
because
purpose-
diagnosing is what I do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like their purpose should be to help people go out into the world, right? But
Yeah.
they, it's like it's a hammer, sees nails everywhere type of situation.
Yeah.
And so like, you have to be careful of those places. And the other thing I wanted to say is I think it's very interesting because, Lactoid, Admiral Gibbs as well, but Lactoid focusing on it, this concept of like a lack of accountability from people. And I think it's important where we discuss, I think culturally where this is coming from, because it's not, I think the real reason that this is so divisive in terms of putting mothers and giving them accountability is at its core the patriarchal instinct of our culture. Our culture, our human culture for the most part, in any functional society throughout time, has been patriarchal. And, woe is any culture or society that doesn't respect, venerate, and want to protect the pregnant woman, right? I mean, as far back as thousands of years, if you have a culture or society that doesn't value and protect pregnant women, you have a culture or society that will die. Right. And there is a deep instinct in many of us, and specifically in our culture, to take accountability away from pregnant women because we feel that they are a vulnerable people that need to be protected. And we're very recalcitrant in using like legal systems and things of that nature against them, which we should be, I think. I think that is something we should be careful of. At the same time, we are also living in a culture that has, for the most part, given women the liberty to go out and act in the same ways that men act. We are no longer in a society where, a woman is called hysterical and locked in her husband's room, and all of society agrees that was the right thing to do. And that can be good. But I think the problem here is the conflict between these two ideas, right? Like you can't have both. You can't have a society that is patriarchal, that doesn't want to force pregnant women into accountability and doesn't want to, use those same systems against them when they commit acts that we deem to be wrong, and at the same time give them free liberty to make the decisions that do have those bad outcomes, that, to engage in the behavior like drug addiction or, not being controlled by the father or the head of the estate, etc. And I just think it's an interesting kind of like crossroads where we're at.
So, here's the chat order, right? So, I wanted to respond to Scott, so I'll go then Katja, do because I'm sure he has something.
Yeah, Stacey, I'll have to wait, but remind me again if you're still here.
I have something short to say.
To go through viewer activity and answer that.
So, I have a problem. Your last statement seemed to be a bit more mitigating.
And thank you.
Take that into account, but like responding to a previous statement, you said, you said something along the lines. I didn't write it down exactly, but like that women with, you have a body that can get pregnant, and then you are having sex. Basically, that it doesn't matter if you knew or you didn't know, right? That you are responsible if you're drinking and fucking, right? I think that's a ridiculous standard. I think that we have. I'm just about to tell you, friend. I think that it's pointless to build a system that requires people to be perfect, right? Because what you're dealing with within that system are humans who are inherently imperfect. People are going to drink and fuck, right? In fact, those two things are often tied together: drinking and fucking. If that is an issue, right? Like women drinking, right, with their potentially pregnant bodies, right? By potentially, I mean like at any point in time, like a woman has rather than a kinetic pregnant body, right? They have a potential body, pregnant body. Like it just at any point in time they can be pregnant. Yeah. So
Schrodinger's pregnancy.
Schrodinger's pregnancy. Yeah, you never know. They just can be pregnant, right? Like or you have to observe them. If that's the case, well then we should like shut down bars, right? Or at the very least, ban women from bars. Because women are going to go to bars, right? They're going to drink, and some of them are going to fuck.
Prime.
Right?
This would be like saying, well, look, we're not perfect. Sometimes people are going to drink and beat the fuck out of their wives, so we might as well ban the alcohol.
Well, so
it's the same.
Well,
people aren't perfect, right? How can we design a society around people being perfect? Sometimes you just gotta let off a little steam. Sometimes you drink and then you get violent, right?
So the difference is some people don't know they're pregnant for a little while, but if you're gonna hit somebody, you go oh, I'm gonna hit somebody, right?
Scott,
if you're having unprotected sex.
Wait, hold on. But Scott specifically said
he's responding to Scott, who said more than unprotected sex. That was a
let me let me
Scott,
respond. Yeah.
Sure. And quickly, yeah. Scott said that, like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that, like, it doesn't matter if they know or not, right? Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. So
Well,
he said it doesn't
so
matter.
for example, let's think about this, right? If someone's blackout drunk and they have no memory of what they're doing, right? And then they get behind the wheel of a car. We don't say they're forgiven for a DUI. We recognize that they made the conscious decision to drink, and then they made the conscious decision to drink so much that they became blackout drunk. And despite the fact that they are like completely out of their mind, they're still going to get a DUI. We recognize that they didn't necessarily make the decision of sound mind and body to get behind the wheel. What they did is they made the decision of sound mind and body to drink and keep drinking until it got to a point where they were so shit-faced that their faculties were gone, and then they're still responsible for that behavior afterwards. Similarly, if a woman is having regular sex and she's sexually active, there is a risk. There is a potential. Just like a drunk person that gets blackout drunk, maybe they've never drunk and drive before, right? Maybe they don't drink and drive, but this one night they got drunk and they decided to drive and they were blackout drunk. We don't forgive them of that because they put themselves in the position where they engaged in that behavior. The same thing is true of someone that's sexually active and is also addicted to drugs. They're engaging in behavior that can bring a life into this world, and they're also a drug addict. And when you do those two things, they're not absolved of all of the damage that they do or don't do to this human simply because they don't know whether or not engaging in that sexual activity and doing those drugs will or won't lead to that outcome. The same way a DUI is enforced against someone that's drinking at a bar that doesn't know whether or not they'll get behind a car and get in a car accident and kill somebody.
How does this system work then? Should we like make women a test before they go into a bar? I'm not against
this liberty. What I'm saying is if you show up at the hospital and your baby has fetal alcohol syndrome, that's on you. Right? Like, I'm not saying that we have cops at the bars to be like, are you sexually active? Like, I'm not saying you police that behavior in that regard. What I am saying is that if you engage in behavior that permanently damages and harms a human life, that just like a mugger, just like a DUI person that, crashes into you, just like any other situation, you're responsible for your actions that led to that and harmed that person.
Okay, if you're not saying then we police, all right, then I have less of a problem with that then. All right, then I'll leave that alone then. Let's move on to, what did I say? I have to chat. Okay, so Katja, Doobie, Corey. Anyone else wants to jump in?
I was just gonna say that I feel like a lot of the there's just when we're talking about the drinking versus driving versus this, that, and the other, I feel like the difference here is I think that like the way to make it equivalent would be drinking is equivalent to drinking, driving is equivalent to having sex, and getting pregnant is equivalent to crashing the car, right? If you drive drunk, you don't know you're going to crash the car every time. If you have sex, you don't know you're going to get pregnant anytime. The difference here is driving drunk is illegal, but having sex is legal. There's like a difference in like the underlying action.
Even when driving drunk wasn't illegal.
Just to be clear, there are separate crimes. There are separate crimes that you could be charged with once you cause injury. Right, so causing injury while drunk, by the way. You cannot be charged with that unless you hurt somebody while driving drunk.
I want to make this very, very clear. I do not give any fucks whatsoever what the current law is in the United States or anywhere in the fucking world. That is like, of the things that I value, like it is below a shit sandwich. That is how much I care about what the current law is. When I am saying, what I'm saying is an ought claim about what ought be the law. And what I am saying is that they are similar in this regard. And the reason that they are similar is not about whether or not driving is illegal, because drunk driving is illegal. But nevertheless, even if I was to take your critique as it was in the regards to drunk driving, I don't care. What is illegal, as far as I'm concerned, is taking actions that lead to the harm of a child and doing so consciously. Now, you're saying it's unconsciously, I presume, because you don't know whether or not the child exists or doesn't exist. But that's not about, it's not about whether or not the child exists or doesn't exist. It's about you engaging in behavior that can lead to this outcome. Sometimes people do shit like steal from someone and no one knows that it was stolen. Or sometimes people shoot bottle rockets and they don't know that they're in a dry field that might burn up. It doesn't matter whether or not they know that the bottle rocket is going to light the field on fire. What matters is that they're engaged in risky behavior and the outcome was that someone's property was damaged. Or in this regard, a human being was harmed and it was due to the direct decisions by the person that harmed them, in this case, the pregnant mother.
What Scott's talking about here is actions have consequences.
Oh, I've totally never heard that before, especially on these panels. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
so
Well,
but,
you
but I
still
feel like you guys are
understand it,
missing.
so
I feel like
felt
you guys
it
are
bore
missing
repeating.
something. So
Wow, I've said that.
I can understand punishing the woman who goes to a bar and drinks while she's pregnant, right? But in that case, you'd probably punish her for. I mean, she's sober at one point. She goes to the bar, and then she drinks. She made the decision to go to the bar while pregnant and drink, right? So that makes sense to me. But if you're dealing with an addict, right? I don't think you can compare the two, because you don't have somebody who's sober in a logical, rational mindset. You have somebody who's already mentally affected by the addiction, who's making decisions that are impaired by the mental impact of the addiction. So unless you can like rewind and say, oh, well, 2 years ago before you had your first drink, you should have known that you were going to become an alcoholic. It's not really helpful to punish them, right? It's more helpful to say, hey, yeah, this is a bad thing that's happening. How can we make this less bad? Right. And then take actions to make it less bad.
I mean, I understand the empathy here, but like if a crackhead goes underneath your house and steals your copper pipes because he's severely addicted to crack and needs his next crack rock, right? You wouldn't say, well, you know, the crackhead was just addicted. Like, he's not responsible for those actions. Like, no, he engaged in a behavior that harmed your property. You go home and now you don't have any fucking water and you have to spend thousands of dollars to fix this situation. And if you find said crackhead, you're going to fucking punish them. Now, I understand you saying like, hey, look, drug addiction is a disease and it impairs judgment. And I have empathy for people in those situations. And so the way that I view this is less of a moral failing than someone that is completely sober. And I can empathize with your empathy in that regard. But again, you know, like where is that line getting drawn, and why is that?
But I mean,
line
even using
so
your crackhead
for pregnant
example,
women and not for other people?
It's
and
not.
It's because of what I said. It's patriarchal.
No, it's not.
Tendencies.
So even using your crackhead example, right? So that person goes into your house, steals your copper, whatever, fucks up your plumbing. So I think it makes more sense in that case, even to, right? I mean, we put him in jail, right? Punish him that way. Your pipes aren't fixed. He has no money to pay you back. He's still he's gonna go to prison and be an addict in prison. Probably get drugs in prison if he can. If not, maybe he'll come out sober and solve a fuck.
We can make them work in prison.
Or you put him in some kind of rehab program, get him healthy, get him sober, get him to a position where he can pay back the damage that he did to your property. Right. So in long term, he's no longer engaged in that kind of activity.
Clarifying question. Would you or would you not, as part of this process, take that child away from the mother?
Yes.
Okay, so you are in favor of recognizing that the mother has lost the right to her body until she gets clean, and that the mother has lost the right to the child and must fight to get the child back. I don't think our positions are actually that far apart, because I'm not necessarily over here saying that, you know, we need to imprison these people and make them do forced labor, or that they can never fight for their kid back if they prove that they're clean or anything. I think I don't actually think our positions are that different at all. I think maybe we're talking past each other, because I think the actual outcome of what I would want the state to do is almost identical to what yours is.
I agree. So, and 1 second. So,
a pregnant lady right now.
I'd make the crackhead
yeah, basically.
work.
Yeah, 1 second. So, So I think again, Scott, I think we mostly agree. So I mean, like I said earlier, I do agree that it does make sense to take the children away, even if she's still pregnant, to wait until the baby is born and then take it away until we are sure she's totally clean and able to take care of that child and herself, right? Like that makes sense.
Well, I would slightly differ in that I would say that, if she wants guardianship back of the child, she has to prove that she's the best fit. Right? I think once you lose your rights to a child, if let's say, an aunt takes over and the aunt is like, no, this is my baby now, and 2 years later you're like, well, I want my baby back. I'm clean and sober now and everything. And it's like, I don't think you just default get the child back just because you're clean and just because you've proven that like you're no longer bad anymore.
Yeah, currently on your feet, basically. Yeah, I get it.
Right. Yeah, like I think, but if like they're in CPS or some shit, then like any clean fucking, having if you're paying your rent and you're clean off of drugs for a year, like you're better than the foster care system.
Right.
I agree with all of that. Yeah.
Corey, Gibbs. I have lots of thoughts. Corey and Gibbs.
I should be quick. I just want to actually add on, because I'm a huge nerd and obviously a history of science nerd, what Scott outlined earlier with the psychiatric institutionalization. It's actually a pretty infamous paper. It's called, I'll post in the Discord paper, in the Discord chat. It's called
in an Insane Place.
Insane Place, the Rosenham paper from the 70s. And it gets even more wild because, like, yes, when that scenario played out, psychiatrists were like, oh, no, it was rigged. And then they challenged the researcher again, saying, well, actually, send out patients again, okay? And then we're actually going to identify those insane ones. And then he put out the word saying, okay, I'm sending out new patients, okay? And then the psychiatrist came back saying, we identified them. And then he responded saying, I actually didn't send out anybody. You identified false positives.
Yeah, it's a famous study, and it's the problem is not that much better than it was in the 70s. It's still pretty bad. We have to be very careful about institutionalizing people because it can be hard to get out, even if you are a trained, almost a psychologist with no known medical or mental issues. It can still be almost impossible to get out of some of those places.
I don't think
really want to explore that. Go ahead, sorry.
I don't think the same risk though would apply like if you're institutionalizing pregnant people, right? Because like
I'm saying we have to be very careful about the parameters, right? We have to have an end goal that says when you're institutionalized, when you meet this, you get out, because those places can keep people in and can cause like there's been tons of studies that show that those places cause mental health issues.
Look. Yeah. I'm all fine with like being careful. I'm just saying that like. I mean, the max, like under my proposal, the max these places would be able to hold people would be 9 months.
You can go fucking crazy in 9 months in a mental institution.
I know. Hey, I know. I'm saying
go fucking crazy in a few days in those places.
Let's go to Gibbs, and then I'm going to jump in.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Pat. So, really, like the problem, like I stated in my opening, I maybe you're right. Like maybe it's not the addict's fault that they chose to do drugs and they got addicted. Maybe if they didn't choose to be addicts, maybe it's not the people's fault that they're lazy pieces of shit and they don't want to work and they want to live with the welfare system and not take any personal accounting for their daily lives. Maybe it's not these people at all. It's the perpetual cycle of the economic system that's holding them down. Whatever bullshit y'all want to spill, because all we're gonna really do here, all we really offer this whole panel is piecemeal Band-Aid solutions. All these little policies we're talking about are just treating the symptom. They're not fixing the root cause, the homeless problem, the rampant drug addiction, the crack babies, the welfare state. These are all symptoms, and any one of them can be deadly to America, and we should remedy them, right? However, the real problem is the underlying sickness. These little Band-Aid solutions, we're just like making the problem worse. You're either pushing it down the line, letting it grow, buying time to get a point of no return on any of these symptoms, and the society collapses. I don't know. It's just, I think the real problem is we need to start teaching personal accountability again. And until we do that, we need to dig this, we're going to have to start digging these symptoms out really harshly. It's like an infected leg. We need to cut it off before it grows further. Like, I guess it's going to be sad, but some people that might have recovered, you know what? You always talk about the greater good. Well, the greater good in this case might be a few of them get left behind for the betterment of society as a whole because, oh God, they could have recovered. But, if they had my fucking money, well, oh God, I could be Bill Gates if I had as much money as Jeff Bezos. It's a fucking terrible argument and it's stupid. Anybody can be anything if you're taking the money from everybody else that's working for it.
Okay.
So I didn't state like how I feel about this. And it's like it's been in flux since like I first like learned of this story and like literally as this panel is going. And so I'm gonna say something here, but God, it might change. It really might change. Like as you know, as well, the regulars here know, right? I have, and along with Juby, the most extreme view on abortion, right? As far left as you could possibly go on abortion.
Peter Singer's position?
Peter Singer's? Singers?
Abortion up to 2 years of age?
Post-birth abortion.
Post-birth abortion.
We're gonna make the baby comfortable.
Oh, you might not have really have leftiest.
Well, you don't have the most left position then.
Oh, that's not abortion. That's not abortion.
He is vegan, by the way, a known famous vegan, an animal rights advocate.
That's not abortion, so I'm gonna have to leave that alone. But yeah, the most and I'm a social libertarian in that I think people should be able to do what they want with their bodies, and it's generally none of our business what that is, and so
except keep their money.
Except keep their money. Yeah, okay. That was okay.
I'm just saying, if you actually believe that people should be able to do with their bodies as they please,
I get you. Thank you. Oh my God, Scott. For 2 seconds, I forgot you were an ANCAP. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I appreciate it.
I am doing Twitch panels and streaming for one fucking purpose primarily, and have always done so, to proselytize libertarianism.
You don't have to. I'm sorry. You don't have to inject your ANCAP in this while I'm talking. I get it. We get it. Thank you. I love you. All right, moving on.
If I was doing this for money and clout, I'd be a Republican like Connor.
Gibbs. Thank you. I love you. All right, Gibbs. Right. I hear you. Fuck. What was I gonna say to Gibbs? Oh, you were saying that you have to be consistent on this, right? That if you are pro-abortion, then you should also be celebrating a woman, doing heroin, I think is what you said. I understand that mindset, right? And I've been contemplating this like for days actually. What do I feel? When in terms of let's remove the pregnancy just for a second, right? Let's look at a prisoner. Is it okay for to have a death penalty? For to say a certain level of crimes, we should execute this person. Like most people would say yes, right? A lot of people agree death penalty should exist for a certain level of crime. However, if you just change it slightly and say, well, what about torture? What if we hobble a person? Let me literally torture an individual. I think a lot of people would say no. That's different, right? But you haven't killed them. Killing them is like the ultimate punishment, supposedly. But torture feels differently. And putting the pregnancy back in, it feels different to say that, hey, there's a pregnancy that for whatever reason you need to end this pregnancy, which is taking a life. I believe it's taking a life, right? That you're going to end this pregnancy, but then it's different when you're going to torture like a child, right? Like you're going to like specifically endanger someone who's going to go out into the world and just like live a life hobbled by decisions made within this very small time frame. That feels different. And in a way that like I don't know the best way to express that, but it feels like that shouldn't be the same. Uh, I like let's imagine, right? Like especially if you're like a pro-choice person, right? Like, and you think that a woman should be able to do whatever she wants with her body, and especially ending a pregnancy. Let's imagine there was a technology, right? Like one of those you ever seen one of those wands, right? That or that shock an individual, right? Like you put it to your skin, it shocks you,
Like
right?
a cattle rod or like a taser.
Well, yeah, I guess it's like
Cattle
a cattle. I
prod.
wasn't thinking of a cattle rod, but yeah, but fine.
Prod.
Cattle prod. It works. Yeah, sure. Um, um, Imagine if you had like a device like that, but if a pregnant woman put it to her stomach, it didn't shock her, but it shocked her baby, and someone was doing that for fun. Like, it's her body, right? She can do whatever she wants with it. But is this the same? Would you defend that? I think a lot of people wouldn't defend that. So this feels different to me in a way that I'm not sure I can properly express. So like the state stepping in to address this, like I am sympathetic to that. However, like the more we criminalize these behaviors, right, rather than like maybe look at it as some sort of like a health issue, right? When you start using the criminal justice system, it is a blunt system, right? It's not nuanced. It's not a scalpel. The law never truly is. It's a blunt system, and so like there are plenty of educations. I forget if this is because I read a bunch of articles, so I forget which one I sent to you guys. But like one of them talked about a mother who she had been on drugs previously, but she got off of that, and like but she had a history of drug use, and so now like when her baby comes out with like a positive drug test, right? Like yes, sure, she had taken drugs, but she had literally turned her life around, right? She had done the thing that we want a mother to do in that situation. She got clean. But once we set the system up, then we're going to end up punishing like people like her, which I think a lot of people could be very sympathetic to. Like, is this a system we want? I don't know if the law is the way to do this. And so that's where I'm at right now. So I don't know.
I tend to agree with you to a large extent.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be, anytime you make a law, there's always going to be unintended consequences. There's always going to be individuals that are, edge cases, right? Because the law is black and white, and it's involuntary, and so because of that, there's always going to be situations where you're like, wow, this shouldn't have happened this way. And that would even be true of, my ANCAP utopia, right? Like the world is imperfect and there are criminals everywhere. And, no system of governance is going to fix either of those things, or nor is it going to fix what isn't a problem, which is subjective value. And so, I think obviously it's true that we have to be careful about implementing any legislation or any law that attacks any one group of people. Thomas Sowell talks about it mostly in economics, right? But he says that every policy is a trade-off, right? Every policy is a trade-off. That's what you're doing. Like even if you're a lefty, you have to like recognize that you're trading some value of like some tax money you took out of the market. So every time you say we need a new tax, someone in America dies. Every tax, someone in America dies. You're willing to accept that death. And that death is from, a guy who loses his job because the business didn't grow as much. And, he ends up being like, leaves his family and, develops an opioid addiction. Like unemployment causes, the numbers are really hard to pin down. I've heard a lot of different numbers, so please don't trust my numbers, but it's something like 40,000 Americans die for every 1% unemployment. And those are just excess deaths, right? That doesn't mean that like the unemployment directly caused the death. That just means like it led to a change in the system where people ended up dying. And so like, yeah, any implementation of any law is something that we need to be very careful of. Obviously I'm for, the state getting out of all of the laws in this regard. My issue, however, is when the state is going to be the monopoly on power and violence, and is going to be the only institution that is allowed to imprison people, is allowed to determine where kids go, etc. Right? Not having the law in place in this situation, there's other trade-offs here, right? What about the man who has a relationship with a girl and gets her pregnant, and he realizes she's pregnant and is like, okay, I'm getting off drugs. Like we have to be clean for this baby. And so for the next 8 months, he's clean. He gets help. He goes out and, gets a better job and has a stable income and rent and all of these things. And then, she just stays on drugs. And, we don't have the state involved at all. And nobody reports the fact that, she had this baby. And so now he has this kid who is, now he has to hire lawyers and fight through an expensive and difficult legal process just to get his own kid, because the state's deferring to the mother and deferring to to her. And now he's trying to spend $20,000-$30,000 to get a kid that's been damaged by his drug addicted mother. Like that's another trade-off of not doing anything.
Yeah, but hold on. But I didn't say not do anything, right? And I wanted to also get back to his opinion
For sure. Like there are market solutions in a lot of ways, right? Like crisis pregnancy centers, Catholic institutions all over the country will help people and do the best that they can. But you can't always lead a horse to water. I mean, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Oh yeah, hold on. But I'm not even saying like lead a horse to water in that like voluntarily, right? Like I'm okay for some sort of involuntary solution, right? Like I'm okay with I'm leaving my options open as to what the system could be, right? But the moment we like start criminalizing people, right? And I feel like my libertarian friends, should be on my side here, right? But the moment we start criminalizing things, then we introduce state violence that is blunt and non-nuanced and like produces more outrageous. Again, this is why I cared about that framing from the very beginning. That if we look at it as a health issue, right? Okay, we have a person presenting to us, right? This woman who is pregnant, but like has a history of these drugs. What do we do with her, right? Is it that we use state violence to take away her child, right? Or make her, she might have current children, they'll take those away too, right? Or is it that we lock them up? Or do we get them in some sort of program? Do we give them options, right? Do we do all these things that could maybe lead to an outcome where the family stays together? And the family staying together, right, is always like is more likely than not the best option in most cases, right? So like lactoid,
generally speaking,
So lactoid. Like I know you are very unsympathetic to mothers who take these substances, but like what about like rather than looking at it as a judicial issue, as a medical issue?
Yeah, I look to the extent that it works. Like my goal here is ultimately going to be to help prevent children from getting hurt. So if I sort of treat it somewhat along the lines of like people who potentially have a predilection to hurt children, which is that if you come to us first and request treatment, maybe that can be an option. But if we have to come get you, there's going to be a stick. There's going to be penalties associated with this behavior. And hopefully that provides some kind of incentive, some kind of deterrent structure of like, look, we're not trying to be heartless, but this is unacceptable.
And I do mean quick. I do mean quick. It's like one sentence. PrimeCayes, you also have to understand that doing nothing still maintains the status quo that kidnapping is illegal. So you're already using state violence to stop someone who would want to take care of this child, right? Like if there's an aunt, like I said, right, that is like you delivered a crack baby and you're still doing crack, right? If you say, well, we're not going to have a legal solution here, well, the legal structure is already in place that makes it illegal for the aunt to go and save that baby and give that baby a better life. So to say like we're using, so what you're really saying is we're going to use violence against those that really aren't criminals, right? People that want to take care of a child and haven't committed a crime, but we're not going to use violence against the criminals that have harmed the child.
Sorry, Hunt. Okay, so
I'd like to answer your question too, Brian. You get a chance.
Sure. Okay, fair.
Do you mind if I have a closing statement soon? I have a bad headache. Like I
Sure.
feel like
It's
mega
also past
short right
time.
now.
Go
That
ahead.
too. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna dip out of here. Say hi to my crack baby. I don't think she's actually on crack. She's just a cat, so she's a bit stupid. But yeah, you
Cat
can.
baby.
Yeah, my cat baby. You can find me on Twitter or on Blue Sky at Premier Katya, but I'm gonna go night-night because I feel like shit. Thank you for having me, Prime. Nice talking to everybody else here. Night-night. Bye-bye.
Take care. Be well. Feel better.
Nice to
Good
have you
night.
back.
Night-night.
Fuck, I forget what I was going to say, honestly. But let's go to Gibbs, and just like if anyone needs to leave,
Yeah.
they can head out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue you're having is with this like moral dichotomy you can't reconcile between the abortion and the like heroin addict baby or the crack baby. I think we can explain this. I'm here to help you. All right, I'm gonna bring you to the light. And we're gonna figure out the problem because you're right. There is one of them is worse than the other, right? And the reason I say this matter to some extent about both these products and instructions is because of the lack of is the glorification of the lack of personal accountability, right? You can have random sex to have a baby, and oh, you know what? I don't want this baby, and like for some percentage of women, they'll decide, okay, it's more convenient to take it out, all right? And that's harsh. It's terrible. And some of these are maybe even government-funded abortions. I don't know. Tax dollars go to war, and I'm real sad about that. I hate it. I think it's evil. It's awful. However, this is gonna sound real bad. That's only a one-time hickey each time they murdered that baby. It's with the crack baby where they come out and they're deformed or they're like mentally ill, and we not only have to take care of this baby for the rest of their lives. Now they're on state funds. We have to take care of the mom and rehabilitate her. As she fails multiple times and keeps going back under the bridge. And then, we're going to enable all these other homeless people, all this other shit. We never stop funding it. It's a bigger hit. And you're absolutely right. Because you know what? They are torturing somebody. They're torturing the American taxpayer by keeping these people on life support and not making them fucking have to deal with the consequences. We are enabling them. And we're like, every time we do this, we're like,
sir.
yeah, well, it's crazy. This is what you're doing. We go, okay, well, they can't get out of drug addiction, so put them in rehab. Oh, you know what? They can't work because they're in rehab, so let's give them welfare. Then they go and buy. It's fucking insane. It's a cycle that they get them in and they get them hooked. It's great. It's terrible. It's the evil leftist ideology.
I've actually never agreed with Gibbs this much. I am shocked, sir.
I don't understand, like, in terms of abortion, why like conservatives don't like consider getting abortion act of personal responsibility. Hey, I fucked up. I had this baby when I am unprepared to handle this baby, right? Like, hey, you shouldn't have sex when.
Well, you got to remember, I would do it. Like, in my case, it's always about what's best for me, right? But I'm speaking for like all the other conservatives when I say this.
Yeah. Conservatives say like you made a mistake when you had sex, right? Okay, right now you have to deal with the consequences. Okay, well the consequence is that I'm going to have a baby that's going to lower my life outcomes and maybe the life outcomes of my current.
I always
children,
love it
right?
how leftists
They have-
talk about how it's going to ruin this woman's life to have a child.
Well, it's ruining our lives, taking our money all the time.
I don't know why you. I don't know why you can't understand.
Dude,
hopefully,
you're talking to one of them. You are talking to one of them right now. My mom was an
let's talk
18-year-old
about the
mom.
anecdote of your mom. Great. I don't. It
Right.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your mom did.
Okay.
I'm glad.
But what
I'm
you
glad
said
your
does
mother,
matter. You
I'm
did-
glad
you
it worked.
literally
It
give
worked
no
out for your
proof for
mother,
that.
right? But it doesn't matter for us on a larger
Okay.
scale of a policy, right? Great. I'm so happy that it worked out for your mother and for you. Fantastic. I'm glad you're here with us. But that we're not going to build policy around that your 18-year-old mom who happened to have like beat the odds. So for many other women,
It was hard work. It wasn't beating the odds. That's the dumbest thing that can possibly
Okay, so
be
many
said.
bootstraps. I had the ball. Got it. I'm so happy for her. But any which way, right? There are plenty of people who are in precarious situations, right? People who may already have children or and understand some people don't have the funds to take care of another child, or for whatever reason. There's a whole list of those reasons, right? And then they're deciding, I'm going to end this pregnancy, right? And so
All I'm hearing is
I don't
that
produce
you were
another
defeated.
child who's going to
Selfish.
be
That's what I'm hearing.
poor, right? And going to use up other
That's
state
what all
funds,
I'm hearing
right?
is
They're not going to
defeatism
do
and
anything. I'm
selfish.
taking care of that issue, accountability. But for some reason, conservatives never look at it that way. It's very strange.
May I answer? I'll answer here, right? Because the fundamental misunderstanding here is, and it's usually where the misunderstanding comes from, is philosophy. And I know people get so bored about it, it's not blood sports enough, whatever, right? But you're talking about outcomes, and your typical conservative is a deontologist, right? Especially the Christians, right? Murder is wrong. There is no situation where murder becomes right. And so it's not about
Lots of them are pro death penalty.
Hayes, by your logic, I should literally go
Hold on.
around and put
Hold
a
on.
22 in the back of the head of every drug addict.
No,
By your logic.
That's not by my
so-
logic at all.
Hold on,
That's so
like I'm
strange,
not
but okay.
even listen, like I'm not even stating, like I'm not even getting into like a discussion here about like arguing for that as a merit, right? It's just descriptively true. Most conservatives believe that murder is wrong. Self-defense is killing. That's not murder.
No, death penalty though. Therefore,
Right, death penalty is not murder. That's justice, right? The person loses their. That's not murdering. That's killing, right? Murdering is killing a non-aggressive entity. When someone engages in. So if someone kills someone, then you can kill them, right? They have argued that it is right to kill them. But I don't want to get into the philosophy that much, right? I'm just saying this is where that fundamental difference comes from. When the conservative is hearing you say, well, the outcomes will be better for the mother, the outcomes will be better for this, even a conservative that is outcome-based, let's say they're not a deontologist and they share the same philosophical worldview as you in terms of being outcome-based, then what we need to do is we need to look at what conservatives value versus what left-wing people value, right? So, for example, fairness, really high for the left. That's not that high for right-wingers. Right-wingers the more right-wing they get, the more the 5 values of moral psychology studies that what's his name did. I know Corey Campbell hates him.
Jonathan Haidt.
Jonathan Haidt, thank you. Right, moral psychologist, right? The more those kind of coalesce together. And so to the conservative that is a consequentialist or is a utilitarian, they hold life at the highest value because life is uncapped potential. When you say her circumstances will be, better because of the abortion, the conservative, even the one that agrees with you, will say you can't possibly know that because life could be anything. You could be killing the next Hitler. You could be killing the next cancer. The person that cures cancer, right? Like the human life is of limitless potential, and you are killing that potential, and so because of that, the concept of we have empirical data to show that socioeconomic status is higher, right? But the problem is that there are all of these other things that many data doesn't necessarily represent that conservatives are looking at. Conservatives are thinking about what's going to happen when she's 40 years old and she doesn't have children. And she thinks back on that moment where she could have gotten her life together and had a child. But now that she's older and, maybe she gets a husband or whatever, it doesn't matter. And they travel the world and they have fun. But, Christmas comes and they're 50 and they have nobody to call them and they don't have family and they don't have the continuation of their legacy, and the culture and the community dies. It's a different value system. And I'm not even saying it's right or it's wrong. I'm just saying when you say you don't understand it, that's what's happening. Is you're not seeing the right's values and you're not seeing the right in terms of most of them in what they just say murder's wrong because it's wrong, period.
Then I'll leave it there. I won't.
Yeah, no, Scott's hang on.
Yeah. I don't know. So I acknowledge that that our value systems are so different. So we're hearing different things here. Um, yeah, I don't. Uh, I think it feels worse for me going back to the subject at hand.
Mhm.
To like torture a child. I'm okay with uh killing um them through abortion. Like I acknowledge it's a loss of life. But that's okay. Um because it's that woman's body. But it seems like I don't know. I guess we wouldn't want a society where
Join the libertarian dark side and just become an evictionist like me, please.
eviction. I'm I I've been thinking that we had a private conversation, private I guess, which is after everyone left.
I was streaming.
Yeah, exactly. That was on private in quotes. But a conversation when we talked about that, and I put some thought into it, and I do like the idea. Uh, we can talk about it more later on. Why don't we just end things here, unless someone has anything else they want to add?
Yeah, I mean, it's New Year's here and like New Year's Eve. Sorry, in like 8 minutes
New
on
Year's
the East
Eve.
Coast.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks all for coming through. This was a lot of fun. Thanks, Sean, for gifting or for resubbing.
Oh, and iCal Rich donated, FYI, in the chat.
200 bits. Yeah. Thank you for the 200 bits, Rich. Yeah. Thank you, our friend Scott, for coming through. Yeah. I'll give you an outro. So, Scott.
Yeah, I am Scott. My channel name is Fabian Liberty. You can find me on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. I just got back from my 7-day naughty boy ban. And you can find me on YouTube is where I'm predominantly streaming. Libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, philosophy, economics, social issues, things like that. Thursday, I'm doing Libertarian Nerd Night. So this will apply to almost none of you listening. But if you want to learn more about... If you want to listen to argumentation ethics and Stefan Kinsella explain why the self-ownership principle is a dated philosophical idea, come hang out. And I agree that there might be one of you that wants to see that. But that's what I'll be doing Thursday.
So much. Let's go to our friend Corey. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's always fun. There's almost no better way that I could think of that I'd want to somewhat conclude the year, although there's 24 hours left, or 24 hours and 6 minutes. And I look forward to starting the new year, hopefully returning back on these panels, because, yeah, always fun and something to look forward to. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Gibbs, Grid 1, Scott, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
We could have hours and hours and hours of more arguing with each other, right? Would that make your New Year's better?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
It's actually my resolution to argue more.
And hopefully I'll help you keep that. Grid, thank you so much for being here, friend.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for giving us the platform for us to come together and argue, because I enjoy arguing. It's my second favorite thing. I'm just going to have to reflect back on something my dear old dad said before he left this shitty old world. And that is, don't stick your dick in crazy, because you may have to live with it for 18 years. And I lived wholeheartedly by that principle, and I suggest all young men do so. A lot of wisdom in that one little sentence. If you want to find me, I'm an unreasonable man on YouTube. It is Grid 1-Motorsports, just like it's right there. If you're going to put it in the search bar, and yeah, it's a good time. I like the debating. On my channel, though, there is no actual debating. There's no business done on my channel. It's like the Continental, and I only do business on other people's channels where I can go and hurt people's feelings, change worldviews.
Dude, you have panels on
Admiral
your
Gibbs.
show as well.
I got to give Gibbs the best. He had the best opening in a long time. That was great. It was good.
All right. Have a good evening.
I don't know. I feel like my opening on his show may or may not have been better, and you should go back and watch the VOD on
The VOD
Admiral
was
Gibbs'
really
channel
good.
or
That-
my channel, right?
That was
just
really
throwing
good.
that out there so you can give either of
That
us
was
some
really
views.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Gibbs, finally, please.
Oh yeah, thank you for having me. I'm glad that you probably always have us and you host all these wonderful debates and put up with all our bullshit. And thanks for letting me run long because it's been so fun. Running all these hearing all these long dissertations. I just wanted to return the favor, and like let y'all really enjoy it and see what it's like to sit there for a while and get preached to. I'm glad y'all enjoy it. And I'm definitely not gonna do that all the time because fuck all that. But yeah, thanks for having me. And check this out Thursday. Give me a break comes back. And Friday we'll be having more debate championship series opening round matchups. I think we're gonna have Ico Rich versus Portland is Burning, and we're gonna have the Big JC versus Average Tyler. So it should be good. I'm excited. Good times, good things. Exciting things are coming here in Twitch Bowl. People tell you the politics sphere is dead, but those people are scrubs. Listen to me and people like Prime and all the rest of the people here. Y'all are great. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm gonna send you guys off to another woman who the thumbnail. Yeah, sure, why not? So off we go. I just sent you to a woman. And good luck with that. I'm just calmly waiting until the countdown is over. And it is there. Okay. But thanks, guys. If anyone wants to stick around, I can yell at them a little bit more.
You can yell at me all you want. It's fine.
Yeah,
I can't
friend.
stick around, unfortunately.
Okay. Have a good one. Guys, watch Silo.
No, yeah, I looked it up. I technically have access to the first episode on Prime. And I have the option to start a 7-day free trial of Apple Plus. So I'm probably just gonna get the free trial and binge the first season.
Wait till it's done airing if it's still airing.
Yeah, well, the first season is out. They're
okay.
doing the
All right,
second
fair
season
enough.
right now. Yeah.
Also, Prime, did you see the DCS championship that Admiral Gibbs did?
You should go check it out, son.
No,
I want to get Prime on there
So
too.
spoiler, right? Spoiler alert! It's going to be different each time. I mean, Admiral Gibbs can explain it more if he wants, but
No, go ahead.
he did a really great, really interesting way of the first round of debates where the three judges where one was the audience vote, and then he basically had four of us there, 2 1v1 debates, and the other people were judging the debate performance, were the judges for the other debate of the night. So like I went and debated Non-Fawn, but I watched Lactoid and Liberal Cluck debate, and me and Non-Fawn were the ones judging that debate, and then Lactoid and Liberal Cluck were the ones judging ours. So like it kind of ensured a left-wing judge, a right-wing judge that obviously knows what they're talking about in terms of, because they're the other person there. It was an interesting way of doing it. It was fun.
Yeah, and like for some of these matchups, right? Like I'll give you an example. Like I think probably I seeded the tournament. Like one of the numbers right now, the seeds are not entirely accurate, but like when I seeded it, I like basically went for like who I thought would be good pairings, and then like I went for like what was the like fair skill level if they didn't call each other out, right? And some of them, like I guess by the nature of Twitch poll, we had 2 righties and 1 newly converted 90s Democrat who wanted to do it, right? And so like I'm like, okay, what do I do with this? So like it's interesting. I feel like with doing it like this way, the first round, like there's no like any like somebody's pushing so and so to get through. Like they're all like gonna be kind of like fair based, like judging. The judging will be similar style as a like I don't know. I thought it was a good attempt, and I let them ask questions and stuff.
I'm not exactly sure how the judging works, but I'm sure it's great. I mean, it sounds good. But yeah.
What's after your Q-Bot performance? We gotta get you on.
I told you I'm good. Yeah.
So I had like 12 people, and I was like, okay, and like for sure, right? And I was like, okay, let me do this. And like, I was like, man, I could go for 16, but I really want to like prove concept and get like an initial rankings done. And like, cause I have an algorithm that I'm using to like kind of set it up, like all the matches. I just need data to start. So I was like, okay, I got 8 people that have already like confirmed for the date. I'll just go ahead and run that real quick. And then like, I could start the seasonal format and get a lot of people in if they want to do it. And then like, because the bigger it is, it's going to be like, you'll have dropouts. And I think the seasonal format will be formatted so I can handle those like, oh, this guy drops out today or something. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I definitely want you in. I'm excited.
Okay,
Try to bring some excitement to the sphere,
Yeah, I love it. I love people trying to.
And bragging rights.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I beat your ass the other day. You know what I'm saying? That's the best part.
God. Yeah, I'm always a little but it sounds like you're mitigating this. Like I'm always nervous when it's like an audience judges it, right? Because I don't know, like I think it's fine to like argue and like try to get an audience on your side, but like judging it becomes like a popularity contest. Like, are you popular within this audience?
Yeah, that's kind of like
there's
a hard
no
thing,
way to mitigate that.
Like mitigate that completely. Yeah,
it's the best way to mitigate it is to use a program, right, where people can only vote if they vote in the beginning and they vote in the end. And then what you do is you have them vote in the beginning which side of the issue they're on. And then you have them vote at the end which side of their issue they're on. And then whoever moved the most votes will be the winner. But even still, people will still game that system. They'll cheat. They'll say, oh, I was on this side, but now I'm on this side. Like, I wasn't on the side Destiny was on, and now I'm on the side Destiny was on, right? Is one thing. And then two, clout and popularity beforehand will still affect those things anyways, but I mean, it's the best way to do it, but it's still imperfect.
Well, so this is how I'm looking at it format-wise, right? Like, so like, I like what I was kind of saying this in the group chat. I was saying, I'm like, okay, I feel like I want to take myself out of the decision on who wins as much as possible, right? That's what I want to do, number one. And I want to try to be as fair and moderator as I can. People already know my biases, and I'll try to like admit them so like that people are like, or I'll like try to walk them through my logic so they can explain it to me. And like I'll try to be fair. And like if someone's talking, I don't have to stop them for like whatever. I'll usually get back to them. But when I came to like the decision on like how I'm going to be doing these judging and like the little twists I'm going to be doing, the reason I'm not super concerned about that with the chat vote is like. One, it's a net benefit. This is like we have to remember this is like an infotainment sphere, right? People want to come get entertained, but they also want to get informed, and like this is a competition thing. So yeah, the popularity contest is kind of a true statement. But if someone does good and they're exposed, that person, even though they might lose the contest, they gain exposure, they got practice, and they're also like I think if we like you mitigate it with like the judges and the thing that take like that. With judges, like the other side, not only being a portion of it, I think it mitigates it some. I feel like people need to understand that even in modern politics, I know this might not be everybody's preference, but I think the entertainment matters. Like Trump is partially popular because he's fucking funny. Like there's definitely people that voted for Trump because he's more likable. And like I think that's like been a thing with every politician ever, but I think it's especially clear with like Trump, and I don't know, I'm trying to like
Hillary Clinton lost.
Recreated the
nobody likes Hillary Clinton, right? Like even if you align with her political values, whatever they, or at least let's say her stated political values, right? Nobody enjoys, like no one's like, holy fuck, I went to a Hillary Clinton speech. And let me tell you, that was so fun and amazing. Like, yeah, sure, there's a couple of people that are just like rabid Democrats and they want to support her. I'm with her, right? But like, people know that if they go to a fucking Trump speech, they're getting a comedy show. Like, he's a fucking comedian. He really is. Like, he can play with the crowd in a way that's just like he does bits on stage, like impromptu bits and crowd work. Right. And like people like that. I mean, even look at George Bush. He won because he was considered, like the one of the number one things people said was he seemed like a guy I could get a beer with. Right. Like there's a likability rating. And then look at Obama. Like Obama is, you can hate Obama. You can like Obama. I mean, even if you hate Obama, you can watch an Obama speech, and Thomas Sowell, he said famously, or at least famously to libertarians, Obama is the master at saying a lot with saying nothing. But nevertheless, you can watch an Obama speech and you can feel invigorated, right? He had look at Howard Dean, right? Howard Dean, who's the former DNC chair, was the only candidate that was running in that 2008 primary that was anti-war. He was like, we've got to get out of this fucking Iraq war situation. We've got to get out of this. There's no reason for us to be there. We've lost, mission accomplished. Why the fuck are we still there? And the DNC hated him for it. The Democratic establishment hated him for it. Obviously, Republicans hated him for it at the time because most of the Republicans in power were neocon at that time. And it only took one video getting spread around by the news media to destroy his entire campaign. And it was that, we're going to Iowa, and we're going to Hawaii, and we're going to Massachusetts. And everyone was like, oh, lame. I'm fucking out.
Scream.
They were like, I'm done.
And apparently, what I'm hearing, I don't know the details of this, but what I'm hearing is that that was caused by some sort of weird a mic setup that was it's a weird sound artifact that came out from the mics rather than a noise that he himself made. But
even still, it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
He popped the gain on the mic by screaming, and then it made a god awful sound that everyone was fucking, what is this?
But it's also just
Pokemon go to the polls moment. Yeah.
Oh,
sorry, someone in the chat.
No, not Pokemon go to the polls moment. No. Pokemon go to the polls was an active thing that she was saying to to make herself feel relatable, right? This was just a yell, and it was just exclamation that was screwed up by the audio. I think these are are very different.
But nevertheless, it just means if you're not likable, if you don't appear likable, if you don't appear funny, if you're not entertaining, right, then people just if you don't have that star power, right, you're not going to make it in politics. I mean, look at I mean, we can even go to Kennedy and Nixon, right? I mean, it was the first televised debate, and Nixon was sweating. He didn't have makeup on because he thought it would be gay or something. And Kennedy was a young man that understood nah. Make me look good for the camera. I'm going to, he put on the makeup. He was cool and calm and collected. It wasn't about the policies, right? I mean, it was, but that killed his campaign.
Well, there's lots of things. Biden, so, from my understanding, during the 2020 campaign, is that, at the beginning, Biden was failing at that. He was utterly bombing, and Bernie was surging. 2020 is what I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, and there are stories of people going to meet him in Iowa, or is it Iowa or the other one, New Hampshire? Yeah, New Hampshire. Going to his rallies there, and going in as Biden supporters and walking out as not. Because Biden was falling apart then. He was falling apart all the way then. But still he managed to get the nomination. Why? Because he had establishment backing, the Democratic establishment, Obama kneecapped Bernie Sanders. And so he doesn't run.
It was a total hatchet job. I absolutely agree with you. And that was something I was saying earlier, Prime. You're kind of in this interesting position where I think you can relate to some of us righties, right? Because I definitely heard you speak your piece, and you're okay, I'm this, and these people are XYZ, like we mentioned the Clintons. You're okay, these people are awful. Or you mentioned somebody else. There's been some specific times, not important, but it's it's interesting because you see these same things happening on these kind of spheres, and I don't know. I find all that kind of interaction and how they're almost like these like dark mirrors of each other. They're like the both parties kind of are right now, and especially how they're dealing with these issues. Like MAGA is like we Fabian said earlier, Bernie was the populist like kind of response to like what they feel is this like, oh, I'm mad, shit's not right, it should be better, we're the superpower, and so they like turn to Bernie. And then there's a reason why a lot of those same people flipped and with the Trump, because they're like, well, we're mad about
Bernie
something,
bros.
and we're gonna burn it down because anything's better than this. And then they went, and like I think there's a vast like quantity of Americans that feel very disenfranchised, and like just they're like, it's, you know what, it's not even the parties in themselves, it's that there's these groups that have allied themselves within the party, and the establishment is just holding us down, and I just want to like crash the system or get a drastic change. And I think that if two things are going to happen with Trump, right? I think either Trump is going to either make the drastic change or get us started in the direction, and it's going to be good. And I think even if you hate Trump, you hope that that's what happens, right? Like, and there's a change and things start going in a better direction overall for everybody. Or he's going to dramatically fail, and we're going to have like another rubber band and have someone even more extreme one way or the other come in and try to clean it up. And I think that might be a catalyst for a better long-term change, because sometimes you got to like break shit, and we got to really see what happens and try something new, and then maybe change the other. Because I think the worst thing we do sometimes is compromise, and all we do is these little half measures and makes everything worse. Nobody's happy. Instead of, okay, you know what? Let's try a full new, like, progressive plan. If it doesn't work at all, trash it, and we'll go to a real conservative one. Like, you know, and like we never get a full plan. It's always this half measures, which makes nobody happy. And I think that's a big problem we have right now.
I think, well, it sounds like accelerationism to me, and I'm not necessarily for burning it.
Well, sure. I mean, we know Scott likes to burn things down as an anarchist, but like, I mean, it's
my
like
channel name is my channel. Why do you always make these pop shots that are just not true? My channel name is Fabian Liberty. All right,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the whole right, but literally it's my
The
brand.
blood of liberty, bro. You know, liberty is watered with blood, tree of liberty, all that.
Fabianism is the strategy here, right? Like, I don't think accelerationism does anything other than cause crisis. And history has told us over and over again that when crisis occurs, people in power utilize it to take away people's liberty and to grow their own power. And so, no, I wish the government could burn all down and we all be anarcho-capitalist libertarians, but that's not going to fucking happen.
Well, I'm saying more like I think if this is Trump's like the answer, I think this is a answer. And if it's a really good presidency and it changes things, I think if it's a dramatic change, that would be good. But say it's even bad, I think it still might be a good long-term thing, because it's like this. It forces us to confront like these issues that a massive amount of people are dissatisfied with, right? And something's got to give. And it's like maybe we have to tear down a little of the system to rebuild it better. Like every once in a while, you need to like prune the hedges.
But hold on, but I guess my problem is that your framing of Donald Trump, right? Like, and look, you're a conservative, right? So like, I get that you're gonna like Donald Trump, fair, right? But he's a fucking billionaire. Right.
Well, like if Bernie had
he's a
done it in the same
billionaire.
situation, like I would have been happier if Bernie had won, like had gone against Trump or whatever,
I
or
hear
like
you.
you know, and then we could have seen the opposite sooner. Kind of thing.
Bernie's not a billionaire; he's a millionaire. All right.
Okay,
He's in
whatever.
the
But you
top
know what
one- he's in the
I mean? I
top
mean, either one would have been okay
0.1%.
with me.
I don't doubt that you have some anti-establishment views, right? And that you want reform in the system. I'm not doubting that part. I'm saying that Trump is a billionaire. He is an insider. He benefits from the system being as it is. He is within a class, right, that benefits for the status quo and entrenching their power. So it's weird to look at Donald Trump and say, well, that's the nature of the change to a billionaire who's benefited from this system.
Right. It's really interesting that you bring that up, because I think the turning point in the 2016 campaign, right, was exactly that. Right. It was when Donald Trump debated Hillary Clinton, and she was talking about his tax returns and how he wouldn't put out his tax returns and about how he used tax loopholes, etc. And then he responded and said, yeah, I do. Every businessman does. And so do all the people that fund her campaign. But when her and her husband were in power, they didn't change it. They didn't change any of those things. I use it because that's to my best advantage. And of course I do that. But she's not going to change it because she doesn't care and all her friends don't care. And I think there is a you know, you can look at Donald Trump and say, well, he's a billionaire, so he's going to work out for the billionaire class interests. And I think his ego is actually more important than his bank account. I think that Donald Trump's primary concern is a legacy in history. That's what he wants. He wants to be seen as Trump Tower. He wants to be seen as the greatest president ever. He wants to be seen like I thought it was narcissism, but having seen this recent campaign, it's very clear he's not a narcissist. But nevertheless, his ego is what he's more concerned about. So he's less interested in making his billionaire friends happy and more interested in statues being built because he did great things. And I don't think he actually cares one way or the other how he gets that statue.
It's not about making billionaires' friends happy, though. I think that is actually a part of just because he likes to be liked. He wants to be accepted among them because he's always.
I don't think he cares about them. I think he cares about America. He wants to.
Yeah, I'm gonna aggregate. Hey, can I say one? I'm gonna say one thing.
Fuck about America. But hold on.
I'm not saying I didn't say America that he gives a fuck about America. I said that he gives a fuck about America looking at him as like the great president. He gives a fuck about them liking him.
He absolutely has an ego, but these things aren't divergent, right? Like one, he likes to be liked, period, right? He's an empty emotional void, and he needs constant attention and love to be thrown at him because he's not capable of this internal self-worth. Like it's sad. But so there's that. But there's also he wants so there's the ego thing, and then finally when we're talking about their class interests, right, they don't have to collude. It doesn't have to be to make those people happy. These things benefit him as well, like that talking about the H-1B controversy, right? That's a thing that billionaires care about, right? That's like the rank and file of the right, or the Steve Bannon wing of the right, or all these different parts, right? They don't like these visas. They're against these visas. But then Donald Trump comes out, he sides with the billionaire. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed, right? He sides with the billionaire and says, "Yeah, no, I'm for these H-1B visas." That's because it
to be fair, he always was, but yeah.
I mean,
I didn't say. Oh, yeah, he was previously, but he was a billionaire previously. Yes, exactly, right. He sides with the billionaires because that benefits him as well. But beyond that,
I mean, wouldn't that?
Well, hold on. Let me say one thing. I gotta go. I'll say one thing real quick. I just want y'all to know that, I think Trump is doing it for the best. And you know why you should trust me on this? Because I benefit personally, and y'all know my self-interest is my main thing, and I benefit either way if America succeeds and does better, or if y'all leftists win and cause the collapse of America. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if America succeeds, guess what? Everybody's life gets better. My life gets better. I get richer. I get to spread conservatives. Everybody's happy. If America falls, you know what I get? I get my beloved Republic of Texas back as we break away and we cherish our lives and have a good time. And it's win-win for Gibbs. So you should know when I'm prescribing these solutions, I'm looking out for all y'all's best interests, despite y'all thinking that I'm crazy and insane. But yeah, thanks again, Proud Rabbit. I'm gonna go play some games and relax. This has been fun. That'll be good. Appreciate it for everyone. You be good too.
So yeah, Scott. I feel that yeah. So he has those class interests and wants to be liked, and I get you as ego, and then also his which I guess comes with his class interest. He wants to make more money, right? To think that it's not about the money is crazy because he actively has made it clear he is for sale, right? He was, what was it, against or for electric, or I think he was either against electric cars or for electric cars previously, and then he flipped because someone gave him money, or it was Elon Musk. That he was against electric cars, then Elon Musk gives him money, and then he's for electric cars.
I don't know. That's not true.
There was cryptocurrency. He was against crypto, but then he got money, and then he was for crypto. There was the Israel situation where he got money from Miriam Ailes, and all of a sudden he recognizes the Golan Heights for Israel. Like, he is for sale. Give him money, then he will back
All of those things. So one of them is a flip, right? In terms of electric cars, I don't want to get into it, but it's more nuanced than that. In terms of Israel, he's always been very pro-Israel. He's always been on the side of Israel. Like, it's not something that I like or anything, right? But it just is, right? I mean,
the money comes in and then he delivers.
But it's not about the money coming in and then he delivers. Jared Kushner was potentially, depending on your legal theory, was potentially acting out of the scope of the law, right, to negotiate trade agreements to normalize Israel's standing in the Middle East, right? Like, he moved the embassy to Jerusalem. Like, he is without a doubt been very pro-Israel long before he ran for president, during his first presidency, and throughout. Now,
I didn't say I never said he wasn't pro-Israel previously. I'm just saying that, like, he will deliver favors for money.
But you're not actually substantiating that claim. You're just saying he got money and then his opinion changed. That's not that's I mean, like, it's reason to be skeptical. Dig into it, right? Like, I absolutely agree. Dig into it, right? Follow the money, see what happens, right? But just a politician, right, who gains money for campaign contributions and donations, and sometimes in other ways, like, bringing their people to one of his hotels, etc., right? Just because they gain money doesn't mean that they're for sale, right? Now I think, the left has this opinion of Trump, which is the last person he talked to is the opinion he has. And then at the same time, they'll say, oh, well, he's for sale. I don't think you can be, I think those things are contradictory, right? Like, if either it's that he's easily swayed by the people that gain access. And so I think what you actually might be noticing, right, is that people pay money and then they gain access to him. And Donald Trump is so open-minded that sometimes his brain falls out, right? Like if someone is around him and presents a good argument, he's like, oh, that's a good idea. And the people that are around him are the people that pay to be around him, right? Like, he's going to hang out with the people that support him and pay him. And then those people end up around him and he gets very easily convinced of their arguments. I would say that the crypto situation is probably in effect from Musk, right? I mean, Trump clearly doesn't know anything about crypto, but he has a whole bunch of people around him that are into crypto, and so I don't know. I don't buy this idea that Trump is just in it for the billionaire class, or in it for his, like, self-interest in terms of his businesses. Because if he was, like, obviously that's going to play, right? Someone's own self-interest, no matter what demographic, no matter what position they're in, is going to play a role in how they govern when they have power, right? But if it's clearly not his primary concern, or he never would have run for president, because he lost money during his presidency, and he knows he's going to lose more money now during his second presidency. So it doesn't behoove him unless he's an extremely long-term thinker. And clearly that can't be it, because the motherfucker's getting old, right? He's going to be the oldest president ever. Despite the fact that Joe Biden was a little older, right? Like, he's still going to be old as fuck. And it's not like he's fucking skinny RFK, in his jeans doing pull-ups anywhere. Like, the dude's fat too. So it's not like this is some secret 20-year plan either.
There's a quote, and I while you were talking, I was trying to find it. But I
Mhm.
know it exists.
So
I
you weren't
definitely have
listening? I see how
I
it is.
was listening to you. But yeah, where Trump says, I think he's talking about the Saudis, but I could be mistaken. But I know he said something along the lines like, "Why wouldn't I like them? Like, they stay at my hotels, or they put, yeah, like, he has made it. I think he's made it extreme. It's interesting, and maybe it's just because of our own bubbles, but, like, we see example of him taking money, and delivering on, like, it's just old school corruption. right? Like either changing his mind or simply delivering for the people who have given him money. Now, and I don't think it's exceptional in terms of that. To be very clear, right? I think
Yeah,
Biden
no.
is corrupt in the
Well,
same way.
what's exceptional is that he's open about it, right? Like Obama was a insanely corrupt person that now goes around the world in yachts and has multiple multi-million-dollar homes, right? And it's not from his fucking book sales, right? Some of it's from shit like the Solyndra scam. You know what I mean? Like that he did while president. You know, like people bought Obama. Obama was for sale. Biden, I don't even want to get into the amount of shit because that's a whole nother debate about Burisma and his son and the Chinese, etc. Biden's for sale. They're all for sale to a certain extent. I think there's a certain corrupting influence of the presidency and that power, but also I think there's something about the individual that seeks that ultimate power and is willing to sacrifice so much of their life for that power. And it's almost never coming from altruism.
Sure, and remember how this conversation started, right? I'm like, it's me not understanding why anyone would look to Trump as that agent of change. Now, I get he talks a big game, right? Like his rhetoric, immediately like makes people think he's a populist, like a right wing populist. I don't think that he is. I don't think he is at all. But and it's weird that people
all populist movements were like that though, right? Like Mussolini wasn't in it for the, you know what I mean, because he just, he truly believed in blood and soil, right? Like, all of these large populist movements are going to be like that. Like Robespierre and the French Revolution is, full of shit and corrupt. Like they're all like that. Even, in Stalin, right? We can see Stalin. It wasn't truly a man of the people. Like none of these leaders that rise in populist uprisings are historically shown. I mean, like the best example we can find comes from the fucking Roman Empire, where a Roman fucking gave up as soon as he won the war and went back to his farm. Like that's how far back in history we have to go to where someone truly is a populist in it, not for the power and the favors, but in it for the people genuinely. I think the reason, I think Trump is a vessel of a larger movement. And Trump is special in the sense that he's willing to be that vessel. Yes, is he going to look out for his own self-interest? Absolutely. But I think Trump is uniquely not necessarily narcissist, but narcissistic in the sense that he cares less about maintaining the institutions of power than he cares about a legacy and a name. And he's so obsessed with it that he is willing to do things that are anti-establishment to a degree, so long as it doesn't like threaten his life or anything, so that the people will cheer and adore him in some degree. Like he wants to be great.
What do you think he's done? Let's go to the first term that's like anti-establishment. What are the examples that pop out to you?
Well, I think when he attempted to pull out of Syria, right? I think when he, put a plan together to pull out of Afghanistan, right? These are very clearly against the corporate interest, against the most of the Democrat and Republican like CIA branches and like our entire State Department. All of them are fueled by like propaganda wars and these wars, and like he was against them. And he got there, and yeah, he was led by the nose by John Bolton in the beginning, and then and this is how crazy and malleable he is, right? This is also how stupid he is, but how crazy and malleable he is he saw fucking Tucker Carlson's video about how John Bolton was trying to get us into war with Iran, and then he was like, "Fuck that." I don't want that. And he fires John Bolton, and he completely backed away. And the only time the media called him presidential, the only time the media actually praised Donald Trump was when he bombed an airfield in Syria for like this presumed chemical attack, which may or may not have happened. He absolutely, made decisions that were against the establishment as president when he could have just shut up and taken the favors and taken the money.
Okay, well, so I want to push back on like that was the only time the media called him presidential. Actually, they did it constantly, right? I remember this.
They did it in the beginning
there
of the
was
COVID
there was a,
speeches he was giving too.
no, even before then, right? At the very start, right? There was a whole meme about like how often, like you see some talking head on CNN or whatever the fuck, right? Saying, well, this is the day that Donald Trump became the president, President Trump.
Hold on,
He's
pause.
matured in
No,
some
I
way.
agree. I agree with you that there were a ton of those, but if you go back and you look at the videos of that, they're almost exclusively like the conservative pundit that is like on MSNBC, or like it's always the token conservative. And when he bombed the airfields in Syria, it was everybody. It was left and the right were like, we're praising him. That's kind of the difference. Like, I agree that there's always a token conservative that like is there to like kind of give the appearance of a non-bias, or like a panel that like looks at it from all sides, and they were saying those things. But I'm talking about like when the media as a whole, everybody was saying it. There's going to be individual instances where that occurred, sure, but the coverage of him was overwhelmingly negative.
I didn't say. Well, they could be negative, and also they could be saying these things. So I'm not. I don't remember like well enough whether it was just token conservatives. Like my feeling that it was liberals, but like I don't have archival.
Yeah, I mean, like they're individual instances. But what I'm talking about when I say the media, I don't mean like Anderson Cooper once said it. I mean like something was happening, and all of the media were like, he's a president. He's finally doing like what he should be doing. Like they all, and why? Because the media, the legacy media that's paid and sponsored by big pharma and the military industrial complex, you see their logos everywhere, Lockheed Martin and fucking Purdue Pharma. Well, maybe not Purdue now, obviously they're broken up, right? Like these institutions are bought and paid for by corporations. And so they have to play that game as well.
I give Trump credit for
I don't give him credit. I'm not even going to give him credit. Like, yeah, he did it because he didn't do it because he was like a fucking populist. He didn't do it because he's a good person. He did it because he realized that like, because of his ego, because he wants to be seen as this great president, and he realized that the conservative establishment is one thing and the people are another. And the people were like, why the fuck do we want to get involved in another war with Iran? What the fuck are you doing? And so that's who he cared about. That's what I mean, is that Donald Trump is unique in his narcissistic tendencies, and that is both good and bad. It's good in the sense that it has made him somewhat populist. Like he will say or do whatever when he realizes that that's what most people want. And at the same time, it's bad because, yeah, people pay money to be around him. And then he goes to a UFC game or something with Elon Musk. And then Elon Musk or somebody else starts talking to him. And he's like, oh, that sounds like a good idea. Like I said, his head is so open, his brain falls out sometimes. And so it's not so much that he's taking money for favors. It's that he takes money and then people kiss his ass, and then he's very easily swayed by people that kiss his ass around him because he has all these narcissistic tendencies. And it looks like he's, this malicious person that's like taking money so that he can change America's policies. But it's really just that he's kind of a fucking buffoon sometimes.
Well, hold on. I don't think he's malicious. No, I agree with you on that. Like, he is a buffoon and he takes money, but like I'm saying that like his ego and his self-interest, right? Like these, it sounds to me, and maybe I'm incorrect, but it sounds to me that you're saying these things are more parallel, or is that what it sounds to me?
What I'm saying is all humans have different values, and we value things differently. And what I'm saying is that obviously Trump values his business, values a system that helps him maintain his business, and at the same time he values the opinion of the American people, not on policies, but of him, higher than he values a business and a wealth that he could literally today quit and spend as much money as he wants on everything, and it would still have money left over.
I don't think billionaires work that way. I think the greed is endless. I think billionaires have a certain mindset.
Greed is good.
To them. I understand that you feel that way. But they have a certain mindset that drives them for more money. This is another thing. This is actually a thing that people. It was I think it was on CNN, right? Yeah, CNN. Chris Sununu, who is a Republican governor somewhere. I don't know which. State. But he's on there and he's talking about Elon Musk. And he's like praising, I guess, Trump for putting him in that position, because Elon Musk for the Doge Council, whatever, because Elon Musk,
which was smart, by the way, that he made it a non-governmental agency. That was super fucking smart.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was Elon Musk's idea, but nevertheless, it was smart.
No, I think so too, because you can freely ignore anything that comes out of there. But
which is an advisory to Trump. It just does Trump's job for him, basically.
He says Elon Musk is above all that because he's above like corruption, the conflicts of interest, because he has so much money. He's so rich at this point that he doesn't have to do it for the money, right? Like he doesn't have like his decisions won't be guided by some sort of conflict of interest. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Elon Musk, who has got billions of dollars tied into the federal government through contracts, right? That he's not going to consider that at all, right? That like he has so much money now, and remember his money is like tied up into his company any which way. Like most of his money is tied up into the health of his. Yeah, but true, exactly. It is every billionaire, but the fact of the matter is, it is tied to the health of his company, quote unquote. Also, just the perception of his company, and if he and those contracts disappear, right? Yeah, then he loses that money, right? If they fall through, so those aren't the things that are going to get cut, right? If it's perceived that he's getting more contracts or his business is more successful, then like the stock prices goes up, and then he has more money. So like to say that he is somehow different, like it's crazy.
Well, it's like I don't disagree with you that like that he's not going to engage in things that are against his own rational self-interest, right? Like it would be stupid of him to do so, right? If given that opportunity. What I'm saying is that when you are a billionaire, like this is a very unique type of person, right? Like this is a like you don't become a billion. I mean, we can, Forbes has done these studies where they look at the top 400, right? And a very small percentage of them came from money, right? The majority of all billionaires, and this is true historically in America for the past 100 years, and it's gotten, since the 80s, it's true that it has been a majority this way, but the trend has gotten more and more, right? So more and more every year, the 400 richest people in America are self-made millionaires or self-made billionaires. Most of them come from like the middle class with about the same amount coming from poverty as coming from wealth, right? So these aren't like trust fund kids that like get handed money like Trump did. He would be the exception here, right? But even still, right? Like Trump obviously built upon that to an extreme degree. And so I agree with you that these people don't seek money. That's not what they seek. Money is a means to an end, right? Like billionaires aren't like millionaires seek money, right? Millionaires seek money because they don't have it and they're worried about losing it. Billionaires are already entrenched in a system and already have so much fucking money and connections that they couldn't get rid of their wealth if they wanted to. Like they could devalue their wealth. They could lose 90% of their wealth, but they would still live in a mansion. You know what I mean? Like it's the amount of difference between $1 million and $1 billion is like something that like people can't actually fathom, right? Like it's, you know what I mean? Like 1,000 times sounds small, or sorry, 100 times sounds small until you actually really realize what a humongous difference that is. And so these people have astronomical wealth. So what is it that drives a billionaire? Like, why is it? It's not money. For some, it's power. For some, it's legacy. For some, it's some other goal that they have that drives them. You can't survive on entrenchment of your wealth and be a billionaire. It's impossible.
Sorry. Survive. Sorry. Can you repeat that last part again?
Like you can't remain a billionaire, right? Remain that competitive, and your primary drive is money, because if your primary drive is money, like you already have that. Like you already have an astronomical amount of money. Like,
but I
you
want
can't just
more.
I mean, like, sure. I mean, sure, you could have a mental defect, right? Where even though that money essentially changes nothing in your life, you're obsessed with the amount, with the number on the screen because you're autistic, sure. But overwhelmingly, people that are billionaires, they're not driven by more money. They're driven by more money because it's a means to an end. And so you have to look at what those interests are.
I agree, but so I think one of the and this is maybe Trump is not an example of this particular thing, right? But for many billionaires, it's like the list, right? Who is number one? Like, where do you rank on the list of billionaires? They're competing with other billionaires.
This is a myth. This is a myth. It's a way that we psychoanalyze them, right? And it's like it comes from really, and then people have attempted to back this up with really bad research where they show that they have Machiavellian dark triad traits, and then they're like, ooh, and this means that they're fucking psychos and that they're obsessed with the competition, right? Well, yes, obviously they're competitive, right? But their goal isn't to be number one against some other billionaire. That's a means to an end. In order to, like, a billionaire is someone that works 80 hours a week minimum. Like you can millionaires, this isn't true, right? Very wealthy people that are millionaires, some of them work hard, some of them don't work hard. But when you're talking about people at that level, those people are always working. It is a very rare, it's a weird type of person that that is almost like psychotic in their desire to work. Like you cannot maintain being a billionaire in this market without working 80, 90, 100 hours a week. This is true of almost every billionaire.
Kylie Jenner was a billionaire because she was working 8 hours a week.
I think Kylie Jenner had a lot of social media fame. I think they have a lot, but even still, if you actually look at how much work she puts into her makeup industry, you might not think a lot of what she does is quote unquote work, but she's flying out to places. She's going to dinners.
I understand. There's lots of ways that
the
can
work
happen,
is different,
especially when
yeah.
you talk social media. No, I get that. I'm not devaluing.
No, she's working 80 hours a week. She's on social media and managing people for that. She's doing television deals and filming in television and commercials for that. She's talking with her suppliers and her producers, or at least the middleman that's updating her on that regularly. She's flying out to fashion shows. In order to maintain that clout and those businesses in the makeup industry and clothing line and she has something like 15 different businesses, right? In order to maintain all of that shit, you cannot work 40, you can't clock in for your 9 to 5. So it's what drives them? And then once you understand what drives them, then you understand what type of, what it is that's going on. For Elon Musk, what drives him is Mars is part of it. His fear of AI, a genuine fear of AI, and his desire for neural network
into multiple AI companies. Oh, sorry. I don't want.
Well, no, because he's afraid of AI, right? So he's afraid of what AI will be if there isn't some control over it. That's the entire reason for neural network.
I don't believe him on that.
I mean, maybe you don't believe him, and maybe that's not true, right? That's what it appears to be, right? What I'm saying, and maybe I'm wrong about Trump too, but what I'm saying is what it appears to be with Trump is what is that huge driving force for him specifically that allows him to maintain that wealth and power and status is a desire for some form of legacy and ego to be seen by the public and by Americans as this hero. That's his primary drive.
So I want to switch the conversation just a bit. So what do you think of Elon Musk having so much power in the GOP? Right, he's flexed that power like just recently. You know, the funding bill or whatever, the spending bill, whatever it's called, is going through, and there was no reason for it to not to pass until Elon Musk tweeted, right? Until he threatened individuals within the party, and then they fucking panicked. I mean, it was hilarious, like watching them run around and trying to justify why now all of a sudden this is a bad idea, right? And I think this bill is a bad idea. And it was my idea that it's a bad idea, not Elon's idea. He just happened to tweet at me, and then I started taking action. Then I started making statements that it's a bad idea. So like, what do you think about this?
I think you have a situation where I like Elon when Elon does things that I like, right? Like I'm not, obviously, you know what I mean? Like when Elon fights to have a 1,500 page bill reduced to 126 pages, I like that, right? Like obviously I like that. As far as I'm concerned, both the GOP and the Democrats, right, are corrupt for sale politicians anyways, right? It's just, whether or not that is out in the open in public, or whether, I mean, like, it's a matter of public record. Like, you can look up, you're not going to find too many senators that didn't get money from AIPAC and their opponent didn't.
I know.
You know what I mean? So like these people are for sale. They
Agreed.
compromise for that sale. And I think, but the thing is that with Elon and with Twitter and his control over Twitter and his proximity to the president, it's not about money. It's about corrugation, right? It's not about, they're worried about, and I don't mean it's not about money in the sense that Elon's not rich, or what I mean is their fear of Elon is not that they'll lose the next campaign because they didn't get enough funds for their opponent. Their fear is that Elon will embarrass them on Twitter and somehow his account always gets the most views, and they'll be fucking shamed to the tunes of millions of people, and they'll lose their power in elections.
I don't think that's it at all. Not at all for Elon. Maybe that's a calculation. Maybe on the right, you guys respect Elon, and then like he can move conservative voters.
It's not even about respecting Elon. It's about all of the talking heads that follow Elon and all of the conservatives that follow and bandwagon. And then
Elon made a very specific threat. He said, "I'm going to primary you." Right? Sorry, he's going to fund their primary. Like that's the threat that Elon made.
Sure. Yeah, no, for sure. I think it's I think it may or may not be empty words. We'll see, right? But I don't think the funding from Elon is anywhere near as damaging as Elon simply threatening you on Twitter, and then the media picking it up, and then the 20 different, because you got to understand about conservatives, this is that we don't get our news from the news or from articles. I mean, we do sometimes, obviously, if we want the reference, right? But most of the right wing gets it from alternative media, and all of alternative media is sucking Elon's dick. So when Elon says this guy bad, literally every Republican voter hears this guy's bad from their favorite streamer or pundit.
And that's fair. And that part's fair, right? But still, he made a threat, right, about primarying them. And it's a credible threat. It's a credible threat.
Yeah. Are you saying, like, do I feel some type of way about, like, money in politics? Like, yeah, I don't.
That's exactly where I'm going. So let me make
I'm very 50-50 on it.
Sure. Oh, okay. Well, then I'm actually real excited to hear that. So, but let me make my case is that, like, so this is what I've been saying all along, is that billionaires shouldn't exist. Why shouldn't it exist? Not simply because, like, it's a number, right? Like, oh, there's, like, I hate the number 1 billion, and let's not cross that threshold. That's not what I'm talking about, right? I'm referring to all the things that you've already said, right? Talking about the vast difference it is to have $1 million and $1 billion. Like, you, like, regular mortals like ourselves, like, don't truly comprehend that difference. But part of that difference, right, is the amount of power and deference that an individual gets when they are a billionaire, because you got the money, people know you got the money, and they want to get some of that money, right? And so they will take actions that to please you, right? Like the more money an individual has, right, as money accumulates, it's like the effect of gravity on space time, right? It bends, right? Like our political the fabric of our politics bends around billionaires, this concentration of money. And so we have an example here of Elon, who has the most money, right? He is our black hole. And the effects of his influence were shown right here. Hey, I'm going to fucking primary you if you displease me. And like you damn well know, I have the money to actually do that. I can fund primaries against anyone who displeases me. And so that gets respect. That's a power that people respond to. And that's why we shouldn't allow billionaires to exist, especially like a 300% billionaire. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's like, on one hand, I don't think the state should exist, obviously, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, I'm so because of this, I have to look at it from the perspective of like what brings about the dissolution of like this entire system or this structure, right? Like, I don't like that billionaires can give money to politicians to sway their ideas, but from my perspective, I don't view that any different than voting, right? Like, I don't like the idea that like someone with no knowledge can, or a collective group of people with no knowledge can vote on things of which they have no knowledge on, and then that can determine the way laws are made, right? Like, I don't want average Americans voting for anti-price gouging laws. And it's like, because I know that most Americans don't have the economic knowledge to realize how dumb an idea that is, right? Like it's a mob thing here. And so to a certain degree, I think it can be positive in certain instances that there's a counterbalance to that, which is that individuals that, that have more money tend to and are trying to sway a politician towards their industry are clearly going to be more knowledgeable than the average voter on what is good for their industry. The opposite of that, the other side of that, is that this is how billionaires maintain power, as you said, right? Like, the reason that, like, let's look at the meatpacking industry, for example. The meatpacking industry constantly spends money on politicians, hoping that they'll regulate the meat industry more. And you're like, well, why the fuck would the meatpacking industry want their industry regulated more? And it's because it's an inelastic good, because people aren't going to stop buying meat. And so they can raise the prices of meat to counteract those regulations. But what they know is that their competitors, the small farmers, can't pay for all of the regulation that exists. And so it destroys their competition and gives them more money and more power. And all it does is raise the costs of goods and reduce quality instead of giving us more quality and cheaper goods. And so, like, obviously I hate it when it does that. I hate when Michael Bloomberg came to Virginia and swung Virginia's, like, all of our state seats blue because they were in danger, because the governor was talking about radical gun laws. And like, we had a bunch of sheriffs that were like, you can make those laws, but guess what? They're not getting enforced in my fucking county. And then we did this giant march and I was there, right? I was there for an armed protest to the Capitol building, in Richmond, which is where I'm at now, right? Like, I was there, like, fighting against that. And so he came in with like something like it was like $230 million. He invested in one fucking set of elections that were local elections in one state, because DC's, connected there and Northern Virginia's connected there. Virginia politics is a cesspit more than any other state, because it's full of so many DC politicians and government employees and shit. But it's like, yeah, so like, it's this concept that it's like, oh, well, it's freedom of speech, right? It's like, it is freedom of speech to be able to spend your money on politicians as a form of defensive violence, right? Because if your money affects the way of the election, one way or the other, then you're defending yourself from the state apparatus that wants to steal from you or crush you, or maybe wants to help you one way or the other. But I think the problem doesn't stem from money in politics. I think the problem stems from the politics. And so it's like, I don't mind when Elon Musk spends money for things that go towards my goal, which is limited government, getting the government out of things. You know what I mean? Like it's actually the issue at hand.
Acknowledged.
Because it's like, what are you spending money on? You're either spending money to increase the power of the state and that's more oppressive, or you're spending money on the opposite.
Yeah. So again, it's the I've not. I should have been a bit more clear. Because fair enough. Like Elon is going to do things that you are going to like. He's not going to do anything that I like.
I just want to point out as well, like, billionaires wouldn't fucking exist if our government wasn't so goddamn big. Like, one of the reasons billionaires fucking exist is because of that process that I described. It's because these people can pay politicians to fucking regulate their industry in ways that favor them and destroy their competition. A market that's more competitive doesn't just lift up people, it also tears down those at the top. Because if you don't keep making a better product that's cheaper and higher quality, a competitor will come and destroy you. But the more regulation there is, the less competition you have. There's two ways to make money, and under capitalism, there's only one way to make money, right? And that is to give the product that the people want the best, better than anybody else. But under a mixed market economy, under the state, there's two ways to make money. You can do it that way, or you can fight for and get regulation that makes it increases the price, that also increases the problem of economies of scale, right? The bigger you are, the more economies of scale you have. The more regulation there is, the less impactful that regulation is against the economies of scale.
Sure. No, I when I was thinking, I was thinking of a specific example, and okay, so I think I know what you're going to say here, but I want to toss it out any which way, in case you have a different answer from me. What were the regulations that allowed Bill Gates to become a billionaire? So, like, Bill Gates came up in a very specific time, right,
Mhm.
where computers were brand new, and the internet started to flourish at the very beginning, and he like managed to monopolize the market. Well, close to monopoly, obviously, right?
Yeah, I
He,
mean, a monopoly is government granted. It's not like, but he got a large portion of the market share.
all right, sure. I'll just say that. Yeah, large portion of the market share of computers, and then he like imposed
Mhm.
his like using his market power, use that to squeeze out like Netscape on
Mhm.
the marketplace, right? Like what would you say were the government regulations that allowed him to become a billionaire at that time? This is before like most politicians understood like what a computer was and like why like a computer network should be regulated. So yeah.
Yeah, so my chat beat me to it, right? The biggest one is going to be intellectual property.
That's what I was going to. Yeah, that's what I
Right,
thought.
like
Right.
like that's a huge government protection, right? If you're the first to make a new computer chip and all of a sudden it's illegal to copy it, right? Like it destroys competition. Without intellectual property rights, right? He would have had to have provided a better service based purely on it being a better service, right? Like he would have made computers and invested in them so that he could sell the Windows operating system. But instead, what he got was government granted protection that says no one's allowed to copy your operating system. No one's allowed to copy your chips. No one's allowed to copy. Well, obviously, they didn't make chips, but right. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like that is a massive government protection, and
That's what I
and it
was
is and
gonna
it's
say, yeah.
huge.
Yeah.
I mean, there are other
And
ones. Obviously, part of it's the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation later, right? Like, you utilize a lot of money to stay rich and powerful, right? I mean, he's connected with the World Economic Forum. He's connected with, big agriculture and large pharmaceutical companies in vaccine initiatives in other countries and in spreading, when Monsanto was big, he was a big part of the push in India and in France to push, genetically modified organisms, not transgenically modified organisms, right? So not TMOs, but GMOs in those countries, and patenting seeds. I mean, again, IP strikes its head where it's illegal for you to use your own seeds in your own farm because of the IP laws.
Agreed.
So IP
And
over and over
he
again
did.
helped him massively.
That's exactly what I thought you were gonna say, and you know, to show just how deeply he's been in bed with uh IP regulations. I don't know that, like, how it's like embedded in his own DNA.
Mhm.
Is like during COVID when he was the COVID czar, whatever the fuck his title was, right? Where
Yeah.
like there was those companies who want to give away um uh the rights to the vaccine, right, to other to lower income countries, so that they could
Brazil was
create
a
their
big one.
own supply. Right? Yeah.
Johnson, not
It was
Johnson Johnson. What was the other one? Oh God, it's not Johnson Johnson. It's not Moderna. What was the fucking Pfizer? Every time I think Pfizer, I think Purdue because they both start with a P, and it trips me up. But yeah, Pfizer cut a deal with the Brazilian government that gave them the right to leverage their own military assets if they didn't pay Pfizer for their vaccines that they were going to ship to them that were largely produced by the American tax dollar. Massively funded by Operation Warp Speed under Trump, and again massively purchased by the United States government. People didn't have to pay for that vaccine because Purdue was getting paid by the tax dollar to pay. So we paid for it. We just didn't pay for it. We paid for it in inflation. That's how we paid for it. You want to know one of the major reasons why fucking eggs are $12 a dozen? If you're getting the good eggs, pasture raised, not cage free, and not fucking anything else. Pasture raised is the key word you're looking for, not those other
pasture
bullshit
raised.
marketing words.
Okay,
That's
fair
why
enough.
pasture raised are like, you notice how you see like organic and it'll say like
Yeah,
cage free,
they're
and
bullshit.
it'll be like
Yeah.
$1 more than the regular eggs.
Yeah.
Cage free is a term that means that they're in a giant silo and that there's a small corner of like a giant like warehouse, and there's a small corner that like has sunlight open to it. Pasture raised literally means that they're out in a pasture eating bugs, eating grass and everything. That's why when you get like Walmart eggs and you get like the organic cage free eggs, they look the same, but then if you buy pasture raised, they're like a deeper color orange. It's from the protein that they're getting from eating all the bugs.
Yeah, I 100% that it's like a marketing term, just like in general, this organic, they attach organic to anything. And it's
Well, no,
a
organic
lot of
has a
times.
legal meaning. It just means that they're not being fed subtherapeutic antibiotics, and they're not being pumped with like certain chemicals. Like organic is better in that. It's just they're still factory farming chickens that don't eat what nature intended. They're still being force fed fuck tons of like grain and bullshit.
Where did I want to go with this? Fuck.
We were talking about Bill Gates, and we were talking about vaccine IP and
Yeah,
the way
yeah,
they use
yeah.
it.
I got it. Yeah. I've been more and more radicalized against IP, like over the years.
It's one of the
And
reasons
I
China
just
does so well is because they don't give a fuck about IP.
and I do want to ask you about this, right? But like one of the things is just like watching fucking Nintendo. Nintendo is
Oh
one of the
God, Nintendo's the
biggest
worst.
fucking IP bullies. It's amazing. It's amazing. I haven't
Going after
investigated
Pow
this.
World is like another one that they're like.
It's
It's like,
wild.
who gives a fuck that it's a Pokemon clone and an Ark survival clone, like mashed together? Like it's a new concept. Fuck off.
It's yeah. It's barely okay. It so, but like more than that, more than Pal World, It's them going after their own fans, right? Like when fans talking about like the thing they love, being Nintendo, right? And hey, I'm gonna put up some footage from a Nintendo game, and then Nintendo comes to shut them down. Fans who are running their own tournaments, right? Like the self-funded tournaments. But they weren't approved by Nintendo, and so Nintendo comes and shuts them down, and threatens them. Like fuck Nintendo. Like Nintendo is. But and I haven't investigated this. I've just heard this, and maybe it's wrong, but I'm told that at some point in the past, like Nintendo um was going to lose like the rights to Donkey Kong. And that was like a traumatic moment for the company. And so they've been on this like IP jihad like ever since, to protect every intellectual property they had. But I don't know the veracity of that story, but that's something I heard. I need to look into that.
But again, that's one of the reasons that China does so well in the market is because they just steal IP. Well, it's not really stealing, but like they just don't give a fuck, right? I mean, Huawei will like American companies will produce their shit over there, and then somehow, immediately after they produce a new thing, Huawei has it, or some other company has it, or like like China, or like Tencent coming out with like Light of Motrium or Moterium or whatever. That's just obviously a Horizon Zero Dawn copy. Like it's like it's the same fucking game but better. And like they understand that like if you can produce a product and the product is better than the original product, but it uses almost all the same shit, that like the market will prefer that product over the old product. But IP protects that.
It's not the same game. It looks like it's going to be like a different genre, but like there's the same art. The art style is quite similar.
Well, it's like like Tencent or not Tencent, NetEase, right? I played it like last night. Marvel Rivals. It's so obviously an Overwatch clone, but it does it. But Overwatch, Blizzard has destroyed the reputation with their fans and with the people that buy their games, right? It has a slightly different aesthetic that's more comic book like. It's better in terms of gameplay. Its monetization isn't crazy in your face like a lot of Tencent games were before, and NetEase and all these other Chinese studios, right? There's a ton of things that it does better, and it's a great game. And nobody cares that it's an Overwatch clone. It's like, but the level of like IP protection keeps things like that out of the market, and it keeps a new thing that copies an old from being able to compete with them.
I big agree on you on this, right? So you're preaching to the choir. But reason why I brought this up when I'm driving towards is like the thing that I've not yet radicalized on is like the little guy, right? The little guy who writes a book, and like it's a bestseller, and someone tries to copy the book and pass it off as their own or whatever the fuck, right? Or it's a person who creates like a widget, right? Like, and they don't have a lot of money, right? But then let's say a bigger player decides to copy that widget, and then now they're selling it, and because they have the the capacity to do so, they can just outsell them and outmarket them and all that, and they're all done. Like if like what, at least for now, and maybe you can convince me otherwise. I'm open to this idea. But like if we started reversing all the modifications we had to IP law, right? Because like the protections have been expanding for centuries.
I mean, like
now,
the pharmaceutical industry is the one you'd have to do last.
Oh my god, yeah. Holy fuck, yeah. But it like the original idea was for the little guy, right? Hey, you write a book, you create something novel, right? You'll have exclusive rights to this for a set small number of years, and before it's released to the public domain. Like that seems fine, at least to me, for especially when we're talking about the little guy. But maybe you think it's wrong, and convince me why that's a bad idea.
Yeah, so I think first I'll start with like where did this originate, right? Like it originated with licensure in medieval Europe for guilds, right? It created, it was the government attempting to control production and ensure that their taxes, were collected. Because back in the day, you didn't have a fucking bank with like computers and, credit card. It was a lot harder to track down your money, right? You had to send a tax collector, you had to send surveyors and shit, right? And so they wanted to control their taxes and they wanted to control the market. And they wanted to control their money and they wanted to control political power and keep the poor down. So IP was not designed for the little guy. IP was designed actually for the kings and the nobility to keep the little guy down by the creation of guilds to make sure that they were taxed, to make sure that they didn't get too much money because it was a threat to the nobility. Because you have to understand, right? Like at that time, money is power. And they have a vested interest in maintaining their power. So they don't want any one entrepreneur or one person, some merchant or some, person gaining a bunch of money and thus power and then being a legitimate check against their own power. They had to control people. And so they created the guild system and like the concept that like certain people were the creators of products and only they can make that product and it's a violation of like their rights, etc. And like, and because, they have to pay these taxes on it and everything. And that's what IP has always been originated from. Now, when you talk about like a single author, right? Well, like, so what could an author do if he writes a book? He spends hundreds of hours writing a book. And then the moment he releases said book, people copy it and then they make nothing from it, right? Well, so first and foremost, let's look at the two options that are available to us today in our current system. There's self-publishing and then there's going through a publisher. Okay. So if we look at the concept of self-publishing, you can look at, there are plenty of YouTubers, there are plenty of people. And as a libertarian, for example, almost every work that you can read from Hans Hermann Hoppe, from Stephan Kinsella, from all of these people, they're available for free right now on the MisesInstitute.org. Like you can immediately go get a copy of that book. You can get it. And yet they still have money from the book. And it's like, well, why do they have money from the book? Well, number one, there is a natural inclination for people to want to support the author, especially when that author has some other domain in which they gain their fame from. But let's say this guy is a nobody. He is nothing, right? He just wrote his fantasy novel and his fantasy novel is going to be great and amazing. Well, under the current market, there's about 1 billion of those people every fucking year, okay? And they submit their works and they overwhelmingly get thrown in the trash. Publishing companies don't want to deal with them. You know what I mean? Like, because, Brandon Sanderson talked about this where, he was traveling the country, self-publishing, going from bookstore to bookstore, doing book signings with where one person would show up and he would do certain things like go into bookstore, find his book, autograph the book and then put it back just so that people might open it up and be like, oh shit, this one's signed by the author, and would buy it just because it was signed by the author, right? So there's a lot of ways you can engage in that market. So without IP, the major thing that you have is first to market advantage, right? There's a book coming out, there's a thing coming out, and you're the first people to do it. You can do contracts with people. And so let's switch over to, let's say I make a widget. And I'll use an example from a very famous IP case, right? And they did a whole movie on it. You can watch the movie. It's called Flash of Genius, right? Where an individual, the individual fought against, I think it was Ford Motor Company, it could be somebody else, for 20 fucking years. He went to a mental institution at one point, lost his wife and kids. He went crazy because he invented the windshield wiper motor that was intermittent. He invented the intermittent windshield wiper. So instead of it moving at one speed, it would cut on and then wait and then cut on. And he showcased the tech to Ford, and Ford was willing to buy it from him. But he was like, no, I want to manufacture it my own, and I want to do all of this. So they stole his idea, in terms of IP, right? And then he fought him for 20 years before he eventually won his court case. So what would that world look like without IP? Well, what it would look like is if you have an inventor, you'd go to a store somewhere where inventors go, and there's a lawyer there. And the lawyer goes oh, you have a good idea? Let me see it. Sign this contract that says that, if this idea gets out, that I'm liable. And then you sign it and he goes, oh, that is a good idea. Okay, you're going to go with 3 other people to Mattel Corporation on this date. Are you available this date? Cool. And then they go to Mattel and they sign a contract. a non-disclosure agreement. And if you violate that contract and you take their idea, right, then the contract stipulates that you owe them like $2 million. Okay, so now that's a voluntary exchange because Mattel wants to make something, and Mattel actually has the ability to mass produce this thing and bring it to market. So you're still going to get paid for your ideas. You're just going to get paid for your ideas through a voluntary service where you go to a lawyer, you draft up a quick contract, and then they buy your idea from you.
Well, but okay, so I mean, like the system you laid out there, okay, right? A system of NDAs, right? And like you can only use this idea like if you buy it from me. Okay, that still kind of relies on secrecy, though, right? Like, because like the example I gave you originally, create a widget, right? The widget is out there in public. Right, I like my widget, and everyone loves my widget. Your kids love my widget,
Right.
so you're buying my widget, right? But then, General Motors, I don't know, whatever company you want to think of, like they see this widget selling, right? And they take the idea and they completely outscale me, right? I have no chance because
absolutely.
not because they create
That's
a
for the
better
good of
widget,
everyone.
right? Hold on, but not because they create a better widget. Let's say their widget is inferior to mine, right? They have completely copied it, but they can market it better. They can produce more of it, and they can put it in more stores across the country. Like, are we better off that an inferior product is now like the standard, right? Stolen from me with the better product. Go ahead.
So let's assume that this product is, let's say, this is arbitrary because value is subjective, right? But we'll just say it's 90% of the way there, right? And it's half the cost, right? So it's 90% the same product in terms of functionality, how often it breaks, whatever, right? But it's half the cost. Well, that means that every consumer can now have that widget at half the cost and 90% of the quality. Now, let's say it's 95% the cost and it's 90% the quality. Well, you're going to outcompete Ford, right? But so the thing here is that like there is a concept.
What if it's 100? It could be 110% the cost, right? And 80% the quality, and then it could still beat me in the market if it's better marketed. And if it's so you're saying a lower, so it's better for the market if there's a lower quality product that's more expensive, but simply is out in more people's faces because this company has the ability to market it to put all the glossy commercials that I can't do has the logistic network, right, to get it into like the stores where people.
Yes,
that's
because,
better for the market.
You currently lack the resources to bring your widget that, let's say, is only sold in stores in Florida to Oregon. Like, people in Oregon can't get your product unless they hear about it word of mouth, and then they order it on Amazon, and then it's like really expensive because they have to have it shipped or something, right? This other corporation that has the logistics is able to bring a product that they normally wouldn't have. Now, there's a concept here, right? That like, well, maybe what they're doing is they have economies of scale. So they're able to produce it at half the cost, but they make it the same cost as yours, or they make it like 2 cents cheaper than yours,
or
right?
more expensive,
or whatever, right? And now they're in the same store, but people don't know what product B is, and people don't know what product. They only know about product A because it's the big corporation product. They saw a TV ad for it, and they see the same product on the shelf next to it, and they're like, "What the fuck is this? Is somebody copying Ford or is somebody copying Mattel or whatever?" And then they buy the other product. See, here's where you get to put on your packaging the original, and if they put the original, that's fraud, and now you can sue them for fraud, because they lied and said that their product was the original. So you can show that this is the original. Like there is a concept here that like the little guy is going to lose because the IP protections allow him to negotiate with the large corporation for like a large amount of money for his idea because they can't make it otherwise. But see, here's the thing is that you're right that the little guy is better off in that scenario. You're absolutely right that the inventor makes more money for his idea. But the cost of that is that everyone else suffers, because now there is no longer a product. Like if the little guy refuses the money until it's $20 million, well, now that's $20 million that the big company had to pay in order to get this, and they have to recoup those costs. So the item's going to cost more because they were forced by the government to purchase this product from this one little guy. So it's like, yes, you're right. The little inventor is going to be protected by the IP laws for his idea. I don't deny that, like, it's going to be that our current system makes it a little bit easier for that guy to make a large amount of money. But the problem is that we don't think about the reverse end of that, which is that everybody that buys widgets has to pay more money for widgets, either because the IP law protects this little guy who's manufacturing it himself and doesn't have economies of scale. So the product is just naturally cheap or more expensive, because maybe he's really good at inventing shit, but he's really bad at manufacturing shit cheaply. And so because he's really bad at manufacturing shit cheaply, it's twice the cost than it needs to be. And so, but people love the product. They're willing to pay that money anyways, but now they're paying $50 and, and they're paying $100 instead of $50.
I hear what you're saying. I do. But, and I'm not even the capitalist here. It's just weird, right?
Well, most people that call themselves capitalists are pro IP, right? Like, let's be honest. Like the overwhelming majority of like conservative,
Exactly.
I'm a capitalist, or pro IP, but
Yeah, and it seems to me, and like at least the way, and I acknowledge your history. I haven't heard this history before, but I believe it. You're a person who reads, so like the history with the kings and all that, right? I haven't heard of any of that, but sure, okay, I acknowledge that. But as it was presented to me, and it seems the idea, right, the American concept of IP, right, was presented as this is an incentive for people to invent, to create, because they know for very limited time, they'd have a level of protection before anyone could use it, right? And it's important that everyone else can use it, because the public domain is where even better inventions can come from. So I want to encourage that market, to encourage that little inventor to do that, and not know that he's going to immediately get crushed by a bigger player. Like that part bothers me. I acknowledge you. Saying
no,
that,
I agree.
it's
I
gonna be
agree.
more
Like
expensive.
novel ideas are protected by IP, in the sense of, like, I create a new invention that no one has made, and then the government uses its power and authority to protect this idea, if you will, right, from other people utilizing that idea. And so I'll be encouraged to make that new idea. But there's a reverse to that as well. And the reverse is that being able to produce things at cheaper costs is hurt by this. And I don't just mean like the process I described earlier. I mean novel concepts in production, right? Because if it's illegal for me to copy someone's idea and then mass produce that thing, right, then there's no incentive for me to find out ways to make factories better at producing things at a lower cost. So there's an inverse. But there isn't.
No, sorry, no. What I'm saying is that this is time limited, and so there will be, because this is going to enter the public domain, you will have the opportunity to do that. And to be clear, because I didn't say it before, I'm okay with, like, as a cost, right? This inducement to get people to create, to invent, right? Initially, the product is more expensive. That's okay. That's the price of this novelty, this thing that's valuable. That should be baked in. Yes, it's going to be a bit more expensive, but this is because this allowed for that inducement. So like it's fine with me for let's say it's 5 years. Let's just make it up, right? 5 years until my widget is available to the public domain, and then a big corporation can now copy it. And if in that time,
Let's
I
be
have
fair,
not
right?
built up
It's
my logistical-
overwhelmingly the other way, right? It's overwhelmingly big corporation uses the IP, and then the little guy that wants to compete with big corporate. Because like when we talk about the little guy, I think we often think of like this dichotomy between like billionaires corporation and then like dude, you know, in the suburbs with a 2-bedroom house working on something in his garage, right? But there's a lot of other little guys in between, right? Like there's the store owner, there's like the small business entrepreneur, right? And overwhelmingly it's the large corporation that gets the IP, and it's the little guy, right, which might be, you know, somebody that has a $2 million business, right, that is, you know, but his actual salary is like lower middle class or middle class, that has to wait the 5 years for the product.
But that's okay too, right? It's like, so my problem is that these endless IPs, right? Like Mario, going back to Nintendo, Mario should be in the public domain. And maybe is he? No, maybe the first version of him is in the public domain. I forget.
Yeah, I think like Steamboat Willie literally just entered
Steamboat
the IP.
Willie, yeah.
Like
Which is
like
fucking ridiculous.
Disney finally lost like its rights to Steamboat Willie. It still has Mickey Mouse, which has been around since the 1940s. It's been 80 years and they still have it.
Yeah, it's like 99 years or some shit like that for it. It's unbelievable. So I am certainly not in favor of that. I'm fine with people having to wait. So even if it is the larger corporation that invented it, okay, right? Well, then they put in the assuming they're not like a shitty pharmaceutical company, right? Who got it from the government.
Right.
They put in the effort, the R&D behind creating that product, right? And it's fine if that product initially cost more. That's the inducement.
But it's like, I mean, like, let's look at music, for example, right? Like every streamer that puts things on Twitch and especially YouTube knows the fucking shit show that is copyright protection. And it's not helping artists. No, all the artists that make music are not like, I mean, obviously there are some independent artists, right? And they may or may not copyright strike you, and they may or may not abuse said system, right? But overwhelmingly, every time somebody gets a copyright strike, it's the IP laws, right? That are protecting this massive corporation like Sony, which owns like 1/3 of all fucking music in the US, right? Protecting them so that Sony Entertainment, right, has a retarded amount of like pop stars and hip hop groups and stuff. And it's like, how do artists eat? Well, they eat sometimes from merchandise sales, but overwhelmingly it's from concert tickets. And so they're directly hurt by the IP laws that make it to where it's very difficult for me to spread music around to like my audience and spread it out to new people that then hear a song, go, that's a great song, I'm going to go to their concert, I want to be at their concert. And so it's the artist that is destroyed by the IP laws, so that large corporations that sign these record deals can be protected in me not being able to have decent music on my fucking stream in the background. Like everybody is hurt except for the corporation, and it's the IP laws that are doing it. The little guy, the artist, the streamer, the consumer, everyone is fucked except the large corporation that owns these record contracts. Like I'm telling you, the IP laws, like we imagine limit case scenarios of this little guy who would have been a millionaire, but instead of being a millionaire came up with an idea and like he either fumbled it or like didn't go through a process that has allowed him to make some money, or he got beat out by the corporation. But overwhelmingly, it's in the opposite direction. Overwhelmingly, the people that benefit from IP laws are not the little guy that comes up with an invention. It's overwhelmingly government pseudo institutions working with academics that do research, and corporations that then patent hundreds of millions of patents every year. Half of the shit is like just an idea they kind of had from somebody. Like it's insane.
Yes, I know, but I agree with you. Well, I mostly agree with you on the IP laws, right? So like I'm already most of the way there. So like the way that it's abused, where like, okay, so I'm going to take one idea to market, right? So like a video game controller, right? Like a PlayStation controller. There's gonna be one PlayStation controller they're gonna take to market, but they're going to patent a shit ton of tiny variations of the PlayStation controller, right?
So that you
and
can't make an aftermarket PlayStation controller that's half the price.
Exactly. Bullshit, right? Bullshit. We can
Mhm.
understand this, right? So like I'm with you there that needs reform. Well, sorry. Well, that's not what you're saying. You're not talking about reform. You're talking about turning the whole system down. But I
Hold
would
on,
say,
pause. Again, Fabian Liberty, right? I am more than happy to sign a bill that reduces the IP protections from
Okay.
20 years to 5 years. And then when
Okay.
people start to see the advantages that does, how it lowers costs, how it helps people, how large corporations aren't the ones benefiting, but the little guy is benefiting, that people will be like, well, maybe it should be 2 years. And then people will be like, maybe it should be 1 year. And then eventually there will be like offices and things, because it's such a short duration, that will exist that will fill that market void. And before you know it, you know, we can get into a situation where we realize that IP is fucking stupid and it's not helping us.
okay. All right. Well, then, so we're at least both on the reform train. All right, fine. Well, then I would say that like that system where you just like patent a whole bunch of shit and you just sit in those patents forever, right? That needs to go. I would say that like this is the thing you're going to actually take to market. Well, then that's the thing you have protection on, and not these theoretical, slightly different versions of it used to keep other competitors out of there. Agreed, right? I would shorten the time like you would, right? I would you talk about the music and the publishers, right? Like that's more complex because of how like we've decided to arrange like music distribution, and so these artists like sign over the rights to the music, like you'll be publishing the music because I don't have the distribution channel that you do. And that's how they make their money. That's a bit more complex, and I'm not sure the best way to solve it because, like,
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't fucking like if I could solve every problem that the market would solve, then
Yeah.
socialism would work, because that would mean that like smart people are able to solve all of the problems of the economy, right? Like my entire
I'm
argument
not
is
saying
that
you
that's
have all
not true.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you have all the answers here, but I'm just saying that like it's just a complex.
I sent you an article if you want to learn more about this, because I got to get to bed and stuff.
Okay, sure.
If you want to learn more about IP, and I put it in chat as well for people in chat. This is Against Intellectual Property by Stefan Kinsella. He is a libertarian theorist who is also an IP lawyer.
Okay.
If you're ever interested, but like if you want to learn more about this, because at this point we're gonna get to the point where I'm getting tired and it's late at night. And,
No, that's fine. Don't worry. No worries, friend.
But it's 53 pages and there's a PDF, and like that is an IP lawyer who is also an ANCAP philosopher discussing the issue, and maybe you'll a better kind of understanding of it for you.
I enjoyed the conversation. Yeah, we could leave it there. But I did want to ask to remind you to send me that video you were referencing, the 9 pillars of conservatism or something like that.
Oh yeah, let me do that right now before I forget, because I will forget. It's the distributist.
will.
It's a long ass fucking video.
I watch a lot of long ass videos. It's way.
It's an hour and 12 minutes to be right wing, but you can kind of skip like I wouldn't if I were you, because I think it's a good foundation.
I watch the whole thing. I watch a lot of long videos. It's cool.
It is. I think it is like if you watch this, you will be like, that's what right wing is. Like I don't think anyone ever has put together a more comprehensive list and like discussion of like what makes the right wing from that perspective.
Okay. Well, fair enough. It
I
was
I guess I'll put it in chat as well, guys. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Thanks. It was a really fun conversation. You always give me a lot to chew on, so I appreciate it, friend.
Yeah, I appreciate these late night talks. Even though there's a juice burger that like pops in my chat every now and then, and he just hates on the stream, and it's kind of funny because it's like, thanks for the engagement. But yeah, it's like the whole time he's like, I hate Prime, I hate this content, I hate. It's just so funny. I love watching it because it's just like, all right, dude. I mean, I appreciate the engagement, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, whatever. All right. Well,
I'll see you around, and Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's to you too, friend.
Peace. All right. Let me just pull this up. We'll do All right, guys. I don't know why you're still here. Juice burger is not an argument. No, it's a description of you. It's not an argument. It's just what you are. So it's a concise way to describe the majority of your personality and engagement. For pharmaceuticals, for example, there'd be more profit in copying than investing in your own research. Yeah, there'd be more profit in copying. There would also be more profit in first to market advantage, which means that cures would be more incentivized than treatments. Oh, Stacy, you're still here. Oh my God. Okay. I thought you were gone. Okay. I am going to, it's really late. I am going to think. Oh, you're back from a nap? I'm like getting off the stream now. It's a 6.5 hour stream. I'm tired. If you are here Thursday, if not, I will, I'll clip it and send it to you. All right. I want to think about your question more, and I want to give it like a really good college try. And not give you a more extensive answer to your question. I wrote it down. I'm going to write it down again on this paper. And then when I open the stream, or like not long after I get like my coffee and get myself settled, etc., I will engage with your question fully and deeply, so that you can have that. And like I said, if you're not here, I'll clip it. Steelman leftism, LOL trash, done. No, that's not a Steelman. It was a good faith argument for leftism, but because I think there's a lot there, and I really want to pull it out, right? Starting with Anime and Durkheim, right? Starting with the concept of disassociating labor with the product and meaning, and how capitalism engages in that, or how more I should say industrialization. So like I want to give you a much more thought out answer than just like a quick quip at the end of the stream, because I'm tired. My brain's not half there. Can't think about leftism without thinking about Marxism. Yeah, for sure. Well, I think that's what leftism is older than Marxism, but it's the same ideas. Marxism really didn't invent those ideas. I'm not doing a poll. But I will see you guys Thursday. Obviously tomorrow, technically, but Wednesday is New Year's Day. I'm not gonna fucking stream on New Year's Day. Like, it's gonna be like 3 of you guys in here. And then I'm gonna be like, why are you here? You bastardized AOE socialism. But yeah, consider joining the Discord. That's where you're gonna get the go live notifications. Follow me on X if you want to see me argue with people from time to time. Consider being a member if you want. It's only $3.99. There's no extra content, just so you know. But you get you get emojis, you get the bragging rights, whatever. But mostly you're just helping me out. If you want a super chat, I will answer super chats. There's only one super chat I haven't answered yet, and that's Stacey's, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it Thursday. I appreciate you guys so much, and I will see you guys later. But I won't see Slope is Dope at a minimum until Thursday, because he's one of like 5 people I've banned from the Discord. So get wrecked, bitch. Peace.